everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to another amazing, I hope, should be, awesome stream. The last stream of July. It is 7:30 p.m. on July 31st, 2021. And we are all here, at least I hope you're all here, for this, Eberron, the Nightland Oracle of War. It is part 4 of the Oracle of War, the Nightland. It's part 1 of the Oracle of War, but it's part 4 of the Nightland with Eberron as we continue with D&D with I&B. I hope everyone is having a good day today, and before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about stuff. First of all, if you haven't already done so, please consider supporting the channel by checking out our regular, by following the channel, first of all. Please make sure that you, if you have not already done so, consider supporting us as well by checking out the YouTube, subscribing over there. !ArvTube will get you to the past broadcasts of this and other streams. Please sub to me over there. It's free, but it will definitely help us as we try to move that channel forward and get that in a position where it could be hopefully monetized and could be a safe haven down the road if need be. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams as always. And if you haven't already done so, you can check out my Twitter with !ArvTweets. And I always post stuff when I'm going over live over there as well. Also, of course, the website for all of this is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff related to this group, Infinity and Beyond, and you can get Adventures of Middle-earth stuff and soon to be Aspergenesis stuff as well. !ArvTreon is the Patreon, which allows me to do things like, for example, pay for different components that go right back into streaming. I actually just ordered a low-profile mic arm, which means that instead of having this big honking thing that sticks down in front of my face, with the microphone, it will be able to, I hope, if all goes well, come up from underneath my monitor, which means that that will get out of the way of the light, and it'll be a lot less of a pain for me to deal with it over here. So I'm looking forward to that. And stuff like that is made possible, which makes a better stream for all of you. I hope that also makes it possible, is made possible by your generous support within the Patreon. So thank you. It also allows you to inspire the players. And I will say that if you got inspirations, no reason to hold on to them today, folks, because we have got, this is the last day of the month, so they're all going to reset tomorrow anyway. So let's, bring on the inspirations, because tomorrow everything resets and goes back to the beginning of the month. That's exactly right. What's up, Burner? And also hi, Triffid, and hello, Garlic, and Echo, and all the lovely people that I've seen so far, and Mrs. Dunsel, of course. Let's see. That's the Patreon. And, of course, subscribing to the channel so you can get those custom sub badges and emotes. Oh, my God, the bots are here already. That's fast. Bots! Ah! That's impressive. That's impressive work, actually. Let's see. I always love these names too. Bigfollows.com. Yeah. We're looking at bigban.org. How's that sound? Thank you, Burner. All right. And Halo Light and Passion, good to see you as well. So anyway, if you haven't already done so, please consider subbing to the channel. You can get those awesome custom sub badges and emotes. The sub badges, remember, we got some new ones coming down the pike. Shadowed Mage is working on those as we speak. Shadowed Mage dropped a new overlay for Aspergenesis last night, a cams only overlay, which looks awesome. So please consider, these awesome, and so consider subbing to the channel so you can get those custom sub badges when they come out. And as always, on the publishing side, Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Athos is also the publisher of record for Greyshade, which is going to be coming out shortly. Will be coming out soon, TM. And the Kickstarter with everything else in Greyshade, which is the second 2 books, Renegade and Heretic, and the board game and the tabletop role-playing game and the audiobook. All of that is going to be coming on August 31st is when that launches. And actually, so we're looking at, it's a month from now, but it's 4 weeks from this coming Tuesday is how I've been imagining it. Thank you, Echo. But it is, in fact, it is 30 days from today is when that's going to launch. Tuesday, the 31st, will be the launch date for the Greyshade Kickstarter, and it will end on October 3rd, Sunday, October 3rd, during Origins in Columbus, Ohio. So I'm very excited about that. !Greyshade Chaos for details about that. that. Alligator Alley is doing the role-playing game for that, and Alligator Alley is also, of course, doing my library, Tales and Tomes, and the Forbidden Library book, and that's exclamation point. Yeah, no, an actual month. No, I know, as of today. Exclamation point library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley, and you can get that at that link as well. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And of course, exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when they need help and to reach out to others when you need help as well. Also, one little other announcement that I wanted to make very quickly is that I don't know any details about my panel assignments or anything else, but I have gotten word that I have been accepted as a panel participant at DISCON, which is WorldCon, coming up in December in Washington, D.C. So I will indeed be there. I don't know what panels or what I'm doing there, but I have been accepted as a participant, so that's cool. So I will be at WorldCon in some capacity in December. So I know we talked a little bit about that. For those of you who are going to be there, I think Mike Underwood, Turbo Tango, since he lives in Baltimore, I would assume is going to be there. I know some other folks are making, I think Triff had said that maybe she's making the drive up there or whatever. So for those of you who are going to be there, hopefully we can have a little bit of an Arvanauts get together. Then go and assume the presidency. No, I appreciate that, Echo, but I'm actually happy with our current president. I'm good about that, at the moment. But yeah, so that's going on in December. So that was cool. And I think that's the only thing I need to mention about that. Schedule, as far as this is concerned, though, is that we've got awesome, Triffid, that's cool, is that we've got Eberron tonight, and then tomorrow we actually have first day of the month. We've got Sound Clash, the Clampdown for you, coming at you at 6 p.m. Eastern. So that's happening tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, and the rest of the schedule I will fill out tomorrow. I have a lot of it actually put together already, but I will fill out the rest of it tomorrow, and I will put up a tentative schedule for all of you. We do have some D&D with viewers coming this month, and that is going to be more Legacy of Dragonholt. I want to make sure that I get a long session of that in if I can, and such. So there's a lot of good stuff coming up, and I am very excited for all of it. Not to mention ReaderCon as well is going to be showing up here too. So that's what we've got going on. But right now what we've got going on, of course, is the incredible and amazing Infinity and Beyond crew. So I have just unmuted myself and now
angry on Twitter.
Them. And now I'm going to head over to reveal the cams only of Eberron Oracle of War, the D&D with Infinity and Beyond crew. You can see they are there. They are prepared. They are ready. And they are now purple, as
only
was
cams.
Requested.
Only cams.
Only cams.
The freaking joke is only cams. If you say cams only, it doesn't work.
It doesn't
That's
work.
not how the joke works.
Only cams. I don't want.
That's not how comedy works.
You know the way that I want any of this works. You know the way it's going to go though. Like somebody will mishear it and they'll just be like, "Oh my God, he's actually got an OnlyFans."
Yes.
Like,
and then they'll get angry on Twitter, like everybody gets angry on Twitter. Stop wasting your time getting angry on Twitter. No one cares.
It's like that line, "We are the FBI, sir. We don't have a sense of humor that we're aware of." So anyway, but it is lovely to see all of my wonderful players here, and I will begin with the person who definitely needs to be woken up. He was really excited before getting into this in the beginning.
Yes,
and,
he's all energy.
And he used up all his energy, so we now have to return it to him. So just like if you could clap for him in chat, just like Tinkerbell, he will gain his energy back.
Mr. Sunshine and Roses himself.
No, he will. And that, of course, is Trendane Sparks on the bottom
Would you
left
like
of your
to
screen.
Swing on a star?
How are you doing, Trend, besides being tired? How is life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today? He's just like,
have you ever received a package in the mail?
Yes.
Please.
There's more to that sentence? Okay, wait.
You better believe there is. And,
wait, okay.
And you really want me to finish this before you say yes.
Please wait until we finish the entire question.
That is presumably from some kind of, adult toy website.
Go on.
And it's like the packaging is like vacuformed around this object, and they call it discrete packaging. And we had something, not quite, not like that, but show up. So one of the pieces of mail was this thing where they're like, "Hey, we'll deliver pot to your house," and I'm like, "Okay." Neither of us do pot, but thanks for letting me know that thing. But my housemate got something from BMW, and I was looking at it and I was like, I have never seen mail come in paper that sheer.
Wow.
I'm like,
Wow. Yeah.
is
Wow.
it rice
That's-
paper? What is
That's
this?
like a
This is
photo
crazy.
envelope is what it looks like.
Also,
Like,
you
they-
can't fit a car in that envelope.
I know, and I'm just like, how are you?
That's
supposed
really
to get
disappointing.
your new BMW if you
You've
can't-
won a brand new picture of a car.
Exactly. I could go for one of those, but it's not, it's probably going to be a car I can't have yet, like the Rivian R1S. Oh. Anyway, so hi, I'm tired and I'm Tren, and I make dad jokes on occasion. But in this game, I play somebody who's basically Santa Claus if he were a mechanic.
Santa Mechanic Claus.
Yeah.
You realize that bell can't be unrung. There will be people now in chat. Who
Timmy,
will
would
be
you like a sprocket for
Sa-
Christmas?
Santa-
Here you
Yeah,
go.
Exactly. So if Santa Claus were one of his elves, right? that's
Santa
like-
mechanic.
Kind of.
That's basically what it is.
Yes.
Which is I mean, that's why he's building a spanner.
I mean, he's got to do something during the off season,
Right.
Santa's mufflers and motors.
blinker light fluid, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's your muffler belt. Anyway, so yeah, he's like I said, sort of like Santa. Of course, he talks like this, so it was the laugh that first kind of drove me to the character, and I was like, he's Santa Claus, but
Yes.
not white hair and beard.
Miracle on 34th Street in Eberron.
That's too
right.
Weller.
Jolly old
navigable.
fixed it for you, Commander Dunsel.
Right.
Yeah, Santa maintains his own sleigh. Right. This is a sad Tarticifer lone wolf.
Ooh,
That's well done. Nice work.
that is
A
little-
steampunk sleigh putting the reindeer out of work.
I love it. This is good stuff. Thank you, Tren. Always a pleasure to have Tren with us.
But
Yes. Oh wait, but there's more.
my
I
most
have another
recent-
package to tell you about.
my most recent narration for the escape pod is live, and so you can find that at the link I just put into chat. A story called "Tiger Lawyer Gets It Right," and yeah, the author is like, oh my god, this is so good. I'm like, I know her name. But yes, I said it a bunch when I was narrating, but it's like I know that name from somewhere else. Turns out I narrated one of her stories a couple of months ago called Bargain, and I was like, that's why I know her name. Right, she did the one where I was the demon who wound up adopting an old dog, and it's really, really funny. I love that story.
Who's the author? Did you say?
Sarah Gailey.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sarah Gailey's really good.
Yep. Sarah Gailey is very legit. Yeah, that's cool. And reindeer are now rain forged. That's also pretty much anything forged will immediately work with Eberron. I like this. The steampunk Santa. I'm sensing a D&D with holiday adventure coming up. Anyway, thanks, Tren. And yes, definitely go check that out because Tren's narration is amazing, as you'll hear for yourself during the Gray Shade audiobook in our Gray Shade Kickstarter later this month. Moving right along. It is my great pleasure to welcome Marie Bibereau back here again. Marie, it is good to see you. Marie commented that unlike many of us who are all like many of us who have like Rob is the cool brooding Batman, like I am the coolest streamer, that type of thing. Marie,
Can I have his money? Thanks.
I think the term you used, Marie, was shiny. So I'm curious. Has life been shiny with you as of late? And who are you playing today?
Life has been very shiny. Thank you very much. I think I can talk about it, but for those of you who don't know, which is like most people, I actually write Christmas all year long. So like I have a Christmas expertise, and I write the Countdown's Christmas page on Facebook for Hallmark Channel USA. I am one of the writers. I will not take full credit for it. But so it is shiny all the time, and the best part right now is we're coming up to the end of Christmas in July, and life gets shinier when the insanity of the Christmasdom comes to a slight break before we head right back into more insanity. So yes, life is always shiny here with my little Christmas tree tokens at my desk. Thank
So
you
is
for
it like
asking.
a 2-week break, Marie? Is that like how much like Christmas all year round Christmas people get like 2 weeks in August? Is that like the one break before preparing again? Like, is there any break or?
let's just be clear here. We're counting down all year long. The first countdown post I write is on December 26th.
Oh,
And
no.
good news, Hallmarkies, we only have 365 days to go until Christmas.
Oh no.
Wow.
And now, week by week by week, this is what I do. I'm like a devilish happy countdown counter. But the next big thing starts on October 22nd with the countdown to Christmas, with all the gazillions of movies that take over.
Mhm.
So now I feel like there's a bit less Christmas insanity, fewer reindeers, less tinsel in my dreams.
Is all of this because Canada never thaws? Just because it stays cold there all year round? Is that what?
No, it's.
I mean, I've been to Montreal once, and I think it peaked at like 70 Fahrenheit. So I don't know. You did. I mean,
I have no idea how I landed this gig. No, I know how I landed this gig, but the story makes me sound super, super insane. So I'm not going to share that this round.
I'm with Live. I would get the job where every day is Halloween for me. It's like 365 days till Halloween comes around again. That's my.
I would love that. Christmas pays a lot.
I am Jack Skellington. I am Jack Skellington.
Christmas pays the bills.
What's
Marie,
this? What's this?
Marie, who are you playing today?
I am playing Mary Hawksmoor, so I am a shiny as well, a Kalishtar bard, which is a fun race in Eberron. The Kalishtar, I get psychic powers. I get to speak different languages. I get to connect and gossip with people, mostly my sister. My adopted sister is Nisiana, which is played by Jen, and I am not a specified bard yet. I haven't selected my college, and I am excited to do that at level 3.
If we ever get there.
Oh, you will. First, you just
have to get there.
First, you just have to deal with a couple of monstrosities.
We can see the promised land, but we cannot go there with you.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But thank you, Marie. Always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Also, always a pleasure to have John with us. John is back. John is also, you may not notice it in terms of the lighting, but John is ready to go with advanced technology tonight, folks. There is
advanced is a stretch.
We've got advanced audio. This was a multi-million-dollar consultancy was done to make
the best audio work. $5 can buy you.
Yeah, this now has the greatest audio setup in Wisconsin. I think it's fair to say.
Yes, are you that cuppa?
Which, and as we know, Wisconsin is the tech belt of the cheese belt. So, John,
Abbey Road and Cheesehead, Wisconsin. Those are the two recording capitals of the world.
The Titletown Business District, thank you very much, which actually is a strange little incubator in Green Bay. I'm like, what are you guys planning on doing with that? It's really weird.
We're planning on cheering for the Packers.
Yes. How many ways can we incorporate cheese into everyday life?
Right, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
How are you, John, and who are you playing tonight?
I am good. This should be fun. And after 40 minutes of Rob and I screwing around, I can tell you that I am playing
with audio.
You're muted, by the way, now, John. We can't hear you.
And as you can see, it was really worth it. It absolutely
I am playing,
made
Rob.
Everything.
I switched over and it didn't work. That is hilarious. That's unbelievable.
Oh my God. I
That's
didn't do it.
Crazy.
Ilarion, the silent assassin. Everyone's like, it's so
Apparently,
amazing.
yeah.
Have you seen this character on the D&D? It's amazing. Like, he just says stuff, but they don't say anything really. You have to read lips. And
did you flip the plugin on so it's not in record mode?
Yeah, no, it should be working. I guess we're gonna skip it tonight again because I can't seem to get the damn thing working.
it might not have gotten picked up in Zoom though. Did you
We had it working on Rob's Zoom call before.
We had
did?
it work.
Okay.
We did it on the other
It was
Zoom
VB
call.
cable. It was VB cable, right? It was VB
Yeah.
cable. That's I just switched over and now it.
Whoa!
There it is.
Oh, wait,
This is
was
gonna
that on
this is gonna be perfect. Exactly. Don't change a thing, John.
Let me guess,
exactly
no one
what I
can
expected. No.
No one can
It was
understand
like
it, right?
it sounded like
It's-
this, and then just
It sounded it sounded
from muting to
It sounded like some somebody dropped a box from down the stairs.
Yeah, yeah. it's like-
Sorry, that's what it sounded like.
That's funny.
Or
It's-
someone double
it's-
echoed the what's his face Hans Zimmer. But just like,
You sound like the Krell machine on Altair 4 when you turn that thing on. For anybody who enters, it's Robert Pitch going 20 miles. 20 miles, and it's just this thing dropping through it. By the way, go watch Forbidden Planet if you haven't watched Forbidden Planet. If you have not seen that movie, you are denying yourself one of the greatest science fiction films of all
Well,
time.
back to the drawing board, apparently. Anyways, I'm playing Alarion, the Starforged Warforged, who will not have any special voice effects tonight because it's not coming through. So
You could have just used the plugins that worked last time, John. I'm sorry, did I say something?
no, because they were shit. I couldn't get. Look, dude, I don't want to have to sit on for a half hour trying to get a voice that I like. This is supposed to be easier, not harder. Valhalla is good for you. It's not good for me because I don't know how to use it.
I love the
So-
idea that it's called Valhalla. Valhalla is good for you. Listen, Ragnarok's cool for me, but if you don't. Anyway, I am very excited to have your character with or
At least
without
they're
voice,
here. Yes, definitely.
here, and
All right.
it will be exciting to see that happen.
That's
And I think
funny.
we've now seen, everyone, why Wisconsin is indeed the tech belt of the cheese belt. We're going to move
That's
right along,
right.
of course, to the awesome and amazing Jen Brozek. Jen, I don't think you have any particular badass voice plug-in to try to, throw out here at any moment. You do have many cats, though, that actually gave us the meow sound effect before in the green room. So that was the thing that happened. We heard that on the microphones. How are you? How are your cats? How is life? And who are you playing today?
Life is doing very, very well. I do have 4 cats. They will probably rotate through. This week, I think it was this week we had, Nels Academy, the audiobook dropped 2 or 3 weeks ago, but I was out of town. And this week, for those of you who have been waiting and pestering me, Rogue Academy 3, Battletech Crimson Knight has been released. The series is done. Oh, let me get the actual link because I was copying and pasting something for someone else.
John, for God's sakes, you're just breaking everything tonight. Could you stop it, please?
What
I
I
do,
do,
You're
baby,
breaking
Jen,
other
was-
people's technology.
Jen, you
What
needed to
I
drop that
do.
link and then go. Bah, 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 bah.
And as I've told people, I will give you a good story, but I will break your heart along the way.
Rob can attest to this.
Well, listen.
That is the same with the Rogue Academy trilogy, and I am so pleased that it is finally done. And those of you going to Gen Con and Origins, I will be there with these books and I will sign them for
Jen,
you.
I didn't know you had a convention named after you.
You sound just like my old aunt who actually said the same thing, but without sarcasm. She literally did.
That's when you need to be like,
The-
yes,
Oh,
yes,
no.
it was named after me.
Oh,
Yes.
no. Yes.
No, seriously, the matriarch of my family about 4 or 5 years ago was like, is it a convention of Jennifers? Like, no,
Yes.
no, it's not.
Yeah, why
That-
did
that
I?
definitely-
At that point, you're like, sure.
That is definitely sounds like some being John Malkovich shit right there. That would
It
be
was,
like,
it was a very lovely conversation where I then got to explain science fiction and fantasy conventions to a 60, 70-year-old woman who is very smart and very sweet. And she, if I ever get my Seabrook series done, she will be modeling one of the main characters. And she's actually quite pleased to be modeling one of the main characters.
That's cool.
So, but it has been a good week. It's been hot. We have been having smoke from the fires around us, but we are not currently on fire. Just we are surrounded by fire in the Pacific Northwest.
oof.
And let's see, is that it? The Reinvented Heart was on BookBub for a reduced price for the pre-order. That was an anthology that I'm doing with Cat Rambo, which will be out next year. And I am now back to working on my next Shadowrun novel. So, yay!
Huzzah.
I have pestered my husband into reading all of the magic stuff, and so I can pepper him with questions, and he can explain why things can and can't happen.
Nice.
How
yeah.
about this? No.
Well, no, it's not a no, actually, but he's like, I think your character's actually a black mage. And I'm like, why do you say that? And he gave me the reason. I'm like, yeah, he's a black mage. He's totally a black mage.
I can see that. In today's game, you are playing, though.
Nisiana de Jarasco. She, as I have described to John, is an id on feet. She doesn't really think that far. She'd like what's in her brain comes out her mouth frequently.
Monsters, John. Monsters from the id. Speaking of forbidden plant, anyway.
And Nisiana is a healer from the House of Healing. She does tend to like a straightforward approach, like why don't we just go talk to him? And she would really like y'all to stop hurting yourselves. And at this point, it's only to Tantan she's thinking
They've been
that. but
fine.
Wait, she's actually a healer from the House of Healing,
yeah, the
Yeah, that's
Di
Durasco.
Durasco.
House Tarasco is that.
but it's
yeah.
called the House of Healing.
The Durasco family is the House of Healing. It's like Kenneth, which is the
Got it.
House of Making.
Yep.
She is
Makes it a lot easier to
healer's
remember where you parked your
healer.
car. That's good.
And whenever she heals,
Very
her
useful.
forehead lights up with the dragon mark.
Yep.
So
Nice.
it's not subtle. But
Only Kenneth has seen that because I haven't been injured yet, so it's all good.
yeah, well, I don't know if I can heal you yet. We haven't figured that one out. Special
May
kind of
find out tonight.
We're gonna
Dark
find
Lord.
out.
Well, yeah,
Always,
most
there's
likely.
always a caveat.
Yeah,
I
as
am
I keep
excited.
saying, level 1 characters running into battle, 2 healing spells. Anybody with inspiration.
It'll be fine. It's
like a
5
minute.
against 2. What could
Well,
go
that's true.
wrong?
It's the end of the month, folks. Get your inspirations ready.
Just because it's
Yep.
5 against 2 times 2 is, not a big deal.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that. Arv.
It
I
is
heard that.
good to see Jen, and I am very excited to see how Nisiana does things tonight. Thank you, Jen. And last but certainly not least, of course, we have the inimitably described as purple and cool earlier tonight, and that, of course, is Dark Side Rob, who is with us here. And Rob, is good to see you. In Rob's defense, before Rob explains who his character is and all that stuff, I will say that Rob had his lights differently, and then I think both Marie and Jen were like, "What happened to the purple? Why?" Jen said at first, "What happened to your purple?" And it's like, well, and Marie and Jen are like, "But it's great. It looks great. I love the purple. Why don't you?" He's like, "Okay." And immediately I'm like, "Now it's time to give you a bunch of crap for it." So purple side, Rob. Like, it's not my fault.
It's only been the color of my channel for
Forever, yeah.
5 years now. Like since I've had lights that do multicolors, purple and red. As you can see in the background, are as they are. They are ever there. But the only thing about that is if you overuse them, you end up looking like Violet. You're turning Violet. So it's just like you have to, with great hue lights comes great responsibility, or whatever the quote is. Also, I would just like to mention.
To the Starforge that is, to all the Starforge located here, your voice effects are on. Your voice effects are on the parking lot. Please turn them off. Your voice effects are on. This is Starforge from Please. Your voice effects are on. Thank you.
Smart ass.
And
You're fired. John, I want to click.
Let me go spend $10,000.
I need a price check on all 5. Price check on all 5, please.
Let me spend $10,000 on a set I use twice a month. That'll be for 4 hours. Yeah, I'll get right on that, Rob.
Anyway.
And then just 10 years of streaming to make sure that all works, and it still breaks before you go live on Twitch, because that's just how the cookie crumbles. It's great. But yes, hello everyone. How are you doing? My name is Darkside Rob. I am a variety Twitch streamer, music producer, voice actor, video editor, and jack of all trades, master of, I don't know, the sushi bar or whatever. I'm happy to see all of you guys here for Infinity and Beyond. I stream over on my channel, twitch.tv/DarksideRob. That's RAHB. I will be streaming some variety. Actually, so Sunday is going to be a weird stream for me because I'm kind of changing some things up after trying some stuff out and possibly changing schedule. Basically, if you want to see what's going on with me, come by the Sunday stream. I'm going to be talking for a little bit, letting you guys know some new stuff about what's going on with me, and then we'll play something, and it should be fun. In addition to that, with the voice actor stuff, I have 2 audiobooks that are out that you should definitely go by and listen to and post a review for, because that's what cool people do. And I know y'all are cool people because you're here, which means you're in the cool kid club. So check out the books. I just posted them in the chat. I can't, unfortunately, TinyURL doesn't make it so that you can post one URL to 2 links. So one will come up, and then the other one is listed on the same page as the one that I did. I did these 2 books by Russell Zimmerman, Neat, which is a novella, and Shaken, which is a full novel, part 1 of a trilogy that I am looking forward to doing more of in the future. There's a lot of me in those audiobooks. I did all the narration, all the audio production, all the mixing, mastering, and outputting. But Russ's words, there basically would be no audiobook without his wonderful work, which I had an absolute blast reading. You're not going to be disappointed by these books. I guarantee you. You should definitely check them out. They're really, 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 really awesome. And thank you, Commander Dunsale. I'm glad you enjoyed them. You listened to them really fast, too. Nice. But yes, recommendation right there. If Commander Dunsale likes it,
Listen, Dunsale's the king of Shadowrun too.
You will like it too. Yes.
Dunsale says Shadowrun's it's legit for Shadowrun. You can.
I just make it sound like I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Dunsale actually knows.
Oh, he says you read them.
Read
Like, sorry,
them.
Rob.
Ooh.
He said you read them. Sorry, Rob.
It's
not a
You're supposed to. You're supposed to
listen to him.
You're
Don't ever
supposed to
pay attention.
play along. You're supposed. Have you ever done marketing? Anyway, get people in. Never mind. But yes, you should definitely check. Moving on. Check out the audiobooks and also come watch my streams. And I also post stuff on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. What other thing? TikTok eventually. But everyone go listen to them and tell me how they are. No, you could go listen to them now. Everybody here needs to go.
I think people should do
listen to
that. Go listen to
Yes.
tell Commander Dunsale how good they are.
Yes. Here, you should go listen to it, memorize it, then recite it for Commander. No, don't do that. Just send it to him.
No.
And with that, I am playing a Shifter Swift Strider Shaman. Got it.
It was close.
No, I didn't.
With Stride is first.
Fine. Do it. Fix it in post. It's fine.
It's gonna be like Gonzo in the Muppet Show. Like at some point you will get it right, and I'll be like, "What is going on?" Like
Yes.
just get the name right.
Yes. This show is terrible. Yes, I hate it too.
You do get Waldorf and Stadler for that. You're right.
Exactly. I don't think anything you are doing is very funny. What was I saying? Yes. And her name is Yana. There you go.
And there you go.
Ready to play.
It is a great pleasure to have this crew with us. Let us get right into the recap chat. And we will do so just before we get
What's a
into
recap chat?
the fight. It's a recap chat recap. I'm going to play a new bit of music, not new overall, but new to this stream anyway, that I found, that I tracked down, which is our good friend Kevin MacLeod, by which I mean someone that John knows, has, but this is called, nope, that's not it. Not Kevin MacLeod, sorry.
That's a
I didn't want to
terrible
do that.
title for a song.
No, it isn't that one. It is Lonesome West, I'm sorry. So this is very cool, and it's a longer song and perfect for this. So let's get, yep. Good, we got that. Got a little bit of that. Got a little bit of violin. All right, let's do it. Welcome to Eberron, everybody, and welcome to Salvation. You are watching the King's Citadel, which is made up of these 5 no longer trainees, now officially out and serving the King of Breland by doing things that other people just can't do. This extraordinary group of individuals has been sent out to Salvation, which is a place right on the edge of the Mournland, to be able to engage in various missions and so forth for the king. And as they have gotten here, their contact there, Hilar Brassel, formerly known, of course, to Merame, is now in charge of them here in Salvation and has assigned them their first mission, which essentially is get to know the people of Salvation, and do what you can to help them and gain their trust. And so the party has done that through a series of tasks, basically, that they have fulfilled. They began by rescuing a goblin salvager who was lost within the Mournland, managed to save her from a couple of cockatrices, actually, and brought her back alive. Then went on to their second task, which involved finding out about this lost artifact which is known as the Arrow of Truth. It was very important to the Citadel of the Silver Flame. And the party went to the Citadel of the, sorry, not to the Citadel of Silver Flame, but to the local temple of the Silver Flame, where they discovered that the Arrow of Truth had been taken, according to the person in charge there. Now, the original claim was that the person who must have done something like this, the one who must have been responsible for it, was a person known as Zodar Tarev. But Zodar Tarev turned out to be a lot different, perhaps, than the party might have expected. Not that he isn't somewhat untrustworthy and they can't totally believe, they don't know whether they can totally buy everything that he says, but it seems likely that Zodar was not actually the one who actually stole this device, this artifact, but that it was stolen, in fact, by someone named Whist, who brought it to him in an attempt to hope that he could use his contacts to move it. He says he doesn't take stolen goods. Whether or not the party believes that is up to them. In any case, he didn't take this stolen good, and so Whist was instead went into the Mournland, into the Grey, to find some more artifacts to kind of gather together, hopefully to make a score. The party went after them and discovered in the Grey that at the base of this tower, basically, they found the thieves, except in a very odd position. Specifically, what they discovered is that the party has been, the group that they're following, has been lashed into a grotesque work of art, which looks like a sculpture of flesh. And jumping and dancing around and poking occasionally this sculpture are several malign dolgrims. And I believe I just happen to have a picture of this dolgrim. There it is right there. A picture of dolgrims. This is what they look like.
I'm so down in the dolgrims today.
Exactly. These creatures are essentially amalgams of other creatures, usually two goblins that have been combined into one terrible creature. And these dolgrims typically end up serving an evil goddess, and it is this goddess that demands that the dolgrims find creatures that may be lost and put them together into these terrible, not human, humanoid-ish sculptures, which is what has happened here. But it appears that the party, the King's Citadel party here, has found that group before they have been put to death by the Dolgrims. And so, as Merime was firing up some power cords, Nisiana is firing up some power healing, Tantan is firing up some potential explosives, I think. No? Okay,
Power explosives.
What was it that Tantan was firing up? Well, it was the rocks. I'm sorry, the sound rocks to sort of...
Power
distract,
rocks.
That was half of what he was doing.
Okay, half of what he was doing. Well, did you tell me the other half last time? And
Yeah,
I just forgot.
it was the last thing that we did, where I asked Yana to come over and I enchanted her.
Oh yes.
Scythe.
That's
Scimitar.
right. That's right. The scimitar, so that
What?
it now
Yes.
is actually
Scimitar.
Now it is actually a
+1,
magic
+1.
weapon. That's right. And Alarian gliding forward with Yana running forward alongside. That is where we brought our session to a close, and it is here where we're going to pick things up. And so now, even though I love this music, it is not suitable for combat, so I'm going to stop this music, and instead I'm going to fire up. No, but I am going to try something a little different. I'm going to try a little bit of Robo-Western. This is Kevin MacLeod, actually. And we're going to see how it goes. So, I would like everybody, please, to roll...
That was the time at Eberron where we dance.
This is the time that we dance. I would like everybody, please, to roll initiative for me.
Is this better, John?
And
Yes, actually it is. Thank
give me
you.
one
I think I just
second.
needed to back. I just needed to back the microphone off a little bit.
Okay, turn order
Touch
is
yourself. Never mind.
up. To touch yourself first. Is that what you're going to say?
Any tokens that take a turn, right?
You click on your icon before you run.
Yeah,
roll
no,
it.
that's what I thought I did, but I think I hit the name.
I think that's what I must have done too.
Okay.
No, you have to click on your icon on the map. Wow, I'm fast. Holy crap.
No, not too bad. All right.
I don't
Oh,
really
where'd
want
I
to-
go?
Your bottom.
Where are we?
Oh,
Oh, there we
wait,
are.
wait,
Yeah.
Bottom right
Yeah, I
corner.
see
There we
it.
go. Okay.
even though that's not really where we are. But
I will take the. I still have the
I don't
13.
know where I went.
I'll just re-roll. and keep
you
it
may have
simple.
deleted yourself, in which case, just
Yeah, we got theater of the mind on this one, folks. I do not have a map for this.
Okay, I'll bring
So-
myself back in. Do
One
you want me to
job,
re?
Arv, one job. Jeepers.
Okay, I will re-roll myself too while selecting myself.
Okay.
Okay, I'm selected.
All right. So I think I have 4 people up there. I think I might be missing. Who am I missing? I'm missing Yana. Oh, because Yana has
Just a minute.
I see.
Just a moment.
Just a moment.
Sorry, wrong thing. Where are the dying?
Nisiana's like, Secret Flame now!
Well,
Wait,
no, it's either
Explosions compel you.
it's Sacred Flame or Spare the Dying, because you were, if I remember correctly, you were like, one of them is like screaming and the screams are getting softer and
Mhm.
They are, although, yeah, well, yes. We'll talk about that when we actually get to your turn within the order, but yes.
Yana has rolled a 1.
Wonderful.
Well, Yana
Getting it
will
out of the
be-
way right now.
I was
Getting
gonna
it out
say,
of the
Yana's
way.
going to be sitting this one out now.
oh, you
ahead
don't
of
want the
the-
healer to go first. You really don't.
Okay.
Always hold your turn.
I may. I don't think I want to be like stabbed a million times.
I like the idea of readying an action so that the minute anyone needs healing, you just immediately run forward and heal them, regardless of the situation. Just like, they're hurt.
Well, you know,
They
I
just
can
scrape
do that.
themselves. Nope, I'll do it right now. Okay. So, all right, where is my number? There's my number. Okay. Right.
I don't see the initiative order.
It's on the map.
It is. Yeah, it's on the map.
I can see it.
You might have to refresh, Rob, because I have it. It is there.
let's
Also, Ilarion, what is your dexterity? Just your raw score?
Ah, there it is. Now I see it.
12.
Got it. Thank you. Okay.
I see it now.
Okay, cool. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, Nisiana was super ready to go, as was Tanton. Okay, we've got that. All right. So we are going to begin here with Nisiana, and Tanton is on deck. So Nisiana, you are running. Well, I don't know if you're running, but you are ready to run if you wish.
Okay, I
towards
have a-
these 2 Dolgrim, who I just want to double check on one more thing. I think, Tanton, you had thrown a rock and then touched the scimitar. 4 rocks, right? So the Dolgrims are aware of your presence and have turned they're aware that they have turned away from their prodding of this terrible sculpture that they've made and are now staring in your overall general direction. Although one of them, they're also kind of confused. One of them is kind of looking around, hearing voices from different places as Tanton had planned. So they're a little confused, but they know that something is up. So with that knowledge, Nisiana, what do you want to do?
Okay. Are any of the creatures considered small?
They are considered small, yes.
Oh, well, that makes things a little bit more complicated. Darn it.
They are both small.
Well, you know what? I think I'm going to keep pace with the Lariat.
Okay.
And when we get with it, because I'm not dumb enough to run up there by myself, the little squishy healer. When we get into, 50? When we get within 60 feet, I will Sacred Flame one of them. So I guess that's a triggered action?
Possibly, if you are starting here, that means probably by next turn at the end of your movement, if you're running, you would be able to do that. So it wouldn't even necessarily be a triggered action. You could just do that as your action next turn. I
Well
would say.
then, guidance. Concentrate up one willing creature before the sun. Roll of ability check. Go around me gonna actually use an ability in combat.
Yeah, well, if guidance also, I think just ability checks. There are ability checks that happen in combat sometimes. Yes.
Well, the guidance it's a concentration up to 1 minute, so that's like 10 rounds.
Right.
So if Tantan's going to use an ability, or Marie, are you going to use an ability? I can touch one of you guys as we're going and give you guidance, because that's a cantrip.
Mm-hmm.
And since I can't Sacred Flame, and I'm not stupid enough to double move and get within arrow range first, I'm gonna stick with the big Alarian Starforge so I don't die.
Smart. I don't know that I have an ability that I would use, to be honest. I'd use spells, but
Okay, Tantan, what about you? Do you use abilities? Since this is the first time we're really in combat, I'm having to figure this out.
Basically, he is having done what he's done with the rocks and Yana's scimitar. He is now pulling out his crossbow and pulling it back.
Okay, so that's definitely not an ability. Well,
Right.
that's useful. Okay. Well then. I think I'm just keeping pace and not doing anything because I am not gonna run ahead.
Okay.
Because these are small creatures and they can hit me if I go by.
That is, yes, that is accurate. They are desperately misshapen, terrible creatures, but they are small. That is correct.
Darn it, my halfling nimbleness doesn't come into effect.
Instead, you've got the Dolgrim nimbleness to deal with. But yes. Okay, so that is, sorry, so you're going to keep pace as best you can with Alarian. As you're doing that, that's going to lead us up to Tantan. So you have, running along, running, I guess, so that you get within enough of a range to be able to shoot, I suppose. You could shoot from longer range. I mean, it's up to you, Tantan, obviously. Short versus long range, regular versus long range. It's up to you.
How far away are they?
So they are, at the point that this is all starting, they began at about 70 to 80 feet, roughly speaking.
That's within my crossbow range.
Yeah, I figured so. Okay, so there are two of them. They both look somewhat confused, although they have also sort of caught sight of you also, but they are not paying a lot of close attention at the moment to you directly yet.
Well, I believe the proper terminology for this is...
All right, let's make it happen.
Normal roll.
Oh, wait.
22.
Yes,
Nice.
absolutely a hit.
And
No.
3 points of piercing damage.
All right. So you strike one in the arm, and it you would expect, if it were like a regular goblin, you'd expect like a or something like this, but instead you get this, and it almost seems like I should have set up the mixer to do this, but a double voice, almost kind of like as if you're hearing like yelling in two voices.
Two throats.
It's deeply troubling. But in any case, you have definitely now their eyes collectively are upon you, Tantan. Are you also like hitting and then like moving to the side? There's not a lot of cover around here. I mean,
I was
by
just
the
about to
nature of
ask
what it is.
that.
Yeah, not really.
Thought they were like big rocks.
There are rocks, but they're a little bit closer to the tower. Most of the stuff that you see here is like going up towards the hill, the hill upon which this tower is set, and upon which upon which the cannon is set. So there are some like there's little stones, but nothing to really duck behind. But if you were to run forward another 20 feet or so, then yes, there starts to be cover at that point. But I know that's also getting you closer to them, and I don't know if you want to do that.
We'll find out. Because I'm half asleep, so I may do something really stupid. I'm gonna stick with the rest of the group. I'm not gonna run up.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to see what they're going to do right now. So they see and they start growling and in their weird double-voiced way. And with surprising speed, both of them grab from their belts. Now they have multiple hands. I think I've made this clear. Not just two, but more than two. So they literally have a spear in one hand, but they grab from their belts two other hands each. So they've each got 4 arms basically, and they grab from behind them not one but 2 hand crossbows each. So you've got one. So you've got one of their arms holding a spear, and then you've got hand crossbow in each of them, and aiming at you, Tantin, because the one aiming at you anyway, fires at you 3 times with this crossbow, which is interesting for 2 reasons. One, that they got off 3 attacks at all. 2, that a hand crossbow can do that. You know, as someone who is interested in these sorts of things, Tantin, mechanically, that that's not the way a crossbow usually works, especially a hand one. But this one seems to reload chunk, chunk, chunk as they're firing it. And so these 3 bolts rain in your direction. Also, thanks for the host, Rob. Let's see. The first one is... Good news is this is longer range for them trying to hit you, so...
Oh, that's a good thing.
So that is good.
Maybe.
Oh, disadvantage on their rolls.
Yep. That first one is going to be a horrific miss, a critical
So,
miss.
yeah, that's kind of a big deal.
Second attack is, again, a critical miss. Wow. The third attack, though, is 16, would be the lower roll.
Hits.
Okay. So that is going to be... That's 8 points of damage. So it's one of those things
that
where
last
like,
one.
you know, as you get hit by that. That last one hits. So solid blow into your chest. The other one does not fire at you, though. The other one runs forward to behind one of the stones that is in front of the cannon, because they're much closer, of course, to the cannon, and looks around the rock, and then sights, sort of looks around at all of you and looks at the 2 charging figures of Alarian and Yana, and decides that Alarian looks a little bit more imposing. Oh, and Nisiana, let me not forget that. But they don't really notice you, Nisiana, as much. I mean, next to Alarian, they kind of look at Alarian as
Small
the bigger...
favors.
Yeah,
Small favors.
yeah, exactly.
I will take that.
Emphasis on
Literally.
small in this case, right? So, and so one of them chucks a spear in your direction, Alarian. And that's not likely to hit. That's an 11. Is no, not a hit, right? Okay. And then from behind the rock, shoots twice only, this time with the crossbow. So 1 attack with a spear, 2 with a crossbow. So these guys are getting 3 attacks per turn each. And so they fire twice. Let's see. This one... And this one is in range, would be because they ran forward first. So they are in range of you, Alarian, not long range. They're a normal range. Nonetheless, a 6 on its first attack is not going to hit you anyway.
No.
However, the second one will critically hit you, so that's not so good.
Okay.
So the second one hits you. And I do want to point out one thing about the style of this. In fact, Alarian, I'm going to give you a roll on this. Let me have you roll, please, let me have you roll an insight check while you pick this bolt out of your neck. Let's see. That is going to be 8 points of damage to you, by the way, Alarian.
All right. Let's see.
So 5 of that is
Armor's-
absorbed by the armor, right?
Actually,
So
I
you've got-
can adjudicate it however I wish.
Oh, okay.
So 3 of it's going to go to the armor, and
Okay.
5 of it's going to go to me.
All right. Now, how'd you do in the insight? 16? Yeah. One of the things that it seems like has happened here is when that first bolt, so the spear missed you, the bolt missed you, and it looked to you as if just watching the Dolgrim's movement, which again I mentioned last time is very like jerky almost, as if they were sighting it based on the previous misses to hit you, as if every time they were getting more accurate and closer in, which is not behavior that certainly goblins are very good at, and indicates a much greater sort of tactical knowledge than you might otherwise expect.
Indeed. Yeah.
Regardless, that is their turn. One of them is still out in the open. The other one is now behind a rock, crouched down after having done this attack. And that's going to lead us to Alarian with Merime on deck.
Which one is closer?
The one that ran up next to the rock and is behind it.
All right. So I can get to that one this turn and attack?
Yes, you can get
Okay.
to it on this turn. Now, you're on one side of the rock. So
Well,
you can
So here's the
like-
question.
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's the one who attacked me in the first place. What I want to do. How big is this rock that they're hiding behind? It gives them cover, but they're small anyways.
Correct.
So
It's not that
I'm
big.
8
It's
feet
medium.
tall. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. I was going to say. So in this position, like you can, it's not exactly as easy as just lean over and poke down, but
No.
because it's a little thicker than that. But it isn't that high. I mean, it's probably maybe 5 feet, 4.5 feet high.
Oh hell.
So yeah.
My question is, I want to give myself some kind of cover from the other one in case he sees, oh, my buddy's getting his ass handed to him, hopefully. And I don't want him to turn on me and hit me 3 times either. So is there a way I can maneuver around the rock to give myself cover from the other one who's out in the open while attacking this one?
I think so. What weapon are you using? Remind me.
My star sword,
which is okay.
longsword. Yeah.
So here's what I say. You can get to the rock with your movement. So you have a couple of options. You could try to move to, right now, you are, if you imagine yourself, you are facing the rock and the one creature is crouched down behind it, right? To the left of both you and the creature on the rock is the other creature, which is just out on the open. So you could duck around the right side of the rock that you are currently facing, thus protecting you from the other guy who's out in the open. Then you could try to stab, basically, the one on the other side of the rock. It's not the most defensible position you've ever seen in the world, but it might provide some measure of cover from that other one. Now,
I think they do have partial cover for this, and I think this would
although
qualify.
the problem is because of your height, you're not going to get a lot of benefit of that unless you
There's
duck
that.
down. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Basically, what Dunsel said, you're playing peekaboo, whack-a-beastie around the rock.
that's exactly. Well, that's enough because even if you're like standing behind a low wall, you still have some cover.
Yes.
So because they can't hit your legs, I will do that as you have postulated there, Arv. So that is the plan. It's
All right,
a good
go
plan.
ahead and make your attack.
I'm happy to be a part of it.
Happy to be a part of it.
Well, it's not a great start because it's only a 7.
That is a miss. But it's one of those things where you're like, trying to do 5 things at once. And the creature looks up at you, and now that you're close by, you can see that this thing has these 2 mouths and 3 eyes spaced unevenly on the top of the mouths, and a nose-ish sort of between the mouths, and it says.
Of course it does.
Quite.
You have a lovely singing voice.
Okay, that is Alarian's turn. That is going to lead us to Merime with Yana on deck. All right, Merime, things are happening, as you can see.
They are. How close can I get to the creature?
So which one? Because the one in front of the rock, the one behind the rock is a little closer, and Alarian just ducked to one side of that rock. That's a little closer. Your movement speed, I'm guessing, is 30.
It is.
Yeah, so you could probably get within 50 feet of that one. The other is is about 10 feet behind it and to the left. So that one you'd only get to within 60 feet of, probably.
I just need to be within 60 feet, so
Then you could probably get to either. In that case, you could get to both of them if you wanted to do that.
which one's the most hurt?
The one that was hit by Tanton, who I believe was out in the open, and that's the one that's on the left. So that's been hit for 3 hit points of damage by Tanton.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go for the one that's behind the rock because I don't need to see
Okay.
the monster to attack it, and I'd like it if it didn't see me in turn.
Okay. It's a little occupied with the massive Starforge, so next to it.
Exactly. So I am going to cast. I'm going to get as close as I can, and I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers.
Okay.
So I'm going to hold out my hand and just like this weird like will come like spewing out of my throat, like I've got a really bad laryngitis.
It basically sounds like them. They're like,
Yeah,
this is great.
basically.
Tell me more.
Is there another one? Where are they?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's be friends. So so you have to do, and I know you have advantage on this. You have to do a wisdom saving throw. Just
Yes.
DC's 14.
DC 14. Okay.
I think you have
And, yes,
advantage on this, anyways.
We do. Well, so what kind of an effect is it, by the way? It's
It says that it's psychic damage, basically. It doesn't specify the effect. It just says that if you fail, it triggers your reaction.
okay.
But it doesn't specifically say frightened or.
It doesn't say charm or stun or anything like that. Okay.
No, not specifically. I'm just looking.
Because I'm not necessarily sure there would be advantage on this.
Well,
damage
that's
as a
even
result.
better.
Yeah. These creatures do have advantage against things like being charmed or deafened or frightened or stunned or things like that, but not against this specifically, I don't think. In any case, they are not going to make. It's not going to make that saving throw. So what happens to us?
So you take 13 points of psychic damage.
That's a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage,
Jeez.
and it immediately triggers your reaction because you failed it. So if available, to move as far as its speed allows away from you. So you don't move into obviously dangerous ground such as fire or a pit,
Right.
but you will move as far away from me as possible.
So the issue there is that it does not have the move available to it. It's used all that up based on its previous turn.
That's fair.
Is that going to continue, though, the Dissonant Whispers? Is it going to continue to do that? I'm going to look at the...
I think it's an immediate effect.
Okay, so...
It's
if
an
it had a reaction-
instantaneous, yeah.
Yeah. So this is one of those situations where if you had used it on the other one, that might have had more room. But in this case, I think that Alarian will be pleased that you did this. So this creature, Alarian, is now quite hurt, having
Good.
been...
Dissonantly whispered at.
Dissonantly
Yes.
whispered, yes,
Yes.
by Merime. What level? What?
It's a first
that a-
level spell.
is
It
that
does
first level
3d6 damage. Holy crap.
That's good stuff.
And
It's a
one
secret level 10 spell that she was able
Jeez.
to.
and it's
and-
an extra d6 per level above, and I don't need to see you. You just need to hear me.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
even if they fail, they take half the damage, but they don't have to move. So they're taking damage either way.
That's good stuff. That's good
Yeah.
stuff.
It joys me. Joys.
So you moved up close enough so that you could do this. So now you're just there, having played the Dissonant Whisper, having done the Dissonant Whispers.
I am, and then I'm going to bonus action.
Okay.
I'm going to scream to Alarian, who I know is close to the one that I've just injured. I will say, Alarian, the stars sing of your victory tonight, and my friend, take 1d6 of inspiration.
Sorry, take what?
An
did you-
inspiration point and 1d6.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. I will take that because I'm probably going to need it before this is all said and done.
You know,
Something tags me again. Thank you.
kill it,
All right.
kill it.
Yeah, that's
Kill it with fire.
supposed to be the idea, yeah.
Okay, and that leads us to Yana.
Hello.
Yana, you're just sort of were slowly taking it all in, but now you see what's going on. And
How far away am I from these two
so
abominations?
You begin about 80 feet away. Is where
80
things
feet
started.
away.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that is the case. One of them, of course, has run. One of them has run forward about 20 feet. So one of them you're only 60 feet away. That's the one that's behind the rock that Alarian's dealing with. The other one's out in the open.
It's
That's the one
behind a rock, or can I see
It
it?
is behind a rock. No, you cannot see it right now. You know it's there because you saw it jump behind the rock, but that's where it is.
And the other one is 80 feet away?
The other one is 80 and is out in the open, having been tagged by...
The one out in the open is the one
Tantans.
that's really hurt?
No, though not anymore. The one that's behind the rock is now super hurt. The one that's out in the open is hurt, but not as badly.
Is there a position I can move to where I can have line of sight on the injured one?
Not on this turn. Because of the rock, basically. I'm trying to think if you could, because you'd have to take a really long, circuitous path to get to that point. It would make more
Right.
sense just to charge it if you were going to do that. Or the other one is just sitting there out there in the open too.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'd rather... My concern is I don't want people to get tapped multiple times again by two of these creatures if I can kill one of them. That's what I'm worried about.
Reasonable.
Let's see here. So has the one that's out in the open taken any damage at all?
Yes, took some damage from Tantan's crossbow.
Right.
Okay. That one's 80 feet, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna move up 20 feet and attack the one that's out in the open with my frostbite cantrip.
Okay.
It's a 1d6 cold DC versus Constitution. If it fails, it gets a disadvantage on its next attack roll. Which, how does that work if it... Oh, no, never mind. I'm an idiot. Forget it. Yes, it gets disadvantage on its next attack roll if it fails that saving throw.
Okay. And you said DC what? I'm sorry.
It's DC versus con.
Right, but what's my target number? What am?
Oh, sorry. I have it somewhere. Hang on. I don't know it off the top of my head. It is. I thought it was 14, but this is saying 13. That doesn't seem right. I think it's.
I can tell you, double check on it in the meantime, but I will tell you that either way it missed because it got a 10.
Okay.
So it missed either way. So
It says 13, but I don't understand how my DC is lower than my armor class. Like, I don't understand how that could be possible.
but
They're not linked at all, dude.
Yeah, they're not.
I didn't. I know that, but I mean, I'm a magic-based character. It seems very strange to me. I'll have to double check that later, but whatever. It doesn't matter. As long as it failed, then it will take a 1d6, and it will have a disadvantage on its next attack roll.
All right, go ahead.
So
and
let's roll the
your
damage on that. If I can burn the that sucks.
Oh,
It took 1 damage.
The 1 damage.
I think I can.
Okay.
Let me just double check something here. I'm.
Do you have no plus for your spell casting ability?
No.
Yeah, probably
Oh.
not on damage. Probably
Okay.
on not at least first level. That was
Yeah.
Thorn Grill. Thank you for the follow, Thorn Grill.
Yep. That's it. That's my. That's
okay.
my. That's my thing.
And you say disadvantage it has on its next attack?
Correct.
Okay, cool. That is good to remember. And that was the one that was in the open, I believe. Yes, that was the one in the open that you could see.
Yes.
All right. Good stuff. And otherwise you're going to continue to move towards them.
Unless there's someplace I can, take a defensive position from nearby.
Not really with the.
Yeah.
no,
Then I'm
not
not
yet.
gonna move any closer.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to bring us back up to the top. That is going to lead us to Nisiana. Well, now you got people to heal Nisiana.
Well,
and Sacred Flame too, I know.
There is that. I think I'm gonna Sacred Flame the one behind the rock because it doesn't matter if it has cover.
Ah,
And
right.
if I can take one of these out before 3 attacks on somebody,
Yeah.
I think is a better option, less
Okay.
healing in the long run. And I also know Alarian can move fast enough to take out the one in the open. So, of course, I only did 2 points of damage.
All right, well, let's see if it makes its save, which is DC 13. That one it does make. Maybe it's got its head in a swivel because of the Starforged.
Yeah,
So it
target
does
gains
make
no
the saving throw.
benefit, spell increase, blah blah. Okay. All right. Well, that was a cantrip,
Yeah.
and oh, I have darts. Am I within 60 of the one that I can see?
So we started at 80. It ran forward. The one you can see. So that would still be at 80. You started at 80, but you ran forward, and your speed was 25, right?
My speed is 25.
Okay, so you would be within 55 feet. So if you
Okay.
moved another 25 feet, that means that you would be within 30 feet of that
Okay.
one if you kept moving. So you can do that. However, is Sacred Flame an action or a bonus action?
It's a cantrip.
Doesn't matter. It's a question of what action.
Oh, it's
it
an
is.
action. Sorry.
Yeah, so then you can't do the darts thing. I mean, you can get him out if you want and start measuring it if you wish. Yeah.
All right. Well, my Sacred Flame failed me, but I'm still actually keeping pace with Alarian because he is large and I can hide behind him.
Yeah, he's actually run to the rock. So you were doing the best you can. I actually should ask that question. So that means that you Sacred Flame tried to the one behind the rock. So you're angling towards where Alarian is, which is also by the rock. If I understand
That is
right.
correct.
Gotcha. Cool. All
Because
right.
there is cover there.
That's right.
Also, I know Alarian and Tantan have taken damage, and Tantan has a healing potion, and Alarian does not.
That's quite a good point on both levels. Speaking of Tantan and his healing needs, Tantan, it is your turn. You've got you just got hit by a crossbow bolt.
Yes.
You've been hit by a smooth Dolgrim. Dun, 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 dun.
No, they look
I'm
kind of
sorry.
lumpy.
Oh, that was so bad. It was so bad.
It's worth it though. Worth it.
Yes, but
Unfortunately,
now-
Arv, I'm gonna have
Was
to
it?
quit this campaign forever after that joke. I will send you my 2-week notice.
Right, 2 week notice. What'd you like to do, Tantan?
So staggering back from the impact of the bolt and pulling it out of his shoulder, just like, ow. And he puts his hand over the thing, and his hand glows brightly as he casts Cure Wounds on himself.
Ah, lovely. All right, let's see how much healing is received.
Fuzzy again.
Nice.
12 points, so I'm back to
Dang.
maximum.
Nice.
Cure Wounds
Yay!
is up to, wow, that's impressive. All right.
Gonna be fuzzy.
Okay, so you are
Wow.
feeling hale and hearty. What about movement? Where do you want to?
So several of my friends are finding some measure of cover behind rocks
Yeah, getting to
and
them.
whatnot.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna basically do the same thing behind another
Okay.
rock if I can find a place to. High five!
sorry,
I know
No,
that's not what
I
you're
know
doing.
that look. It's trying to get the camera to focus.
I'm trying desperately to unfuzzy myself, and it just
Live long and focus.
No, most people would use a razor, but it's all right. Do it however you wish.
there we go.
Okay, so you're going to make your way towards it. Tenton, you probably, this is going to sound somewhat silly. There is a rock nearby you that you could get to, but you'd have to basically military style dive on the ground to get cover from it because it's very low. Alternatively, on your next turn, you're close enough to a rock that you could get to and crouch behind. This one, if you crouch behind it, it won't do any good because it's just not high enough. So I know that's making you prone, which is better for range, but worse for melee from others, but it's up to you.
And they're still a fair distance away. I mean, they're like 50
Yeah,
feet-ish.
yeah, exactly. Yep.
All right, I'll go with the 50 feet and get prone while I'm moving over there. I mean,
Yeah,
reload.
right. Okay,
And-
so you roll behind the rock, and now it is the
The rolling help? Yeah, yeah, it helps. Where's your
Okay.
gun?
All right, so now it is the bad guy's turn. The first one, Alarian, the one that has almost been sacred flamed and that you missed, but then got dissonant whispered into next week by Merame.
It's sobbing. It is sobbing as it tries to come at me. Oh, why
all
did
the-
you do
all the
that?
sounds, all the is going to leap up and is going to pull from its belt. Now, it already chucked a spear in
Yeah.
Tantan, so it doesn't have that. What it does have is not one, but two morning stars, which it pulls behind it. And as you look, you can see that it basically just has an array of weapons around its belt. They're all crappy weapons mostly, but they're definitely weapons. So it pulls out with its two hands. It has morning star basically in each of two of its four hands, and is going to attack you with that morning star. So we've got, let's see. This is the one that does not have disadvantage on stuff. So
Fortunately,
first
yeah.
attack is a 22.
Yep.
The second is a 20. The third is a 22. Holy crap.
And it still gets 3 attacks around?
3 attacks around.
Jesus.
Good.
Okay.
They
Well,
are not
I'm gonna
very
Damn it.
strong, but they are.
I'm gonna go down. There's no way I can put up with that.
Yep. That's why people are like, there's only 2 of them. I'm like, yeah, but you see.
Well, I was really hoping my sacred flame would take him out before he did that. to
It was
me.
a
I'm
good
sorry.
idea, Jen. If that had worked, that would have been a really good idea. It was smart thinking. But okay. Yeah, that is going to be a total of 9 points of damage that is done with those
Yep.
3 hits.
Down.
So
Okay. 0.
That's going to drop you down to 0. So the Aegis falls, so to speak, and hits the ground. And the Dolgrim does not triumph over you. It just sort of sees. You don't see this, but others that are watching it see. It kind of stands over you, and then looks around, and then ducks behind the rock again. The other one takes off and is running towards the cannon.
Oh, no.
And
Oh.
it runs at full speed, and it moves, as I've said, remarkably quickly, this creature, and moves to this thing. And so gets to this thing, and then you hear this horrible screeching metal of, and it begins to turn in your general direction.
Oh, this is getting better by the moment.
Okay, that's going to lead us to Alarion, who's going to have to make a death save for me, please.
This is a good thing I'm right there.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it's true.
I can spare the dying or throw. Actually, this is a question for you, Greg.
Yeah.
Spare to if he's below 0.
Oh, come on. Jesus.
Oh.
That's
Give me a break.
2 failures, sadly, on a crit miss. So this
All
is
right.
where we need to talk about Spare the Dying promptly. Yes, Nisiana.
Well, no, it was a question of, okay, spare to the dying brings them back to 0 hit points or 1.
Spare the
and-
Dying just stabilizes, so that would just bring you back to 0. Any regular healing that you do, though, starts at 0 and then goes up from there. So
That was
no
my
matter
question.
how negative he is, like right now, actually, I think he's sitting at -2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
But that would not, if you healed them, that wouldn't be an issue. The real issue for them right now is the 2 death failures.
Another issue, John, is you may have an issue resolved. You might not need that voice box anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
This
The way this is going.
This fight is over.
Wait, why did he get 2 deaths?
I rolled a
because
1.
he rolled a 1. Crit fail.
You know, when you have bad luck, John, really bad luck.
In our campaigns, John's luck has been, I would say, fairly, average to somewhat above average, especially on damage rolls that he does, especially with Cade.
Kate had the ability to reroll 1s, though.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
true.
That was a big deal.
Sod has been our bad roll anchor for so long. We just don't
Exactly.
know what to do
Exactly.
with that.
Exactly.
Sod, I love you. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay, so
but
that-
No,
my
you're not,
God,
dude.
your
That was totally
rolls.
serious.
That leads us to
Him and Will
Marame
Wheaton,
with
man.
Jan on deck. So yeah, Marame, you've just seen Alarion drop.
Shut up, Wesley. What?
And you see the other one running towards that cannon, which is now starting to move.
Okay. Now, I had done like a natural 20 check on these guys. So I feel like I know like everything there is to know here.
Many things, yes.
Many things. My question would have to do with like, because I know that they're good against psychic attacks.
Yeah.
Do I get an impression if some of my spells, like if I ask you, do I get a feeling that this might succeed or fail? Is that something that I would have insight on or that you would provide insight in? or
Depending
it's
on the
okay if
nature
not?
of it, yes. I will say, by the way, the Dolgrim are not necessarily resistant to psychic attack. It's more that it's anything that like would stun or surprise or charm or distract. Thank you very much for the tier 2 sub, Thordex Mommy. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well, Thordex. But anything like that, Marame, they have advantage against those kinds of things, against being blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, stunned, knocked unconscious, stuff like that. But psychic damage doesn't particularly, they don't have any particular resistances against that, actually.
Okay.
Which is why, by the way, you just, tore up that one with the Dissonant Whispers before.
I didn't like it. Because I don't know if this will work or not. It would be cool if it had a chance of succeeded. But I'm trying to like get it to go down, which Dissonant Whispers might or might not do before it fires the cannon. That's my whole goal.
Ah, yes.
And I do have Tasha's Hideous Laughter,
Okay.
Oh,
but it's not charm or stunned or
Then it's fine,
okay.
theoretically.
Theoretically, I'm gonna try it. I mean, it might succeed to throw anyways.
And that means you're going to have to book it straight. So that means you're running as far as you can towards the cannon, right? I just wanna
Oh
make
yeah,
sure
I have to get within 30 feet of it. So yeah, I'm going like, can I get within 30 feet of it? I just put the details on the.
I don't know that you're going to be able to get there this turn.
Okay.
Marame. Not within 30 feet. I don't think so. Next turn, sure, but I don't think this turn. You could double
Well-
move, but then you would run out of, you wouldn't. You could do a bonus action if you had a bonus action spell, but
I do not have a bonus action spell at this level. So you know what? I'm just gonna Dissonant Whispers it and see if I get lucky.
okay.
I've got 2 level 1 spells.
Okay, which one? The far one or the close one?
The one at the cannon.
You're not going to hit it from here.
Oh, I'm not even gonna be able to get to 60 feet of it.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I thought you said 30 feet was what you
Oh,
needed.
sorry. Tasha's Hideous Laughter is 30 feet.
Oh, okay. But so you're doing the Dissonant Whispers at 60. Yes, you can do that. Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
sure.
So again, it's like
Okay.
really loud, and so you have to make a DC of 14.
Right of wisdom.
And feel free to fail.
Yeah, and
Nobody
well,
would think less of you.
guess who failed? So you do that, and apparently it understands that as being like, yo mama or something, and it's really troubled by that, and it clutches its multiple heads and topples out of the cannon screeches to a halt, alarmingly facing in your direction, but now it is just lying by the not motionless by the seat of what this cannon was. So you've succeeded apparently in removing that off the field of play.
Good.
Apparently.
Yay.
That is going to lead us to Yana. All right, Yana, you've seen one of the cannons stopped. You've seen Mermaid do whatever that horrific sound that she was doing. And so now you've also seen Alarian has fallen and looks to be in bad shape as well.
So I am correct in saying that the only one that is available as a target is the one that's behind the rock, correct?
That's it. That's right.
So I ask the same question I asked before. Is there a position I can get into within 30 feet that will allow me to have a line of sight on that other character so I can hit it?
I would say this creature is still ducking down behind the rock, but since you were running towards it,
Can I reach it? Can I run up to it?
I don't think you can run up to it, but I think you can get close enough that it will have cover, but not so much that you couldn't hit it. It basically will create a minus on your attack, but it won't be impossible for you to hit it if you're attacking from range. So if you're attacking from range, as I assume you were going to try to do.
So I will get close enough, but I will still have to roll at disadvantage?
Not disadvantage, no. You get close enough that you take a minus to the attack, but it wouldn't be disadvantage.
How much of a minus?
-3.
How far away am I from it?
Right now, you are, I believe we said, 40
about
feet,
60.
probably.
Oh, 40.
Or, I'm sorry, maybe, yeah. No, but not by the time, because Yana was moving a little faster, remember? So
Got it.
probably
Right.
about 40.
Remind me, did I activated Swift Stride
Yeah, you did,
before we
yes.
started this fight, right?
Yes.
So I have an extra 10 feet to my move.
Oh, so that's 40? Well, then
Yes.
you would get there. If you jump on top of the rock,
If I jump on top of the rock.
because he's right behind the rock, because that's where it is.
How close will that put me to him, though?
Like within a foot. He's right behind the rock.
That's not going to work because I need to be at least 5 feet away from him in order for me to cast the spell and not take damage myself.
Yeah.
You could jump to
'cause
the
it's-
side of the rock.
That's true.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
I
you
need
could
to be
probably do
at,
that. You could
I
probably
need
do
to
that.
be at least 5 feet away from him, but still have a line of attack on him.
I would say you probably, with the 40 feet, you probably can do that.
Or, well, what is? Let me double check what the damage difference is between using that spell or using.
And that's
the
not
scimitar.
AoE that is likely to hit a certain fallen Starforged companion of yours, is it?
Well, if the Starforged is there, but he's down, but
Well, if it's
he would
an
still
area
take
effect, he's-
damage.
Oh yeah, because
Is
he's right
it a
next to the
cone
dude.
or is it?
He's right next to the guy.
No,
Yeah,
it's a blast radius. It's a 5 foot radius after the attack.
Yeah, he's
So
right-
it's
And-
initial
and-
damage and then an explosion of a 5 foot radius afterward.
Yeah,
and
he's
he's
right next to him. He just took him down.
cool. Let's X-nay on that idea
Everything
then.
sucks.
This is
let's
I
not
hate these
kill
creatures.
The healer and the tank.
Well, here's my concern because I can't do anything about Alarian. I can't heal him and I can't stabilize him.
I'm doing that as soon as I come
Oh
up.
no, that's what I don't want to do is add to the body count for you to try to rescue. That's my concern is that if I get close enough to take 3 hits off this creature, I'm also going to go down because I have Shut up.
That's Nicia.
Shut up. Yes. Oh, no, wait. No,
We're on
over
our
here.
way.
Yes, you're on the right street. Come on. No. No, the problem is my AC sucks. So I'm totally going to die if I get too close to this
I'll
thing.
bring you back. Just maybe.
All right, let me
not
see what
immediately.
let me see what the thing. Okay, so it's +1 to hit, +1 to damage. And it's a 1d6. But if
This
I
thing
use
is
the
very hurt. I mean, it was almost destroyed by Marame's attack.
I mean, we could definitely try the scimitar. I mean, Tenzin was nice enough to imbue it with
True.
power. So, okay, this can only go from bad to worse. Let's jump up on the rock, and you see Yana, and she's just like, ah! And she just, just runs up and jumps up on the rock and uses her scimitar
Dig it.
on
Let's
this.
see that attack.
I don't want to see this attack. I think it's gonna be terrible. But yeah, let's see what happens. Scimitar. Oh yeah, that's me, Mr. Positivitas.
Exactly, Thodak. It's the She-Ra attack. Yeah.
What in the crap is happening? So 14.
14 will hit.
15.
Wait a minute. What is it?
15.
It's 15. I was just about to say, it wouldn't have hit with
Oh,
a
it is?
14, but the +1, absolutely it hits on a 15.
It's a
Yes, it
15.
does. Yes,
And
it does.
just for the record, even though this number doesn't count, the other die I rolled was a actual natural FU1.
Yeah.
So
So the
I'm really
but
glad that was the
+1
second
from
dice.
Tantin was huge, actually. Yes.
Yeah.
You hit it. So go ahead and roll damage.
all right.
You strike it in one of its multiple mouths,
There you go.
7.
7 damage.
Yeah.
and your scimitar comes and opens up a massive cut across its throat, one of the several, and it as it sort of grabs it and then topples backward onto the ground. It is definitely dead.
And as it falls to the ground, you just see her go like this. And she screams again, and the icicle again comes off of her ear and just sort of wraps around her and then goes back on her ear.
Dig it. Good stuff. We are at the top of the round. I'm not taking you out of initiative yet because you have someone dying. So I'm gonna, Nisiana, you were up next.
And I am right there. I am going to cure wounds on our Starforge. Except
Okay.
apparently I've never healed him, so I don't know how this is going to work. So let's figure this out.
We're going to find
Learn on the job.
exactly.
I'm casting at level 1. Valerian save you. 7 points of healing.
Okay. Now,
Doesn't actually heal the way you think. It actually kills him worse.
it actually
No,
destroys
it's-
him. No. So.
I would be very, very irritated.
So the good news that I want to say about this is that the healing works. So he is, eyes flick open, and he is up at now 7 out of 10.
They
Start
are.
from -2. I beg your pardon. They are. Thank you, Trent. They are now up.
So wait,
prone,
how
but their eyes are
how
open.
many points do I have?
7. Because you started at, so you would have been -2, but remember heals
Yeah.
start you at 0.
Oh,
So you're up to
okay,
7.
cool.
Now, that's the
Yay.
good news. The not as good news is that when this heal happens, Ilarion, you feel as if your armor, the aegis that surrounds you,
Yeah.
has been subtly weakened. Now, you don't get the impression that this is a permanent thing, that they are permanently weakened, but you do get the feeling that the maximum ability to be shielded has been slightly weakened by this heal effect. You don't know if that is a result of where you are. I would remind everybody you are in the Mornland, in the gray, or if it's something else. So at the moment, you've got 0 out of 4. I guess it goes back up to, I don't know when your Aegis goes back up to normal, John.
I have to
When does
rest
it-
first. I
you
have to take a short
first.
rest. So,
right
now it's at 0 out of 0.
It's no. 0 out of 4. Instead of 0 out of 5, it's 0 out of 4.
Great.
At the
Alright.
moment. Now, you don't know whether that's going to change or not.
Yep.
It's just a temporary thing, maybe.
There we go.
Regardless, we can now
Delightful.
pull you out of initiative because you have destroyed these creatures, who are, as you saw, a little more dangerous than they look.
Ow.
Okay. And that is,
Nice little level 7 combat. It was very pleasant.
So you have this,
Yeah, really.
and there's this sound of like moaning coming from beyond, and you can see that is this living, set of these creatures that have been put together into this whatever monstrosity sculpture that they were making.
Still keeping the weapon and shield up, but I'm going to go to them and see if they're just tied together or is it something worse?
Okay. So when you get to them,
And I'm ready for something to leap out from inside them, from around them.
Right.
It's very, very on my guard.
so when you get to them, you can see that the bodies of these of this salvage crew presumably, because as it's described, you're pretty sure that that's who this is, are sitting there. One of them is actually a... let me double check and make sure I remember which one that actually was. Right. One of them appears to look like a human with white hair, but there is a black streak running through the long white hair. And this human is lashed to two other ones, one to her legs, basically, and one to the arms to her arms, and are basically lashed together in this very odd way. And one more on the end is unmoving. So it looks like one of them, the one that's like maybe the tail one, is unmoving at the moment. The other three are sort of still groaning, including the human. The other three, by the way, look to be dwarves, not human.
I
So
reach
three
the arrow
dwarves
from
and
where I
human.
am.
I'm sorry?
Can I reach the arrow from where I am?
Yes, you're 8 feet tall.
Okay,
Sure.
first I take that and
Okay.
tuck it away, and then I will set forth trying to carefully cut them
Wait.
free.
No. Let me spare the dying. Don't
Okay.
touch anything until I do it.
All right.
Isiana is just like, nope. So she'll start with the one who is not moving. Is he or she or they dead?
They look to be dead.
So spare the dying will do nothing.
You could try it, but
Well,
in
I have
fact,
medical
I think you
intuition.
should. In fact, I think you should, Nisia, and I think that would be your reaction would be to try it, right?
Yeah,
but
I
what
would.
the reason is I want to describe what happens, because when you try to do it on this thing, the best way I would describe it is it feels to you as if, your hand glows, is always the mark on your forehead glows. It all is working the way it was supposed to. It's the way that it worked with Ilarion too. This is how healing works. But when you touch this creature, which is, by the way, the tail, it's the one that was nearest the arrow, actually, Ilarion, it feels to you as if the spell almost bounces off, as if the healing magic just dissipates upon hitting it.
It won't let me heal.
Right. This has never happened before. Only on that one. The other ones are moving, and you think you might be able to do something with them. But this one has been not only killed, but has been sealed, would be how you would describe it.
Well, then that is what I tell them, and back away from that, and then I'll check the other ones. And also,
So you-
she's-
And the human at the front, as seeing you do this, is... Thank you. They got him first. Can you get us down from here, please?
So Nisiana, you told us that's what happened? Is that
Yeah,
you-
I just
okay. Okay.
this one's dead, and my magic has been blocked. His essence has been sealed away. I don't understand it.
And we cut them free now.
Yes, I just needed to.
Okay.
Oftentimes, on battlefields,
So we'll free them.
Okay, and you're able to do
Carefully.
so. The other
Yeah.
ones are all, they're all pretty hurt, but they're not close to death, and you can tend to them fairly easily, but except for
Yeah.
the one that, as I mentioned, is not salvageable. If you'll pardon the pun.
And by the way, to remind everybody, we're actually looking for 2 humans and a dwarf and Whist, who I apparently didn't take notes on whether or not they were human or dwarf.
Well, since they're a changeling, they can be whatever they want to
Oh,
be.
right, they're changeling. That's why I didn't write it down.
Yeah. And
Changeling.
yeah, so we'll kind of get them seated up, and I don't know, I guess if they want some food or something or whatever. Pretty hurt, very hurt, Arv?
Yeah, quite hurt. The answer is yes, quite hurt.
Yeah. Okay.
And also, just very weak from, from something, exposure or something.
A bunch of jabs they took. And
Yeah, exactly. There are some wounds, but it's not just the physical stuff. There's something kind of hovering over them, and they keep, the ones basically 2 of the other ones that you freed are kind of barely conscious enough to be able to say anything, but the one with the white hair with the black streak is still kind of going yeah. Thank you, and keeps thanking you profusely, but is breathing heavily while you're trying to.
Is this
set
the
them
human?
up. Yes.
Okay. Is my arcane insight sensing anything in this area?
Yeah, so remind me, the Starforge for the Arcane Insight.
Advantage on Arcana checks able to naturally sense hubs of magic, akin to a paladin's ability to sense evil. A Feyforge will sense strong magical presence with sensation of static electricity, while magically corrupt or dead zones will sound like a ringing in the ears.
In that case, I would say there is a pretty strong ringing around this place, Larian.
Okay.
sure.
That's what I was getting into battle now. I was like, oh yeah. Okay. And I'll let Nisiana know that is happening.
How far away am I from Tenton?
Oh, you can now get right up to them if you like, Yana.
I haven't jumped down off the rock. I just Yana just looks at Tenton and holds the sword up and kind of nods and grunts and goes, huh. Just thank you in her way.
Keep doing. That's not his voice. It'll keep doing that for another
Sorry.
probably 45 minutes, actually. And he's going to cast Mage Hand and go for the silver arrow.
That was
I already
already
have
taken
it.
by Larian.
Oh,
Yep.
never mind. Sorry.
Valerian grabbed it.
I had
you
fallen
grabbed it
asleep
from
during
Valerian
that.
and like, wait, what?
Camera, yeah.
Oh,
It was
okay,
even before
Use that time to
tending
make sure
them,
of who you are.
I grabbed. It's the first thing I grabbed when I got there.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Nisiana.
well, yeah, and I was glad that he did because I could just totally see myself getting stabbed by this undead tail.
Yeah, I also should have specified that actually, Larian, because since you're holding the arrow, you can definitely feel, some magic.
Oh, yeah.
It's not incredibly strong. This may have other attributes to it, but it is radiating some magic.
Okay.
But the corruption is about the place.
Right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm gonna just address the human because I expect that's gonna be the simplest one. Are you the one known as Wisp? Wisp?
Whist.
Like the game.
WHIST, yes.
Yeah.
What if I am?
A simple yes or no will suffice.
Then yes.
Okay. You are under arrest. They're taking you back to Sanctuary for theft, and I hold up the arrow.
Make an insight check for me, please, Larian.
Let's see.
And you do have, I will remind you, this is a moment where you could use guidance if you wanted. You don't have to.
Well, I've got-
that's not-
actually-
I'm not setting you up to do it. I'm just saying you do have
Yes,
it.
but
don't
I
you?
Marie-
will happily give him guidance.
Marie, how long does that inspiration last? That
10
D6?
minutes.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
well, we're still inside it then.
Mhm.
Can I use it? When can I use it? Is it after the die roll? Before the die roll?
After the die roll, you can decide to use it. You don't need to declare it before.
Okay, let's see what the roll is first. If it's as good as my previous ones, I may need it anyways.
Welp.
Jesus!
You're not playing Eberron.
No kidding. I don't think that's really gonna help. So I'm just gonna take it as is.
Okay. So, the one that you said is Whist, and that you said is under arrest. When you say this, Whist kind of looks at you and are you sure that's how it's got to be? I mean, there couldn't be another way of managing it.
There might be. We can discuss it on the way back.
All right. It might be worth your while.
We will see. Do you wish your associate brought back for a proper burial?
And Whist looks over at the unmoving dwarf and says, He didn't plan to have this happen to him. None of us did. I've seen things in the grave before, but not like that. Not like those things.
Indeed. Very formidable warriors, despite their misshapen appearance. Rubs the dents in their armor.
It's just a sample of what the crawling queen can do for us. It's a sample of her mercy was what they were doing. They were growling at us. And then their tongues. I can't. She just kind of turns away, shakes her head.
That is a really odd term, says the religious person about someone's mercy.
And looks back up.
Indeed.
Can I do an insight check?
Sure. Tell me what you're doing it about,
Well,
though.
see, when you're talking about someone's mercy, it's almost like, I don't know. It gives me. I'm just suspicious. I'll just go suspicious.
Okay.
Because I'm like, that's kind of odd. That term.
Okay.
And
Nice.
I'm like, that was an odd term for her. So I'm watching and listening and thinking about what they've said.
Okay. So the eyes, Wis's eyes, flicker over to one of the dwarves and then back to you. And says, it's the only way to describe what they thought they were doing. These things, they don't act like normal people. If they could have done what they did to him, and kind of jerks her head in the direction of the unmoving dwarf, the dead one.
Okay. So it's more like that for some reason they didn't immediately kill and seal these guys because they were
presumably,
being merciful.
maybe, presumably.
Huh.
Go ahead, Mary.
Okay.
What were you going to ask?
I know that there's an effigy, or there must be an effigy of the crawling queen nearby.
Well, they were
because
making said effigy.
they were making the effigy.
That's certainly what it looked like, what they were doing with these things.
Okay, and there's nothing else in the area that might look or link them?
You could definitely do a search, not from just sort of looking around. Although Maramé, I will say, as you mentioned, you had a very strong check into these people originally. The servants of the crawling queen will often make effigies of them, and there are rumors, although you have never seen this yourself, that some of those effigies themselves come to life. You may have prevented that happening by arriving as soon as you did.
Ugh. Okay, I will just kind of wrinkle my nose and keep an eye out then as others are doing useful things.
Okay.
However, I want to take a look at the body of the dwarf.
Sure.
What killed them?
As you look at the body of this creature, there are definitely, there's a puncture wound, but the puncture wound is in the leg, and you didn't arrive on the scene that long after they would have been killed, which means that you would expect there would be a lot more. I mean, you're not a medicine expert like Nisiana, but there's no rigor mortis here. There's their skin has not gone pale from loss of blood. There's none of that stuff that you would expect to see. The wound's not that severe.
Not a lot of blood that had gushed on the legs if they'd hit an artery. I mean, even I know that.
Right.
So it's fairly simple.
Right.
And I kind of straighten up and look back at the one that says they're whist and says, and they say, "Tell me what happened here."
We were on our way to see about salvage for that thing. Curse it. And she jerks a thumb up at the... you're sitting underneath right now.
Right.
I love the image, by the way, that you're sitting underneath it, all of you with the shadow of the gun, kind of, this cannon above you. And she says, we might have been able to find maybe ammo supplies or something like that. And that damned thing, and she kind of jerks her head towards the arrow that you're holding, Ilarion, was supposed to lead us to a place where we could find other salvage. Supposed to sense magic if you have it. And when we got here, all we found was these creatures. They leaped out from behind the rocks. They took Kodas down, and Konas is the one apparently that is unmoving and dead now.
Mm-hmm.
Took Konas down immediately, went down even without a cry. Well, the rest of us, we tried to defend ourselves, but these things move so fast, attack so quickly. They could have killed us immediately. Instead, they just beat us up, and then they started to make that thing you found us in. Next thing I know, I was getting ready for the end. Then there was these sounds. Things were whispering, yelling at them, and they were looking around, and then I saw you gliding towards us, and that one over there looking at Yana, running, and your healer there, right there, the Jurassico one coming at us, and the one firing the crossbow back there looks at you, Tantan. And then those sounds of the whatever it was, those whispers, I might have heard them most of all. I'm grateful. And kind of looks at you, Marame, and nods. And then you know the rest. You didn't get there maybe more than 10 minutes after they started lashing us up that way. If you had been any longer... just sort of shakes her head and trails off.
Valeria nods, then goes to the body. Actually, either one will do. It doesn't really matter. And they're looking for one of the crossbow quarrels, the bolts they were using against us.
Okay, you can find those easily enough.
I'm not a thief, but does it look like they have poison on them or any kind of a drug that, if hit with someone, actually? I don't know. I don't think I saw Mia Tantan take the shot, so I wouldn't know. But does it look like they've been altered in any way that they would have something on them to render someone incapacitated?
Let me have you make an investigation check for that.
Sure, why not? Why not? It's a solid 10.
Definitely a crossbow bolt. For sure. It certainly does not look... There is no residue of any kind of liquid except, blood on it.
Well, but I wanted a fresh one, not one that was shot at someone. I wanted something like if they had others, if they would.
Oh, I see. No, there's there does not seem to be any liquid on them. They do seem to be dry. They're not the greatest crossbow bolts.
Right. I'm thinking this would be a level of sophistication beyond these things. So it's.
Yeah. No, it doesn't seem to be that. It seems to be the amount of weapons that they had available to them, because they had multiples of these, and then also whatever they were trying to do at the end with the gun.
Right.
But there is one notable thing as you're looking over there, and Nisiana, I think you probably see this too. The unmoving one, the one that's, as I mentioned, was sort of dead and also sealed. On each of these, the ones that were previously captives, part of the salvage crew, Whist turns around and basically says, "All right, boys, you know the drill." And they grab from their belts a bag which has something that rattles within it. And they open it up and they offer coins, gold coins, to all of you. And Whist says, "As thanks for the rescuing, we wouldn't have anything to rub two coins together with if not for you." But as they're doing that, Nisiana, as they're giving these coins out to everybody, the coins and the bag are not possible to be removed from that one that is dead and sealed, because the bag appears to be fused to the body of this thing.
That is just wrong.
It's almost like as if it were trapped in amber.
And the ropes around him, same thing?
Yes, all fused into it, yes.
Then how was Illyrian able to get the arrow?
The arrow was not. In fact, if anything, it's almost as if the Illyrian, you wouldn't even have noticed it because you just removed it. Because the arrow itself, glowing, seemed completely untouched by the amberish quality or the fused quality of the one who had held it.
Okay.
Marie, you can only do your mental thing one-on-one, right?
Yeah, I can do it one-on-one. And it's just connecting telepathically with my mind link.
Valeria turns to you, making sure that they don't see this, and makes the sign to hook up.
Yo, mentally.
Right. Something is not right here. That wound that dwarf suffered should not have killed it. Even I can see that. And yet, they are dead. I plan to take the body back with us because I think this needs more investigation, but I don't trust these three at all. Oh, by the way, Arv, I didn't take any of the coins.
Okay. Did
but
anybody
here's-
take any
hold
of the
on.
coins or not? I'm just curious.
Oh.
Just one sec, quick, John.
Mhm,
Did anyone else take the coins? They were just offering them. It was a total of, I think it's 10 coins that they each offered. Hold on, before I say that, let me see if that's true. They offered... No, a total of 10 gold. So 10 gold split among the 4 of you who were taking the Nisiana. You were paying attention to the, the one at the time. So,
Yana doesn't take the gold because it really doesn't.
Okay.
It's like, give it to somebody else who cares about gold.
Then it would be Merime or Tantan or Alarian.
Nisiana.
Alarian said no, so it'd be Merime or Tantan. Nisiana wasn't paying attention initially, but I mean,
And Nisiana is still looking at the body, figuring out that the next thing is it actually like molded to the wall it's next to?
no,
body.
it is not.
Okay.
It is not.
However, when they do offer the coins, I hold my hand up and say, in exchange for saving your life, I will not take reward. I want your word you will not try to escape on the way back to Sanctuary.
To salvation, I mean?
Salvation, sorry.
Okay.
Sanctuary, salvation.
One of those things.
Sanctuation.
And so Whist says, I can guarantee you that. We've had enough of this cursed place. Hey, lads. And the other two dwarves have not yet spoken, but they just sort of like nod, like, like in agreement.
What is the demeanor of those two dwarves? It seems like they're definitely taking their cues from the human.
Yes, very dour, very taciturn, but they do seem to be taking their cues from the human, yeah. They seem to be part of the crew, her
Right.
crew.
I don't want to be, I think, how to say this, Arv. They're standard dwarves. Eberron, I don't know what the different,
Yes, you would say these would be...
They're not Drugar.
Correct.
Exactly.
They're not They're not. We don't serve their kind in here. You'll have to wait outside.
You're George.
Like what, a glass of oil? I never understood that. Plug them into the wall?
So these,
Yeah, that place didn't have outlets for sure.
Right.
exactly. Yeah, these are basically because dwarves here are basically the dwarves are spread
Right.
among the various nations.
Yeah.
Yeah, these look to be. These dwarves look to be just sort of what you would expect to see for Eberron. Now, you
Okay.
do know, Alarian, you have heard that there are some dwarves in Eberron that belong to what are known as the Mror Holds. And the Mror Holds are defined partially by their relationship to the realm below. It gives them strange and unusual powers. But these dwarves, I mean, there's no way to tell. It's not like they have a badge like, hello, I am, this thing.
I'm from the down below, yes.
I believe in the realm below.
Ask me now.
So it's not like that. But they
No.
they do have sort of these kind of thick reddish beards, look old and scarred and very hurt and tired and freaked out, from all that you can tell.
Being tied up into a possible living effigy will do that to you. I
Yes,
get it.
has that effect.
All right, I still have the link open with Merime, and I tell her I want you, especially, I'll tell the others in my own time, but be on your guard around these three.
Of course, and I'm gonna look at them just based on the fact that they gave money, which I didn't take because nobody else did, even though I really wanted it.
I like the idea that you took one and you're like, oh no.
Yeah, it's just-
We're doing good now. Okay, fine.
we're not, no.
No, we're not.
Okay.
Not a good idea. Okay.
Okay,
I
I
didn't
can
say anything about anyone else not taking it.
Yeah,
It's
just-
completely up to you.
Yana just doesn't like
Right.
get it.
Yes.
Like
why
she's
would
just
this-
not. Money doesn't mean anything to her.
Getting money is not hard. I can do that later.
And Nisiana wasn't there to be like, oh yeah, well I'm healing. Yeah, sure. Or she was distracted.
I'll sleight of hand the whole bunch. No, I'm kidding. I want to. Now that
Take 'em.
Sure. Now that Ilarion has kind of pointed that out, and I've been kind of just watching them, my main concern, I guess, at this point is since one of them seems to have died for no reason, is do I get the feeling that maybe the effigy had started actually taking form and might have a hold on their minds to some degree? Like, are they actually free? Or are they-
Well, I mean, I like
Oh.
I like where you're going with the theory. What do you want to do to try to see about that? Like,
Actually, real quick, Arv, I also would have told her about the corrupted magic area.
Okay, yeah.
I'm
That's
sorry,
fine.
I want to make that clear too. In the
Sure.
yeah.
No, that's
Okay.
fine. But how would you have like that? That would be my question. Is, what do you want to do to see if you can determine that?
I can't. Okay, just two quick little things.
Okay.
This is the first one. I think is pretty silly, but I'm gonna try it anyways.
Okay.
Can I mind link at all with the dead dwarf? I know he's dead, but is he like becoming something else? Like, am I sensing something extra?
I need to see if a Kalashtar can mind link with.
I don't think I can link with the dead, but I'm
Creature
just
from beyond the stars.
like I'm just making sure. Like, okay, his body's dead. Does something stay behind? And let's get existential, Greg.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Roll for
replaced with something else? I think that's the real question you want to ask.
Roll for spiritualism.
Spiritualism. So, you can certainly make an effort to speak telepathically to any creature you can see. Who knows what it's going to do? If it's unconscious, then it wouldn't respond. If it's dead, it obviously won't respond. And it does certainly seem to be dead. You could certainly reach out to it and see what happens.
He's resting. He's
I'm just
resting.
gonna say, like,
Fighting for the field.
Exactly.
hey, is there? I'm gonna be like, I don't know. Is there anybody in there?
You know his name. Actually, you know his name because she said it. Whatever it was.
I don't think what would be there would be his name, though. If there's something left, I'm thinking like some kind of crawling queen, maybe like.
Okay.
It's a great idea to mind link.
You get nothing, Maramé.
Okay, good.
Just a blank. Nothing at all.
I don't mention I did that to anyone because I feel like I'm being creepy.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is creepy, so. Yeah.
And then I just want to have a quick look at the other three, just kind of observe them and see, do I get any ideas that like they're working in some kind of unified fashion that's outside of a party that's been together for a while? If you see what I mean,
make an insight check for me.
They have a hive mind.
Yeah. Are they the Borg? I'm doing it at advantage as per usual.
Yep.
Nice.
I see all.
All right, Neo.
No, it does not look. These do not look like they're operating within a hive mind. But it does seem very clear to you that these two are taking their cue from the one who calls herself Whist. That, however, could be explained away as just, they've been together and they're the salvage crew and she's the boss and they're not. That could be explained away that way. They're definitely not acting in concert.
Okay.
And it wouldn't be the first time that you've run into kind of dour, taciturn salvagers, particularly dwarves. That wouldn't be that surprising. So yeah, you don't think they're operating with any kind of a hive mind. It's definitely true that they take their cues from Whist for whatever that is worth.
Okay, I'm gonna, if a chance comes up later on, I'm gonna try to engage one of the dwarves in conversation if I can get them away from Whist a bit, just so you know, that's
Gotcha.
she's got that in the back of her head.
Gotcha.
Trend has stepped away, so I can't ask what the attention is doing. So instead, I'll actually go over to Nisiana. Are you still examining the body?
Yep.
Okay, good. They will kneel down beside you and quietly point out their suspicion about the injury that this body seems to have and how, although they're not experts, just basically says, I don't know, but it seems like this should have not been enough to kill them.
It was probably killed by corruption or death magic of some kind from the crawling queen. I mean,
Doesn't
look
that
here,
leave
and I point out
effects?
the things that are stuck to the body that can't be moved, and yet at the same time it's not stuck to the wall. And by the way, when I'm doing this, I'm using like a stick or something to not actually physically touch the body immediately.
Okay.
I'm just being a little bit careful.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not particularly squeamish about dead bodies because I worked in a house of healing during the war.
Sure.
So, but I'm like, this is something different. This is something new. I'm thinking it's magic or I don't want to say infernal.
That's good.
Infernal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Infernal magic or a curse of some kind. I don't think it was a physical death.
Do you wish to study this further? I think we should.
We should bring him back. I don't know.
That
I don't
was
have.
going to happen anyways.
I personally don't have the experience to go into this, but
Perhaps the mother at the Church of the Silver
that's
Flame.
what I was thinking. Perhaps she would be able to help with this. Larry, I mean, this is fairly an abomination to everything I believe, and I would like to figure out if there's a way for me to stop it, cure it, bless it, whatever, do something to this area that makes it not belong to this horrific aberration.
Now that I'm this close, Arv, is there any kind of discoloration or, the veins turning black or something that's like, this is an obvious sign of demon, infernal magic or whatever?
No.
But like you said, it's still loose. Like you said, there's no rigor. You mentioned no rigor mortis yet.
Other than that's correct. Other than the fact that the body itself is obviously, as I've described it, kind of like sort of fused in a way together.
Right.
But that's correct. It's not rigor mortis in the traditional sense.
Mm-hmm.
Ilarion,
And
the
it's
effect.
not petrification.
Yeah, and it's not petrification, partly because you already saw that happen with the cockatrices. You know a little bit what that's like. This is not like that at all. Moreover, the effect that you get, Ilarion, and I would say, Nisiana, this might seem a little bit like this to you. I mentioned being trapped in amber. It's a little like looking at an insect that has been preserved.
And that would be something possibly in effigy to the crawling queen. If you're creating a thing,
You got it.
it would totally make there. It's almost sympathetic magic, because by putting together multiple minds together, trapped in an amber-ish, corrupted, terrible, never want to actually deal with this ever again way, it is the best way that these creatures honor their divine
Patron.
being. Yes.
Well, God, I suppose, would be the proper term. All right.
Abomination.
Bitch.
There he is. Mia Tanta, what were you doing for the last several minutes, just out of curiosity?
That's a really good question. I mean, Tren was asleep.
Or taking a
then-
nap.
and then remembered that he had started a kettle for tea and went to go get it. But it was so long ago that it had started to cool. That's not what you were asking.
And then what happened?
Right. And then decided to check the mail. Well, still not what you were asking. A couple of things. He kind of started to ritual cast detect magic.
Okay.
And
Good.
once he finishes doing that and finishes figuring out what the hell is going on, if he can, he's going to resume sewing.
Did you say sewing?
Sewing, yeah.
Sewing. Okay.
Yes, at that point, I think it's fair to say that you're able to note that Tanton is sewing something that looks like a bag out of some kind of skin, not human skin. Nobody panic. It's not creepy like that. But
Well, you gotta make creepy, Arv.
it looks a little bit like potentially cockatrice skin.
A bag. Okay, sure, whatever. Floats his boat. That's fine. Going back to Whist and points up to the cannon. You were sent to figure out a way to bring this back, correct?
That was the idea. Yeah.
So, and then they asked, did you know it was operational?
No, I'm not convinced it still is operational, to be honest. I mean, they were turning it around, but I mean,
Right.
you can look at this thing for yourself. It's rusted. It's been through the morning now. That thing's got to be, I don't know, years old. Long past legitimate service.
One would think decades at the minimum. I'm gonna go up to the control panel or whatever they were using to move it. And this is, by the way, this is not set on wheels or anything. This is like set on a platform, correct? Or am I wrong?
No, it is set on. It looks like it was at one point set on wheels, but the wheels have long since crumbled. And the platform that it's on is actually slightly askew. I mean, like just a little bit. But clearly it was rolled to the top of this hill during some long forgotten battle and was going to be used and then, you know, fall apart that way.
Okay. So the control panel, though, was still operational. This was a
enough that it looks like, that's right, that you'd be able to, there's actually a massive not massive, not massive enough for you, not too massive for you, but it's like a mechanical crank, actually, which is the thing that you think actually rolled it into position. Whether there are a series of, on that panel you can see a series of like buttons and levers and things like that. There's a bunch of cracks in what might have been the panel that might have been like a display of some kind that might have shown what thing was being moved or whatever. That's clearly not functional. The thing, however, the crank is.
Give it like an experimental quarter turn.
Yeah, and the rest of you get a little bit of a fright as this thing like slightly moves above you, like Whist and one of the dwarves, like
right. And then they'll call for Tenton. Would you join me here, please?
He's just miraculously, he's just finishing casting the ritual casting or detect magic, and kind of sits up with his eyes slightly glowing blue and walks forward, seeing all the magical, just everything around him.
It definitely, and there really isn't much magic around the gun. There's a lot of magic in the area. One of the things that's odd about detect magic in the gray is that the swirling effect of it's like trying to get a sense of which current to pick up on if you were in a swiftly moving river. If you've ever been in a river, you'll know that a river doesn't just all go like one direction. There are eddies, there are whirls, there are, currents that go this way and that way. And that's what this feels like. There is a lot of magic, but it's all non-specific and swirling around you. And you do not get the same sense that Alarian does, because Alarian is dealing with stuff specific to corruption, not so much magic. There's a little bit of magic that you do sense from the arrow that is in Alarian's possession. But that's it.
Yes.
This is more your area of expertise than mine. What can you tell me about this weapon?
And so he will pull out an array of tools and start trying to figure out its inner workings.
And I will step back and let him work.
Okay.
And above all, he says, tell me if it's actually loaded, if you can find that out. And then,
okay.
As Alarian steps back, Tanton kind of pivots back to look at their carapace to see if they're still damaged at all.
Yeah.
I could possibly work on that in a little while.
Thank you. It will not be necessary.
I would like you to make an investigation check for me, please, Tanton, as you're doing this work.
16.
Okay. This thing is definitely not loaded. Whatever it fired, its ordnance is long since gone. However, as you're working through it, you hear a couple of like creaks and stuff, perhaps triggered by the moving of the gun. And as you look up, you can see that there are, let us call them structural integrity issues on the artillery gun. You think without too much difficulty that you could figure out a way to basically reverse the crank in a way that it's not supposed to be reversed and basically cause this thing to collapse. It's quite rusty. and from what you can tell, is well beyond sort of serviceable use. Strange that the Dolgrim was trying to turn it in the direction of you. You don't know what that is all about, but this thing definitely is not going to be firing anything anytime soon.
No. By that I mean it's not loaded. Oh, but it is fragile in the extreme.
Indeed. As in, couldn't be moved or it will be destroyed.
That is one interpretation. You could also say that if I were to potentially turn this 32 degrees, this one 17 degrees, and this one maybe 8 degrees, I could bring the whole thing down in a bunch of little pieces. Yeah, some big pieces.
Zeldak, whatever his name is.
Zordor?
Zardor?
Are you talking about
Zodar.
Zodar.
Zerak.
Nodar.
Zodar Terev.
Zodar Terev.
Zardaz.
Sazerac.
Sargon
dude.
from Star Trek, no.
Evo Shandor. From
Yes.
He specifically wanted us to try and bring the cannon back, correct?
I thought he wanted salvageable bits from it.
Or the whole, I could have sworn he said the whole thing if possible.
I can virtually guarantee you that is not happening.
Destroy it.
Make an insight check for me, please, Larian.
What is
Make a
that?
destroy it check.
Yeah, make a destroy gun check now.
Unreal.
All right. So you
I will step off the platform though, that's for sure.
okay.
And actually, it's like, and stop. Actually, this because this is just common sense. Can you set up a way to destroy it without possibly hurting yourself or anyone else?
That's an excellent question.
Is why I asked it.
If you would like me to answer that question, Tanton, so you can relay it, yes, probably.
Yes, probably.
You could probably by setting up something, you'd probably hit it from a distance with like a crossbow bolt or something to bring it down. The little contraption you set up.
No, one of those little arcane drinking birds that pivots back. I could use one of those.
Do you have one?
No, but I'd have to build one.
Yana's like, pivoting? Bird?
I think we don't have the time for that. Can you set up something simpler? Maybe like something to pull a rope?
Oh, yes,
Set this
definitely.
into- there you go.
Perhaps a primitive lathe?
I can make a primitive lathe. He can. He can. One of his
Probably can.
abilities is he can make tools. So yeah, he can absolutely.
Well, that's
make
actually a
primitive-
machine, not exactly a
Nice.
tool. We're not talking about an abs or an awl here, buddy. A primitive lathe.
It's a
Would
primitive.
you like a
lathe.
conveyor belt to collect all the pieces?
Alarian goes back to whist.
Okay.
How long have you worked for Zardoc?
And Whist looks a little bit confused.
Zodor!
You mean
There we
Zodor?
Yes, Zodor. Let's assume I filled the right name.
And says,
Rhymes with
I
Hodor.
don't exactly work for Zodor that much. Zodor just gave me a lead on some possible salvageable material that perhaps could be used for them later. But that's as close as it gets to me working for him. Under
What did he tell you to fetch from this in particular?
Oh, well, he said that there might be some salvageable bits that might come from there, specifically ammunition. It was clear that was not likely to happen the minute that we came within sight of it. And
No.
then, but, you know, perhaps he said also the material it was made from, especially if they made it of some of the special minerals. Well, not much chance of that either. At some point, that barrel could fire bullets and shells towards other armies and just devastate the ranks there, and do so over and over again. But once the morning was done with it, well, you can see what's left. That ain't just age. That's corrosion, speedy like.
Tanton kind of leans to the side to get a better look at the aperture of the barrel, and is like, no, 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 no. This cannot shoot a bullet. No, it's not quite that large. No.
And so Whist kind of like looks
They both look
completely
at him,
confused.
like-
Yeah.
All right. Well, as soon as he's done with that, I think we'll be on our way.
Does anyone else want to weigh in on this? Am I?
Are you done?
No, I haven't started yet. I'm waiting to see if, because you were the only one who told me to tear this thing apart. I'm waiting to see if anyone else agrees.
If anyone can recover it, it's just going to be used to just slaughter a bunch of people and decimate troops, as was just mentioned, which sounds lovely in stories, but not so much in real life. So I'm all for destroying it.
Also, if there's anything to salvage, it would be easier to bring back in small pieces than a giant hunk of rusting, falling apart stuff.
Can we do it and go, please?
Right. And he starts.
I get out of the way.
Yeah, I was gonna
You
say,
know-
so Tantin starts doing that, and you start all hearing this horrible screeching sound, and the thing like, "Rrrr," and the dwarves like get up and stumble back, and Whist is like, "Oh, what's it?" You know, and so everybody kind of starts backing away as this thing
And
is.
I make sure to grab the dwarf body.
Okay,
Take that with me.
all right. So Tantin, you set it such that it's like the thing is right on the edge of balance. You know what I mean? Like right like that, and then could step away. Presumably at a safe distance, one would hope, and then trigger it when you like, as long as you're within range of like a
It's
crossbow
at that
shot.
perfect pivot point where it's my weight that's keeping it.
Yeah,
And then I
well,
step
I've
off.
got- oh,
boom.
Forgot
See the
to carry
fulcrum
the
now.
two
This is
and-
how that works.
Yeah,
Yeah, he basically has like a piece of rock or something that's wedged in there just at that perfect balance point, and steps away and grabs one of his, just a rock that's laying around, and kind of whispers something to it, and one of the other rocks that's off in the distance that's been occasionally talking goes silent, and this one starts talking and just boom, and whips the thing out with the sling, as the rock is suddenly like yee!
and it hits, and actually when it hits the side of the gun, there's just this, and at first, nothing happens, and then
Wait for it.
and it just, starts to crumble, and then it begins to tip, and then just like in a cloud of dust and rust and stone and metal, and just collapses, and this big cloud of dust goes up from the place. And Whist sort of looks at it and like, well, that's the end of that shit contract, and turns around, sort of shaking her head.
Let us be off then.
So, as you... Oh, sorry, Tantin, what's up?
Were we supposed to bring any pieces of this back?
If there's any salvageable.
Yeah, you can go back over.
Thousands of salvageable pieces.
I look at Whist. Is there anything here worth taking? I have no friggin' clue.
And Whist says, it's possible. Especially maybe the guidance crystal. It's the thing that should find inside the panel, but there's no way to access it except maybe now when it's gotten crushed.
Mia
Might have been
Tanton,
broken.
Takasha de Kenneth, is the panel still accessible?
I know where it should be.
Yeah,
Let's
if you
find
wait,
out.
if you wait sort of like a safe amount of moment,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then go over at that point.
Find it. Then we go. And Yana is really like, she's beyond pleasantries about this. She's like, she wants to get the fuck out of this gray, like now.
Okay. So when you go over, you do in fact find the crystal below a pile of, rock and so forth. It was near the front of the gun. The gun sort of toppled over to the side. Most of the rest of it is kind of hopeless, piles of just
Crap.
junk and crap and, like debris, basically, that's not going to be useful. But that crystal is still there. And even as you pick it up, Tantin, who has departed.
I'm still here.
No, it's okay. Even as you pick it up, there's a little bit.
Tantin departed the Kenneth.
Yeah, departed to Canada. Tantin departeth.
I was going to pick up the crystal.
Lovely. Yes, that's good stuff. The crystal actually remains warm to the touch, and you pick that up and sort of.
Do
look at
you
it and,
know what this is?
And Whist sort of nods slowly.
It's a crystal.
That's worth something. Now, mechanically, I want to introduce the party to something which we're going to deal with later, not much later, but somewhat later in the campaign, which is this concept of salvage. This crystal that you have, unless you give it back to Whist, let's say, but assuming you keep it for yourself,
Not happening.
is going to be worth
No.
10 salvage. Now, I want someone to note that. That
Okay.
10 salvage is something which will have an impact later
Tantin salvage?
on. Tantin salvage, yes. Will be used at some point later on. It is a resource, let us call it, a raw material. And that many different things can lead to what is eventually this kind of raw material. But this is salvage, and this is the kind of thing which everybody in Salvation traffics in one way or the other. So as long as you keep that crystal there, once you return it and sell it to the people you want to, who knows if that's going to be someone like Garunda, the one you saved, or Bela, Bellador, her
Zokdok.
employer,
Thank
or if it's going to be Zodor Terev, one of those, you could sell those and get the equivalent of this 10 salvage.
Yes, I'm looking at what Commander Dunzel just said, and I'm just going, you must construct additional pylons.
It's very limited in the way it's done, but we'll talk about it later. But anyway, so that's what you see that's available. The rest of this is just junkety junk.
Right. Okay. All right, then let's get the flock out of here.
Yes.
So-
please.
Sling the dwarf body over my shoulder because I'm carrying it back.
Okay. It kind of, when you sling it over your shoulder, by the way, it sort of slumps over your shoulder like a stiff pillow. Like that.
Okay.
And so
Just the way you want a body to do. Wait.
So as you're walking back with this, I know that some people had wanted, a couple people wanted to mention different things or talk to them. I believe, Marime, you wanted to get one of the dwarves off on their own. And Whist is going to want to talk to you, Ilarion. So what order you want to do this is up to you, though. So Marime, if you want to do the dwarf convo,
Where do you
want
wanna go first?
Yeah, whatever. I'm good either way.
Okay.
That's fine. Go ahead.
So there are two dwarves. Is there any particular? They look fairly similar to each other. Red, both dark red hair, scarred, old, weak, although looking a little better than they were, whatever, an hour ago when you rescued them. Both of them are available to talk to if you wish.
Yeah, I guess whichever one, like, I feel I have a better chance of making a connection with, if you will.
Make an insight check for me, since you're
Yes.
all good at these.
Oh, 2 natural ones, damn it.
Okay. There's one that is sort of follows Whist's lead, maybe a little bit older than the other dwarf, and seems to be kind of like, maybe more experienced, if you had to guess, in salvage missions or something like that. That might be more, willing to speak to you because of their extra knowledge. The other one seems younger and more inexperienced. That's
Okay,
a little
more
bit of a guess.
more inexperienced. Okay. Do I get the feeling that one of them is more loyal than the other?
Probably the older one is the one that probably seems more like deferring to the boss, deferring to Whist.
Okay. I'm gonna try my luck then with the younger one.
Okay.
So walk along side them, like, hey, I'm Marime.
Hello.
What's your name? I don't think I caught it.
I didn't really give it. It's it's Cranner.
Cranner. Cranner. That's a good name. From whereabouts is that? Are you?
Oh, my family's originally from Sharn.
Oh, I spent some time in Sharn. Big city, lots of people, lots of different smells.
Aye, yeah.
So, what happened to you to get you all the way out from Sharn into this?
Boy, I don't know me. I needed some coin.
Hmm.
There wasn't much going on in Sharn for me, and family needed something sent back to them if I could make it, so I went to find my fortune out here, and then I fell in with Whist and the rest of them.
Hmm. Yeah, I get you. That's one of the reasons I left Sharn too, to try to find some coin. How did you end up with Whist? How's that been?
Oh, Whist's fine. She's a boss. She pays on time. I mean, this thing didn't work out well, but it might not have been her fault.
Oh, I get that. Well, why'd you guys take the golden arrow? Just out of curiosity, do you just take whatever looks good to salvage?
And does not respond.
Oh,
Yeah.
fair enough. Tricks of the trade. Can I ask you a personal question? Doesn't wait for him to answer. Dives in.
Okay.
Like, I'm working on an epic for the gray and the mists and the creatures that dwell within, and I want it to be like, I want people from, like, in Sharn, they don't really understand what it's like outside of their walls. They're just all about their money and their hustle and their bustle, and they don't care about anything. And I really want them to understand, like, something more than what's in the city. So, like, to add kind of texture to this part of the epic, of which you will be heroically mentioned if you're comfortable with that, because you've seen things. Can you let me know what happened? What was it like to be a part of that?
Of what?
The turning, just the feelings of having, your friend die, and having being bound there, and just knowing that something bad's happening.
And kind of sort of walks along for a minute, and then something bad always happens. That's how it works. Make an insight check for me, Mermaid.
I am totally making an insight check. Yes.
This has been your use my best ability. It's 20. So when he says the something bad always happens, the voice sounded deeper, slower, huskier.
I'm not feeling too good about that. Not like, he's just suddenly
Well,
got
not like
something
roar will destroy you. I don't mean like that. It wasn't like that. But I mean, like, it didn't sound. It sounded off, out of character.
Okay. I'm going to say, something bad always does seem to happen. What do you think will happen next? And then I'm going to perhaps foolishly mind link.
Okay. So you say that, and then you mind link. What do you say that within the mind link? Do you say, like, what do you think is going to happen, or do you say what's going to happen and then mind link?
I'm going to say, what do you think is going to happen next in the mind link? I'm going to repeat the words that the weird voice said to me. Something bad always happens.
Okay. And so, like does this, like startles, right? And then moves away from you and just, I don't want to talk to you.
Fair enough. It was great chatting with you. I'm going to stay near him.
Okay.
Everybody's gonna creep him right the fuck out.
Oh yeah, I'm totally about the creep. We know something's up with them. I do not trust them. My sister is here. My friends are here. I am not. And I'm going to kind of send a little mind link out to each of you in turn. And you all know by now I've done this with all of you. And I'm just going to say there's definitely something off. I don't know what, but something's wrong.
Okay.
When you contact me, I tell you not only keep an eye on them, but keep an eye on what I'm carrying as well, just in case.
Okay. Sounds
When that-
fun.
When that happens, you just kind of see Yana go like something like an animal responding to a fly being on her ear.
Yep.
I would have sang it to you, just to be clear.
Oh man.
Jaunty little tune.
Oh, okay. I was gonna
She's
say, is it
like-
not a ballad? Something's wrong.
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
We're all going to die.
We're going to die in the grave.
Yes, do it in the style of Queen, and she'll be your best friend. That's how you. Anybody?
Just have the image like you do that with everybody, and then on the we're just like with arms wide open. Like no, don't do that, please. Oh, man.
While doing the motion.
Yeah.
Not speaking.
Oh man. Anyway. Okay. So you all hear that, and then John. Sorry, Larian. You said you wanted to.
Well, I know I have to talk to
Whist.
Whist, exactly. So, probably when that same conversation is going on, because it's a good distraction anyways, and I'll glide up to beside her and say, you mentioned an alternative to your current situation. I'm listening.
Well, it's like this, you see. All right, I'll admit we took the arrow. We didn't think we had much of a choice. It's not easy, to be able to survive out here. Half the time when we go into the gray, we don't come back out. We wouldn't have if it wasn't for you. But the thing is, you bring us back, you throw us in jail. Who knows what sheriff's going to do to us, but what really matters is, eventually, we're not going to be able to earn a living. We're going to die anyway. But if you let us free, I could be an ally for you. I could do a lot around here, a lot around salvation for you. You need your eyes and ears, right? It's obvious you're not from around the place. I know people, I could help work some things and talk to some people and perhaps be your eyes and ears in places you can't be. The sheriff can't do the law, run the law all by himself, and you don't have to run your group all by yourselves either. You need allies, that's what I say. You don't want to rely on people like Zodo or some of those others, Mother Johanna and all that
When he
type.
says Zordor, Yana just quickly pulls the scimitar. What the hell is it? Is it a scimitar? It's a scimitar.
Yeah, scimitar.
Scimitar out and just walks over to him and just puts it blade edge straight up against his throat and looks with dagger eyes.
Actually, Alarian will interpose when he sees you got the weapon out.
Why should we trust you?
Stop. I am having a conversation that does not involve you right now. Step away.
Why should we trust you? That is the only question I have.
And Whist is like, kind of like pulls back.
Well,
a
the
little bit.
blade's not there because I made sure she didn't get to her. There's
Yeah.
no way I would let that happen.
Okay, so just like But so I assume you still ask the question, Yana, like around
Yeah.
Alarian, basically.
Yeah,
like,
pretty much.
Pretty much.
Okay. So and
And only when only because he said the exact words, "You can't trust Zodor."
okay.
Well, I'm sure she said exactly. Well, she kind of said that.
Yeah, she did.
Oh, she kind of said
she did
that.
say
Yeah,
that.
but
And
but
she
also
says, so when you say the thing about trusting you, and she says, "Well, you can't. You just made it clear I can't necessarily trust you neither. But, well, you know what our motivations are. I don't claim to be," and kind of rubs, I guess the neck. It didn't get to the neck, but like sort of is like moving away, and it's like, "I don't claim to be anything more than a thief, but I won't pretend that I'm something different. You go to that Mother Johanna now, back to the church, and she'll tell you how she cares about the Silver Flame and about her flock. All she's doing is recruiting for her cult. Not a real cult, but a one that's just about as good. You fill people's heads, they'll do anything you want them to. At least I'll tell you that there's loyalty. When you help someone out, you help them back. That's how you survive here. So you can't
Help.
trust me, but at least, you can trust that I'm being honest when I tell you I don't want to kill someone that helped me. I can be an ally for you. That's what I'm saying."
help. Like we helped you. Right?
And she nods. "Well, yeah. Help you specifically the way you helped us. Yeah. Help you. You people."
Careful what you say about Zodor. And she walks off.
And so as you leave, she kind of looks up to you, Alarian, and is like, "Kind of touchy, that one. It's, what?"
Take Wisht off to the side out of earshot of Yana.
Okay. All right.
What can you tell me about Zodor? And I'm saying this low.
Well,
You said he pretends to be something he's not. I mean, I assume that's who you were referring to.
Zodor's... There's nothing wrong with him. He's one of them shifters, Well, some people doubt them, but I ain't got much against him myself.
Yet you were quick to slander him just 30 seconds ago.
It's not slander, it's telling you the truth. I'm not going to tell all of Zodor's secrets, and I don't know many of them myself. All I know about him is by reputation and what some people have told me. Zodor deals with some rough stuff, but he's got some kind of a, I don't know, code you'd call it. Some things he won't deal with. And I don't really know exactly what the code is. I couldn't get a sense of it, except I can tell you, didn't have any interest in the arrow here. I would have rather gotten rid of it immediately and taken some of the heat off, but he wasn't having none of it. He said he don't deal in stolen goods, which is a laugh and salvation, but I don't know, he said he believed it. Anyway, I know there's more that he's not telling about himself, that's all. I don't mean he's bad exactly, it just means he's got secrets. And
Don't we
looks,
all?
Whist looks kind of over, and when you say the "don't we all,"
Mm-hmm.
aye, that we do.
Where does she look?
Now she looks first at. Okay, make an insight check for me. This is we'll see. Third time's the charm here, Valerian.
Yeah, no kidding. All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna add the D6 inspiration.
I would have
actually.
laughed if it was another 6. It's like a 6.
You are not. You're not a funny F1. All right. Well, it's still 18.
I was kind of hoping for a bad roll after he stopped me.
No, he looks in two directions. Sorry, she. I keep saying he because she looks in two directions. One, she looks at Yana. Then she looks at the young dwarf that Merime has been speaking to.
Okay. And Larian will continue. Secrets don't necessarily make someone bad. They're just things they wish to keep to themselves.
That's right.
I think you can see the difference in that, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, if holding a secret were to harm someone or someone else, that would be a different matter. Do you agree?
I suppose, as long as you care about the one you're harming.
Exactly, or who might come to harm. But you said, if you want me to advocate for you, and the possibility of that does exist, Wist, you're going to need to give me something more than what you've been saying. Otherwise, I have no choice but to lean in the direction, and they nod at Yara. Yana, sorry.
Yana.
Yana.
Who?
Yana!
Zodok? What?
I'll have no choice but to take her side, which I don't think is necessary at this point. Do you?
I would like you to make a persuasion check for me, please, Alarian. Six. Oh
not so
my
much.
God.
No.
So Whist looks at you and then, look, I've said what I've said. It's not even. I don't have all the. I can't give you facts or some ID. I don't know exactly what Zodor is. I just know there's more to him than what he's telling. And in Salvation, you don't live long if you start shooting your mouth off with guesses and rumors.
Why are you so concerned if he's more than what he is? He gives you work, you get the work, you get paid. What's the problem?
Because I didn't do the work this time, did I? Because we got caught. Because you found us, and I'm not ungrateful for it.
That is not your fault either.
I don't think Zodor cares about fault. He cares about results. There's all these stories about him, about people that disappear when they're working for him.
Well, you just said yourself half the times people go out on salvage and don't come back. It could be simple attrition.
Well, yeah, that's what some of us thought too, but you just trusting people here is dangerous, except when you know you owe them something. I owe you, it's why you can trust me. But when someone don't owe you something and all they're giving you is their word, that ain't worth. That gets twisted as bad as everything else in the gray. Kind of looks around.
But you only owe me as much as you think saving your life is worth. Which, to be fair, should be considerable. At the very least, I want you to go and visit the mother, whom obviously you have a very, let's say, low opinion of, and tell her it was you that took the arrow and not Zodor. Because right now she thinks it was him, and I don't want that suspicion roaming around town.
I mean, and then sort of catches sight of your impassive face and is like,
It's looming over them too.
Fine. It's better than getting turned over to Zordor anyway. But just because I tell them doesn't mean I have to turn myself over to her, you understand?
I wouldn't turn you over to her. She is not the law. I'm still considering what to do with you afterwards, but that is non-negotiable. That conversation will happen because I'll be there to make sure it happens. I have ideas for you. Ways that you could be useful to us. It's just a matter of which route I think is best for you to take. We'll talk more about this later.
All right, fine, but listen. Keep me away from that one over there, and kind of points at Yana and says, "There's two." Reminds me of Zodor somehow.
Well, she is of his kind.
I figured as much. There's something
But I did
different.
not, but even I did not expect that reaction.
Well, that's the thing. Sometimes people surprise you.
Mm.
And her eyes, her gaze maybe lingers on Yana even a bit longer, Alarian, than you might notice as the party continues.
Greg.
Yes.
Sorry, just kind of Miriam's been thinking things out
Okay.
and perhaps rereading her notes, which either have changed or the DM has forgotten something. But I'm just gonna ping Ilarion mentally and say, wait, are we sure the human is Whist?
Zardock?
First, you must find Zardock, the sacred Zardock. Once you have found Zardock, if you're referring to Zodor,
Zodor is he's the
Zodor is the guy who originally
shifter.
went to- yes.
Yes, and Whist is the changeling.
Zodor, yes, Zodor told you that Whist had with them basically the crew consisted of a changeling. Let me get the exact layout. Consisted of a changeling, and I believe it was one human and two dwarves. I can't.
Nope,
I can't
two
find it.
humans, one dwarf.
2 humans, 1 dwarf. Right. 2 humans, 1 dwarf, and a changeling. What you got here is 2 dwarves plus the dead body, which is also a dwarf, and Whist
1 human.
Right.
I'm thinking that the changeling is not the human. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna ping that to Larry, and I'm gonna say, like, I'm thinking maybe this young dwarf here might be the changeling, or there's something weird with him. You want me to poke him and find out? I'm kidding. I don't actually say that because I would not poke him to find out. Because, yeah, we were told 2 humans and a dwarf. And a changeling. And right now, the problem with that equation is we're lacking humans.
And we have an extra dwarf.
We do.
And still talking to you, by the way.
Yeah.
Mary May. And it's like, well, unless this one decides to wake up anytime soon, I don't think it's this one. And if this human is a human, that means we have 1 dwarf who's not a dwarf.
Let me, you know what? I can just ask the young dwarf. I'm still trailing him beside him. I assume I assume he is not talking to me, but.
Correct. And is trying to shy away from you every so often.
Perfect. That means he's a little bit away from the others. I'll just.
Valerian comes to a halt and says,
everyone else does
the
too.
one known as Whist needs to stop.
And Whist does.
They will set the body down, not reverently, but they're not going to toss it off like a sack of potatoes.
Donk. Okay.
It's just kind of chunk.
Yep.
The 2 dwarves line up next to the human.
What's this all about? Whist says.
Good question indeed. Zodor told us that there were 2 humans, a changeling, and a dwarf in this group. Yet before me, I see 1 dead dwarf, 2 live dwarves, and 1 human. I do not think this human is the Whist I'm looking for, which means, and they spear both of them with his gaze, it's one of you 2. Step forward now, and there will not be any repercussions. If you do not, you will all be turned over to the law upon entry to salvation.
Yana still has her scimitar out.
I'm keeping an eye out to see if one of them kind of gives himself away.
This offer will expire in 30 seconds.
Make a persuasion check for me. Do it at advantage.
The Starforged will self-destruct in 30 seconds.
Code beta alpha 3.
12. Can't seem to roll for crap tonight.
Marame, make an insight check for me, please.
I like insight checks.
Someone has to.
So, with the 17, you would... Neither one sort of steps forward, but you see Whist very clearly glancing over at the younger dwarf.
I'm going to mind link with the younger dwarf as kind of a gentleness, and I'm going to say, look, nothing bad needs to happen, Whist, but you need to just reveal yourself so we know who we're actually dealing with. Either you do it yourself or I will do it for you.
and there's a pause, and then the young dwarf sort of steps forward slowly and says, very much not in the young dwarf's voice, "That's well done. I wasn't sure who was going to be found first, but that is well done." And sort of morphing and changing, you see the young dwarf shift up into into essentially a slender looking figure with actually similar hair to the Whist, white hair with a black streak through it. But the face seems very almost flat, like there's barely a nose on it. I mean, there is one, but it's very kind of mask-like, one might say. And the tall figure says, "Right, and I suppose the rest of this doesn't work either." And as she says that, the character that you saw as Whist blows off into the air in little patterns of dust. And the the one that was a human, supposedly. And the
Yana's gripping the scimitar very hard right now. Not liking this at all.
And the other dwarf, the older one, does not do anything, just sort of stands there. And the tall figure says, I'm Whist. I've done that little trick before, you might understand. Because usually when people talk to me direct, they do so at the end of one of your blades. And looks at you, Yana. Having
just the eyes go over to her and then back to the changeling.
The edge of a blade at one's throat tends to make you suspicious. But that thing you were talking to was basically like you were talking to me, Ilarion. This here's all that's left of my crew. The one that you're carrying there, he's dead, and whatever else you see there. And this here's been with me for a long time. Farner, his name is. The others that we came with, they didn't make it. Whatever those things were, they took them away. When they came back, they lashed what was left of us to that thing. I was just starting to change myself and to do a little bit of illusion magic that I've learned to see if I could get ourselves out of it. That's when they were poking us. That's when they did what they did to poor Cronus over there, and kind of points at the dead, unmoving, sealed one. Mm-hmm. And says, that's when I knew we were in for it. Everything else is true. We took the arrow. I'm sorry that I ever saw the cursed thing. And I'm sure as the hell sorry that I talked to Zodor about it. I was a fool to think that I could trust him without giving away everything.
Over to Yana, make sure she's not going to make any kind of move again when she says that.
Yeah, and this time, when she says this, she's talking of clearly, Yana, for whatever it's worth, about her own experience. Like, you do not get the impression that she's like, this doesn't strike you like a slur. Like, she's definitely not
the reason Yana attacked before is because it was clearly meant as an insult. This was about
this
action,
is definitely just
about
like, this
interaction.
Is what she actually did to me, like she sold me out. Whatever.
The other was like, those shifty shifters,
Yeah. Like, exactly. This was he sold me out, type of thing. Sold me up the river, and in fact, Whist goes on to say, you know a little bit about what it's like being a shifter yourself. People always thinking they can't trust you. But at least you've got a body and a face people know. As for me, what am I? And you see the face sort of shrink into the young dwarf. Am I this? And then shifts into a sort of nondescript human, or this, and then shifts into Mother Johanna's face, or this, and then shifts back to the kind of neutral, or am I just myself? Anything you want me to be, that's whist. So after a while, I get a little tired of being everyone's favorite clay doll. So I've learned to take an identity and keep it, and occasionally do a little illusion magic to keep people off their toes till I can figure out whether they've decided they want to mold my face into something new, or whether I get to be just me.
Who's she saying that to?
Says that much to you, Yana, but the first part was to you, but then the rest of it, like, sort of, I could be this or this or this, like, says that to everybody.
She wants to respond, but she doesn't know how. It's a lot of information for her, and she doesn't really understand it all, but she kind of... It sounds a lot like what Zodor said to her, but even more confusing.
And she says...
I don't know if she can see that on Yana's face. She's like, she's trying to process it, but she's also kind of like, once she's done this magic trick, like, for her, it's kind of like, I don't trust any of the things you just showed me. Like, I don't trust any of it.
Right. And she probably, I think, picks up on that last part and is like, so you see what I mean? I try to speak what I believe, say what I believe, and this is what I get for it. I don't blame you for being suspicious, but the truth is that if you're going to rely just on this outside of something, you're never going to know for sure what's there. I'm a changeling, but everyone in that damned town of Salvation's probably got their own secrets too, just like you said, Ilarion. The difference is none of them rescued me, and you did. And you didn't kill me on sight, and they might have. So, if you let me go, I can help you, and I'll do it. Here, in this form, like this, I'm telling you. Not like anything else. Not like any fake thing one of them might want me. One of them's just like jerking her head towards the direction of the town you're walking towards. Like none of them would want to be. I'm telling you for me. I don't know what to make of Zodor. Maybe he didn't mean to sell me out. Maybe he's just looking out for himself. And whoever gets in his way, it doesn't matter. Or maybe he doesn't understand what it's like. All I know is that so far, the only ones who's done a right turn for me has been all of you. Hand me over to Sheriff or Mother Johanna. It proves you're just like all of the rest of them.
Yana takes a sniff on the air. Can she get a sense of whether she's telling the truth or not?
Insight, please. Insight check.
I thought it might be that.
Hermione's like, this is how you do it.
I've taken notes. Here, it's in song form. It's lyrical. It's a poem.
You see, it's when the elbow jerks like this.
In the Twitch right here. That's
It's a haiku. Let me start.
It's like the Ace Attorney thing, Rob, where it's like the, like the bracelet. Like, you see the, like they twitch, their eyes twitch. Oh, man.
Oh, my God. All right. Take your pick. 19.
Yana, you get the same sense that you did from Zodor, which is you think Zodor believed in what they were saying. And you feel that Whist believes what she's saying too. What you don't know how to do is to reconcile how two people can believe something and believe that the other one is wrong about it.
Therefore, what I said is true from a certain point of
she
view.
she sort of takes a step forward, once again ignoring Valerion's existence right now, especially after before. She still has the sword out, but she takes a look at Whist and decides to, in front of her, very clearly tell her that a motorcycle is going by. Go away.
You can't
Assholes.
trust those motorcycles. And salvation. I know.
It's every damn night at this hour. No. So making it very clear, you done? Fuckers. Anyway. She makes a very deliberate motion of putting the scimitar away and emptying her hands and putting her hands down by her side. And she just looks at Whist and goes, you and Zodor sound very much the same. He speaks truth. To him. You speak truth. To you. I can smell. No. Sense it. I don't know which one of you is right. But I will try to trust you.
And Whist kind of like lifts her head a little bit, looking down at you with her sort of strange mask-like face. All right. And I'll do the same. Shifter.
Yana.
Yana.
Thank you. Whist. And she sort of takes a step back.
And Whist turns her eyes over to you, Larian, after a long pause and says, we're almost out of the gray. What are you going to do with me and him? Turn us over? Or let us be?
Well, first, we're still going to have that conversation with the mother.
I'll tell her
Won't be turning you over to her. That's not her place. Nor is it ours. Tell me, Whist, do you like being a thief?
I like being alive.
That is not the question I asked you.
It's the answer I gave you. It's the only thing that matters. I can't be anything else. I've tried.
I find that answer odd. One
I think
never
I
knows what one
understand.
can do when they put their mind to it.
Yana says again, I think I understand.
And Whist kind of
Survival.
glances up. Yeah.
Survival. It is not always easy, clean, pretty. But it is what it is. And she kind of hates saying that, but she's well aware that that is who she is, even if it's unclear to her how she knows that.
Why do you ask me that, Ilarion? And she kind of, before she does that, actually, she kind of nods slowly in your direction, Yana, as if in acknowledgement, and then says to you, why do you ask me that, Ilarion? No, I don't like being a thief. But I need to survive.
Thank you for the answer. I do appreciate it. And yes, we all need to survive in our own ways. But that answer informs me as to what we might do with you. Nothing untoward. As I said, there are 2 paths I have in mind for you. But I need to speak to some people in town first before deciding on which one I wish to hire you for.
Hire me. The rest of the town always looking over my shoulder.
You have abilities that will negate their gaze. And abilities I think will be useful both to yourself, take out the both there, to yourself, to us, and the town as a whole. But as I said, I need to speak to people in town first. I have one other question for you at this time. Other than the people here, who else knows? Well, actually, I suppose you said that they're all staring at you. Does everyone in town know what you are?
No. Most of them, at least not anymore. Some of the old-timers did, but they've either been killed or died naturally at this point. I've been around for quite a while, you know. And, so I've changed myself into different things. Can't stay that way too long. I get suspicious. Sometimes I'm a halfling. Sometimes I'm a shifter. Sometimes a human. Once in a while I've played a god's damned elf even. But always for just long enough before they get suspicious. And then I'm off again. New face. The only one who knows is him. And she kind of jerks her head towards the dwarf next to her.
So, even Zodor doesn't know, nor Sheriff.
No. Although Zodor sees a lot. But he's never told me. Well, I guess he must know something, though. He told you to go find me, right? There was a changeling, he said. He and Zodor must have picked up something.
Mm-hmm.
But
indeed,
Sheriff certainly wouldn't know. The thing is, that means well, but...
Yes. He's one of the people I need. Wait, she, right? Sheriff?
Sheriff is a he.
Okay.
At least
one of the people I need to
seems
speak
to identify as a he.
Right.
I presumed it was she as well when we first started.
So did
No.
I.
Seems to identify as a he.
All right.
Actually, wait. Let me look. Hold up. Look at my. I gotta look at my notes.
Yeah.
Wait.
I had he down, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, part of it is Greg kept flipping back and forth, so I was confused.
Well,
Your
Sheriff
encounter.
I thought Sheriff was he.
Yeah, Sheriff is a he. Yeah.
All right.
Change my
Okay.
notes.
Okay. Well, for right now, and points to both of them, you're with us. So I don't think anyone's going to be coming after you. But I think it's probably best if you reassume the dwarf form and they look at everyone else. I don't want any word of this getting out as to what Wist is. I was hoping Zodor must know because he mentioned it. So he knows. But if that's all, then that's a good thing. But off to Mother and the church. And we won't reveal that either. And they kind of cock an eyebrow. Who were you when you took the arrow?
And she smiles and she says, "Well, there's a young acolyte there. I thought it might make sense just to be on the safe side. I didn't want him to get into trouble, though. I figured he wouldn't. Mother Johanna's a softie, at least a softie to people of the faith and people that ain't changelings."
Or any kind of other. The illusionary magic you make, can you make... I know there are those who can make images of other people. Can you make an image of this acolyte?
Possibly, given some time.
How much time?
I need a few hours to put it together.
All right, when we get back to town, you'll need to make that because the story I want to tell her will involve that. And kind of looks at the with that thing claps into the simulacrum you created before.
And so Whist sees this and leans back, and her eyes kind of open, and she folds her arms, and she says, "You mean you might not actually turn me over to the law?"
Not in the way you might think.
Who are you people?
Not who you might think.
But we don't really have a name for ourselves yet. It's something we've been working on.
But we do have several songs, so would you like to hear some?
She kind of sort of gets a half smile.
Larry just stands there and doesn't react to any of that.
It's like humor. And she says, maybe I would. Maybe I would hear those songs at that. Maybe I would. I think that's a good spot for us to take a short break.
I love that everybody had an answer.
We've been running longer. We've been running longer than I expected to do this opening section, but it's been such good RP that I just didn't feel like I could cut in and be like, well, never mind that now. This is wonderful RP that you're seeing from a really good group of players, as I predicted. But we are joined, as always, by the lovely Infinity and Beyond crew, represented by Trendane Sparks, by Marie B. Ladeau, by John Helfers, by Jennifer Brozek, and by Darkside Rob. We are going to take, I think, as long as the players are okay with this, is 5 minutes cool? Is that just
That's good.
5 minutes this time? And then we're going to try to wrap at about 11:40 is when I want to wrap. That'll be about 3 hours and 45 minutes, 4 hours of play. So that's what I'd like to do. So in the meantime, if you like what you see, everybody in chat, spread the word, let people know, follow the channel, sub, support the Patreon, go check all these people's things, buy their books, buy their audiobooks, buy their editings, buy everything from them, and you will see.
Buy.
Buy.
Pre-order books that aren't out yet.
And,
wait, that's
exactly. And you will see more from us in just a moment. We'll be right back. Hold tight.
in front of the strangers.
All right, let's get rolling here. I apologize again for interrupting anyone I may not have heard, not been able to hear before. Welcome back, everybody. We are here, except for Rob, who'll be here in just a second. We are back, and I hope everyone is enjoying so far day 4 of D&D with INV, Eberron Oracle of War. This is the Nightland, part 4 of the Nightland. And I am joined, as always, by Tren, Marie, John, Jen, and Rob, currently played by his chair.
Played by Purple Lights.
Played by Purple
Let's
Lights.
be real. Yes.
So that's right. So we're going to run for about another 40, 45 minutes or so. So please follow the channel and do all the things, and welcome, everybody. Okay. So, yes, we have just had this moment of... well, more than a moment of interaction and connection with Whist and some information. So when you cross out of the gray...
Can I have one comment?
Sure. Absolutely. And this is an example we were talking about. Yes, please.
Yes. One comment is when all this finally gets done, Nisiana looks up and just says, somebody else is going to have to answer questions because don't ask me to lie because I don't quite understand what we're doing here.
Okay.
I'll put a
That's
hand.
all Larian says.
I don't quite get it.
I'll put a hand on Nisiana's back, like gently, and just say, "We got this. We got this."
There it is.
We got
This.
So when you pass out of... unless anybody has other things to add...
Did Whisk retake the dwarf form?
yes.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm. Yep, as requested.
All right.
When you pass back out of the gray and you enter back into the salvation, I suppose we can pull up our map for that. And we head back into the map section. You can all decide, I guess, where it is that you would like to go. You could head back to the shop. I mean, it's up to you in terms of where you want to go when you actually get back in.
Do we like have rooms somewhere?
Yes.
Or something?
Up here.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I am planning on taking Whist up there so they can get their thingy ready.
Okay. All right. What is everyone else doing?
Actually, I want to make sure that both Whist and what was the dwarf's name?
Corfin? No.
I think it was a dead one.
Yeah.
No, not the dead
Ooh.
one. The live one.
I believe it's Farner is the name.
I actually,
Farner.
I want to give them a good once over to make sure they're not having lingering effects of what was the ritual that had been started on them.
Okay. Make a medicine check for me, please, Nisiana.
Because I'm just like, that's the kind of stuff that comes back and bites you in the butt.
Yep.
Oh, do I have? I might have a discipline of life. Do I have one of these? I know I have. Oh, that's herbalism kit. Is wisdom's advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So unless I'm using my herbalism kit, I don't get an advantage. So 10.
Yeah. I would say there's definitely. I mean, you can't say for absolutely sure, Nisiana, but the impression that you have here is that the lingering effects you're dealing with is really more about trauma than anything else. I mean, it's quite obvious that Farner has been shaken by this ordeal, not surprisingly, and that this is not at all something that was part of their usual, part of his usual experience.
Right.
So
If they
definitely
let-
traumatized, but there doesn't seem to be any kind of lingering magical or corruptive effects that you can tell anyway.
Can I can do ritualized detect poison or disease on them? Just
Sure, if you want to take 10 minutes to do that, sure. Yeah.
if we're up in a room somewhere privately,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be like, can I do this? Just to make sure you guys are okay.
Yep. And
'Cause-
that seems fine with Farner.
Yeah. What about
No poison. Definitely
Okay.
not. And from what you can tell, probably not magical. I mean, like there's faint auras of magic around the room, but that's probably stuff coming from you or people around them more than anything else. Not coming from him. No, you think Farner is pretty much just probably very happy to be alive, but somewhat I will use this term advisedly. This is a case where shell-shocked would fit. People use that term too much, but this is a situation where that would fit. That like they really have been thrown.
And this is something I'd seen in the war. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
All right. And then what about whist? Do they allow it?
Whist is not wild about the idea, but ultimately allows. First of all, whist is in the room when you do the stuff with Farner, and when you do the same thing to whist, you get somewhat of a similar impression, although the trauma's harder to read with whist. It's whist seems like someone who has dealt with trauma for much of her life, and you don't get the impression that whist is. You don't necessarily think that whist is more traumatized by this, but there is a great deal of sadness there. Now, you're not like a full-out therapist in this game, so I don't want to go too far down that road, but you don't get the impression that there is any like lingering sort of magical effects about it. So
okay, well, that's good. I just wanted to make sure they weren't poisoned.
Yeah, no.
Or had some crawling queen disease stuff.
Nope, definitely not poisoned.
The way you say that just makes me so suspicious.
They're totally fine.
Completely not based on anything that you've done searches for. No, but not poisoned and not affected magically from what you can tell. Okay.
Well, I make sure they're okay, and then any of their lingering scratches and bruises and stuff, I've got salve, and just I do my job as a healer because she really believes in what she does.
Mm-hmm. Which reminds me, so Tanton is back up to 10 out of 10. And everybody is at max except for Alarian, who is still sitting at 7 out of 10, and 0 out of 4 on the, the Aegis stuff. So, but of course you haven't had a chance for like a long rest yet. But you could also be healed if Nisiana wanted. You could also, do a further heal of Alarian if you wish. I mean, it's up to you, but like.
If you let me, I'll do it. That's the question.
No. And they're polite about it. Thank you, but I want to take care of the rest of this myself.
Okay. And since you say it that way, it doesn't hurt her feelings because I've done that before.
Before we came into town, I wrapped the body up in my cloak.
Okay.
So it's hidden.
Okay.
When she finishes her rituals, I give Nisiana 2 gold and say, make sure these 2, how many we have left? 2. Make sure these 2 are fed. I will be back.
Okay.
Where are you going, Alarian? Are you going to return the arrow or?
Not yet.
Okay, can I come with you when you go?
Return the arrow?
Yeah.
You can all come if you wish. The important one, it points to Whist. The important one is that one comes with me. I am heading off to see, God bless America, Bellalore.
Where is God bless? What was that word?
I'm going to see Bellalore. If you wish to come with, it is fine. And then I'm off to see Sheriff. And then I will be back probably within the hour. And with that, they turn and head out the door. They do take the green bundle with them.
Which has the body.
Yep.
Okay.
I turn to Nisiana. It's like, I'm kind of tempted to follow and see what's going on there. What do you think? You good?
I'm good. I got Tanton and I got Yana.
Okay.
It's not like they're going to do anything while I feed them.
I'll keep an eye on him then. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to tutter after her. Yay!
Tell me about Sheriff. When he meets Sheriff. Or
yes!
they meet Sheriff.
I'll tell you all about it later.
Are you running then, Merime, to catch up with Alarian, or are you tailing him? Tailing them?
Oh, I'm like, hey, Alarian, and just I assume he's not trying to get away from me, so he knows I might be coming, so I just join along.
Okay.
All right.
I'm a buddy.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all. He slows enough for you to catch, or they slow enough for you to catch up, and then resumed their fairly stately glide toward the marketplace. What time is it now, Arv?
By the time you get back into town, because you went out there, we're probably like 2 hours. It's probably evening now, I would say, because you actually, the first mission that you did took a couple of days. This was actually only a few hours because of
I think
where
we
they
left
were
like
going
late
and
morning,
back.
early afternoon.
Right,
So
exactly. So
All
I
right.
would say evening by now.
that's fine.
And I'm just going to position so I don't forget myself. So Tantan is up here. Nisiana is up here. This is Yana. Yes. So Yana is up there, and Merime is down here. There will be more tokens, by the way, chat and stuff like that will come over time. We're getting there. Okay. So there we go.
Alarian looks down and taps her temple.
Yo.
Message received. Let the fun begin.
What's up?
What's
Party
up?
over here.
So I'm going to find a place for this, and they nod at the bundle they're carrying. And then let me run something by you. I want to install Whist as a sheriff, as the deputy for sheriff. But to do that, I think we may have to reveal ourselves to sheriff in terms of who we are. Because they will not accept just some traveler's notion of doing this. Now, keep in mind, I don't want sheriff to know Whist is actually working for us.
Right.
But as part of her, I want to get Mother involved with this, and part of their parole, so to speak, they will now be working for the law. In actuality, they'll actually be working for us. Because they're right. Eyes and ears in this town would be a good thing.
I love this scene from Homeland.
And I think Sheriff has too much to do. This is a few hundred people in Salvation?
Yeah. Salvation is probably maybe 400, yeah.
Yeah. And from what I've been hearing from various people talk, it seems that Sheriff could use some help. I propose we give it to them.
That's not a bad idea. I'm not sure how Sheriff feels about the King's Citadel. We could always ask Hilar if he knows, if we can find Hilar.
That's a good idea. We probably should check with him first.
Yeah, just to see, because I know the King's Citadel is not well looked upon, but I like the idea overall, and I think it would give Whisk another chance, which is lovely.
Right.
Everyone deserves one.
Yes. So that is the temporary plan. It's a good point on Hilar, though. We should talk to him and see. He might even be able to smooth our way in with Sheriff, but I think Sheriff could use some help, and we are in a position to give him some.
Exactly, and that will put him. It will be good for everyone involved. I like it. It's a win-win-win-win.
Yes, and the mother will be appeased. She will get her
Yes.
artifact back, and the one who did it will be under the eyes of the law.
Yeah, I don't know that I would trust a mother with the with knowledge of the
Oh.
changeling.
No. That's why they're making up their little simulacrum, because that's going to be what took the arrow.
Perfect.
We're gonna pawn them off as a minor mage instead.
Perfect. Sounds good. If you want me to help sell the lie, I'm happy to.
Well, that is why we're having this conversation. So by now, I trust we're probably at the marketplace, Arv?
Yes.
Okay. Is Bellalore or Garinda still around in their stall?
At the moment, they are not, and presumably that's because it's late evening now. So there's not anybody there at the moment. So you can walk in there, but it's just fairly deserted. Their stall, has the classic sheets over, the stuff.
Right, just like a convention.
Yep. You and I may have some knowledge of this.
Yes.
Francis
What is it? What are these
and
rooms
Jen.
in the back? This row here.
Let's switch back to the maps for a second. Ping that again.
Yep. This entire row from here to here.
Those are more like what look like kind of offices, sort of. I hate to continue this analogy too far, but like convention offices almost, as opposed to where the exhibits would take place. Every author right now on the call is just like, yes, we've all done this, Greg. We know.
Are there any that look like they're not in use?
There are a couple that look as if there is. They all look. Well, all the doors are closed. You might be able to. You don't know if any of them are unlocked, or if you could force them, or what's being done within them or not, because the doors are locked. But, yeah.
Is there any light coming from any of them underneath?
No.
Okay, I will go and try. I will not force the doors. I will try the doors.
They are all locked.
Do you want me to open one?
No, if they're locked, it's for a reason. I was hoping it would be one that would be open as in abandoned, but that's not the case. We'll have to come back perhaps early in the morning. I need to find a place to store this and not in our room. Because I want Nisiana, I want your sister, Nisiana Jarasco, I want her to take a closer look at this body. There's something not quite right about it, as we all came to the conclusion on the way back. But that will be for another time.
We can always put it in the inn room. We can put it under a bed.
Yeah. That concerns me for several reasons.
Yes. Terrible.
It's just a closet.
Actually,
It's Weekend at Bernie's Salvation Edition.
exactly. Actually, you know what? Since there's no, is anyone here, or is this like completely abandoned or deserted?
It's deserted right now.
Okay,
you know,
actually, open up the middle door for me if you can do it quickly.
Certainly. I will click on the thieves' tools and see what happens.
And I will apparently keep guard since I'm.
Oh, is that good enough?
Click, 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 click. Yeah, these are not the greatest locks you've ever seen, but that's not the greatest lock picking job you've ever done.
I'm a bit rusty.
Yeah, so's the lock. You know.
Is there a problem, Meremy Hawksmoor?
Oh, this is much more advanced than I'd anticipate for here. I mean, you're right. These must be locked for an excellent reason.
Do you need to try another one?
Perhaps another one would be
Right.
more
Your
lubricated.
All right. If you don't make this one, we'll have to go.
Okay, I will move to another one. Can I try again?
Sure, the back one or like which one?
Move to the smaller one over here. Right next, the door right next to you. Literally, like just take
Gotcha.
one step
Okay.
over and try that one.
Okay.
Feel good about this one. Okay, do this. You got this. Go team, go. Oh, it's been big.
So this one, like, you hear a couple of, like, you know, potential, like, click, click, and like, and then it kind of, it doesn't sort of, it felt good about it, but then it didn't really work out the way you hoped. And
Okay. I'm gonna take out my credit card.
Alarian eyes you rather dispassionately, says, "It is good that you have a good singing voice."
She thinks it's
Dang.
hilarious. I am putting that in a song, and I am finding more rhymes for your name, sir.
You should be off.
We should, yes. And obviously, I need to practice my lockpicking skills. All this fighting bad guys with you has made some of my other skills rusty.
Apparently, do you
Oh,
happen
well.
to know? You happen to know where sheriff's office is?
Do you happen to know someone by the name Cade Marmadon? Sorry, I'm kidding.
I've got someone who can train you.
Sheriff's office. Yeah, we knew where that was at one point.
yeah, and I can actually, I should be able to track that down. Let me see if I can find the.
Do you want to see if we can find a Hilar first, or just go straight to the sheriff, or?
Well, I suppose kind of roll their eyes. I suppose I should go back and drop this off. We should find Hilar first, see if we can get him on our side.
Okay.
But let me get rid of this, since there's no proper way of carrying it.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, I guess we'll head back to the inn first. So,
Okay. So you're gonna head back to the inn. Okay.
I'm keeping an eye out for Hilar or any sign of him or somebody else from his company or something.
do we know how to contact him or anything?
Yes, although you get the impression that, you know, Hilar seems to have had this way, perhaps, of contacting you when needed. But yes, Hilar has an office. In fact, I'll show you where.
Nice. Is it locked?
It's a good question. You'll find out. You would assume so.
God.
Damn it. Okay. Yeah, it would be down here. There.
Okay.
Oh, great. Let's actually head there first then. Screw it. Nope, change my mind. Not go here. Go
Do
there.
you want to go get rid of the body and I'll go talk to Hilar quick?
Actually, no. Let's both talk to Hilar and take the body there. It's a freestanding building. That's
Sure.
kind of what I was looking for.
Perfect.
Assuming he's there.
I'll
Okay.
love that.
Oh, no doubt.
Okay. All right. So you stand outside this building. It is kind of a nondescript, run down even a little bit, might be a way to describe it.
Perfect.
Outside.
Nice.
Knock, knock, knock.
And there is silence for a moment, and there is no reply initially.
Hilar, it's Mirimé.
And there's sort of a pause, and then the door opens a bit, and there's no one says come in. The door just opens.
Oh, good. Glide right in.
Hi.
Boom. Chunk.
Okay. When you walk in, you can see, much as is laid out here on the map, you can see that you were in a place with there are a set of chairs over on one side of the room. You've got on the other side of the room over here what looks basically like a stove over there. And then a couple of tables, and there is what looks sort of like it looks like a just very large, maybe even a dire wolf skin of some kind that is serving as a rug near the stove. And sitting as you sort of pass into the room, and then the door is shut behind you, and you both turn and see no one there, and then you hear a voice over at one of the chairs over here, and I'd appreciate it if in the future you consider the possibility of doing the knock that we arranged, as opposed to just calling out my name, Mirimé.
Oh yes.
Did
My
we
apologies.
arrange a knock? I don't recall a knock.
It's from a while back. My apologies. I
right.
slipped on that. It's the gray. It's very distracting, as I'm sure you know.
I know. You seem to have gone into it a few times, too.
Well, we're here to explore and help. And
From what I understand, you've been doing just that so far, although perhaps a little more unorthodox than I might have expected.
oh, surely you expected unorthodox.
And he kind of gives you a wry smile. Maybe. Perhaps I should have expected the unexpected, you mean. Which means you're about to explain to me what exactly this thing is that you've got for me. And he kind of looks at that bundle that you have, Valerian.
You just need it to be stored for a little while, and they move over to a table and plunk it down. And as the flap comes open, and you can see the dwarf head.
And he sort of looks down and back up at you, and he says, I know there's a story involved with this.
We found it that way.
Let me tell you,
just
no, it's just too long. Let you sum up. Actually, they will say, Mirimé.
We found it that way, and we think it was some weird gray magic thing that we want to explore more, just to be more in the know as instructed. But we need somewhere to store the body, obviously, to do that research.
And
Anisian will come and look.
And Hilar kind of looks down at the, face of the dwarf, and then, you found it like this?
It is a long tale, but I'll try to make it quick. And then they produce the arrow.
I heard this was missing.
Well, not anymore. We were tasked to find it. The mother of the church, who has some issues, claimed that Zodor Terev had taken it. We went to visit him to see if that was indeed true, and he pointed us in the direction of another person. and said that he had hired them to go out into a mission to the Gray, but he was sure that they had the said item because they tried to sell it to him. Going out into the Gray, we found them up, not Durgar, what's the name of those things?
Dolgrim.
Almir?
Dolgrim.
Dolgrim. We
And
found a group in the clutches of Dahlgrim, which I assume he would recognize.
And
the
he
term.
says, he kind of nods. He says, "That's bad."
They were trying to turn them into an effigy. It was really gross, and we had to kill them. But he was part of the effigy, and he's dead.
But
And we
there's
won-
something wrong with him.
And
He's in a kind of stasis, and indeed kind of moves it back. And I assume it looks pretty much exactly the same as we saw him a few
Yes.
hours ago.
Yes, and he says,
This body should not be in this condition after sitting out there for half a day.
"No, it shouldn't." What about the other ones that were part of this thing they were making? The rest of the crew?
We saved them, and we need your help. One of them has certain abilities that we wish to utilize in town. Do you have any pull with Sheriff?
Somewhat. Sheriff's pretty easy to get along with, actually.
We're thinking Sheriff could use some help.
Probably
want to-
Sheriff could, but Sheriff likes to do things on his own most of the time.
Well, this
What'd you have in
person needs
mind?
to work off this thief needs to work off their debt to the country, to the town, sorry. And I'm thinking if you and the mother as good citizens put in a word that they should work off their what would be a term of service or in jail. I don't know what you people do here with criminals, but they could work it off instead as sheriff's assistant.
Sheriff's assistant. Who exactly is this thief you want to reform?
Person known as Whist. Probably heard the name around town.
Make an insight check for me, Larry.
Since we're at the end of the month, I could really use an inspiration on this if someone cares to give it.
You have one.
Hey!
Okay,
trending as
fantastic.
Inspired
Nice.
Alarian.
All right. Insight, right? At advantage.
Oh, thank you for the prime sub, JD Metters. I know who
There we
JD
go.
Metters is.
A non-natural
Oh.
20.
Nice.
All right. When you say whist, you immediately see a expression of recognition.
Okay. Which is kind of what I expected, actually.
Mhm.
Does Hilyar say anything?
Not
Hilar,
yet.
sorry. Oh,
Hilar,
okay.
not yet.
All right. Well, they admitted the crime, and I'm trying to figure out a better way to put their particular talents to use rather than just let them rot in jail. This seems like a good idea. I was going to try to have them infiltrate Zodar's group to see there's something that is a hard person to get a read on. They seem to think there's something more to their operation. We're not so sure, but I think this is a better use of their talents.
You realize that whist is made a living and much of a life around being something other than what she pretends to be.
So you are
that
aware.
now you take her back from the gray, that suddenly she's decided to change her ways? Yeah, sure, I know about whist. And whist is not exactly... She's not the person that I would trust most, at least not to begin with. You sure
I never
about
said I
this?
did. I never said I did trust her, first of all. But we did save her life and the life of her salvage team, well, those who were savable. Am I sure about this? No. But if she wishes to avoid prison, or again, I don't know what the law is after here, or I don't know, you guys hang people? Point is, this is a better operation than A, thieving, B, being on the streets, C, working for Zodor.
Everyone deserves a second chance, Hilar. And you'll be here to keep an eye on her, and we will be as well if anything goes wrong. She's learned something in the gray. She's stared death in the face in a way she never has before. And you know that changes people. Maybe it's time to give her a change now. Make her do something good instead of just wasting another life. There's been enough blood spilled around here.
It all sounds good, Maramay, but it also sounds a little bit like one of your songs. I get worried when things sound a little too perfect.
You haven't heard her recent lyrics.
I mean, I am working on a song, yes, and it might sound a little bit too perfect, yes, but it's not yet. It's just something we're asking you to take a chance on. And I mean, we're in the gray. If you're not going to take a chance on somebody being able to do good, then why are we even bothering with any of this?
All right. I'll put in a good word if I can. But this is going to be under your control, and thus under my control too. If Whist steps out of line again, well, there's going to be consequences for it all along the line.
Mm-hmm.
There's only so much I can hold back, you know. I don't have all the answers. I don't call all the shots here. So, if you want to do this, I'll take it on your suggestion. But, I hope you ain't biting off more than you can chew.
Thank you, Hilar.
Only time and Whist will be able to tell that.
All right.
Thank you for your assistance. We are going to talk to the mother first and get her on board with this as well.
Make sure that you be careful with Mother Johanna. I think she's a good person, but she's rigid. Her thinking sometimes don't allow for the possibility of the advanced religious concepts of mercy, let us say. And sometimes I think she could use a little more time learning what it means to have some faith rather than bludgeoning people with it. Don't get me wrong, she's brave and righteous, but I'd like to see a little bit of compassion more than I see sometimes mixed in there. Still, you gotta go talk to her probably. Just don't expect that she's gonna be happy about what it is you have to say, although she'll be happy enough that you've returned the artifact to her. That's worth a lot.
Exactly, and that should make her more receptive to this plan.
He nods and he says, all right, listen, when you get done with all that business, there's one other thing I'm going to need you to check out, if you haven't done it already. There's word that there's some problem over there at the scrapyard. There's actually something on the board about it. Well, I've heard a little bit about this scrapyard problem, and you're just going to want to make sure you check it out when you get a chance. I have information that it may be of particular value to Brayland. So when you got this thing wrapped up, that's where I'd like you to go next.
It was on our list. But, of course, let's get this squared away, and we'll be happy to investigate.
He nods and he says, all right then, you be careful out there. Hey, thanks Islaw for the sub, I appreciate it. And thank you for everyone else who's jumped in and is watching / subbing, etc. All right.
All right. At some point, Nisiana will be coming back here to do a little bit of more of a check on this. So, I don't know. He covers it back up. Maybe just tuck it in a corner somewhere or something.
All right. Make sure that you have Nisiana come down and do this sooner rather than later. I'd rather not have this thing sitting in my house for longer than I can manage.
Understood. And thank you for your help.
And he nods, nods again, nods to you as well, Merime, and then goes over, opens the door, and as both of you head back out into the night, and he says, be careful for the king.
Just nod.
Door goes behind him. In the meantime, while you folks are heading back, I'm curious if there's any discussion happening back at the home front, so to speak, with Tantin, with Nisiana, with Yana, and with, of course, Whist.
Yana is basically spending a lot of time alone processing everything that's happened between herself, Whist, and sort of processing Zodor's comments after talking with Whist, and kind of just wants to be alone in classic cat fashion.
Okay.
Not in classic cat fashion. This is not caught. You know, she's not
literally
as a
because
cat,
yes,
but
as a cat. Yeah.
The kid. No, she just really has. She just doesn't want to talk to anybody right now. So she's found a corner of. Actually, where are the three of us? Where are we?
You were in one of the rooms on the second floor of this inn.
Okay, so she sort of positioned herself like sitting somewhere looking out the window, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Nisiana, what about you? And Tantan.
You're muted.
I think you're muted.
Honestly, Nisiana is kind of fascinated with the whole concept of a changeling and whether or not, how would healing one of those, a changeling work? Is it different? I mean, warforges are different. But it's like, there's that. If there's anything Tantan wants to talk about with them, she would basically sit back for a while and let him.
Okay. Tantan, anything or?
He's basically gone back to working on the sheets of leather.
Okay.
Okay.
Using his tools to punch in and thread things through, and
the awl or whatever, and
and occasionally he breaks out a set of very, very pale colored paints.
Okay.
And starts painting around the various sigils around the edges of the thing he's working on.
Okay. All right. So I would say you do this. Whist is not overly responsive.
Well, it's more like if you're gonna be working for us or with us, you might get hurt, and I kind of need to know if I can heal you.
Right.
And if I can't heal you, what else I can do to make sure you're okay, because that's my job.
And Whist kind of gives you sort of, basic answers. Sometimes you're kind of like, yeah, you're just kind of like, come on, lady, throw me a bone. But like most of the time, she's kind of like, does not say a whole lot. She's currently sitting in her dwarf form, and kind of sits and looks out the window every so often. Farner, who of course is there with you, is doing the same. And so that happens on occasion.
I mean, it's kind of like if you're in dwarf form, are you a dwarf? Because then your dwarf body has a different flavor of healing than a human body. Is it surface or is it bone deep? Do you have bones?
And so Whist kind of is like, it says like, there's a lot there. To be honest with you, a lot there, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, trying to heal everybody is kind of a thing. And if I have to use my alchemy kit, then I have to know if there's something specialized. So I don't want to accidentally poison you.
Oh, I wouldn't want that either, to be honest with you.
And yeah.
And she kind of she sighs and she says, for the most part, anything you do to heal one of them is going to be the same thing that does stuff to heal me, as long as you're careful about your ratios of what comes to what. It should be pretty reasonable. But no, I don't become a dwarf just because I look like one. The stomach's different for one thing.
Okay. Well, when it's divine, it's Eberron, and Eberron knows what he's doing, so.
Oh, yeah. Eberron knows exactly what she's doing. She kind of shakes her head slightly, and then she looks up and sees that you're just like, and she's like, oh, never mind, Nisiana. You gotta understand it's not. I've been around a while, all right? That's
as long as the warforges?
No. Well, not all of them anyway.
Okay. Well then. All right. Anything else you want to talk about?
And she kind of looks at you for a minute, and then she says, well, I'm wondering about you. I can't figure out what's going on all with this group you work for. I don't know what ties you all together. You got a shifter and a halfling and a kalashtar, and you got whatever the heck that floating warforged you got up there is, and you got an artificer here, obviously. You got all different types, human and otherwise, all mixed together. And what are you all doing together? What kind of adventuring party are you, anyway?
It's a funny story. When I was 8, I can't tell it as well as she does, but Marry Me showed up on our doorstep and said, hello, I am your new daughter, and I am sister to Nisiana, and I will be with her for the rest of her life, and I will protect her. So, hi, Mom and Dad. And Mom and Dad said, okay. And so she is my sister.
And Whist sort of, right.
No, seriously. Have you ever had a Kalashtar come up and tell you things about the future or the past or the sideways, and it's all been right?
So you're all family? Or just those two? Just you and her?
She kind of glances at Yana. She's like, we're family now. We're together. Together's a good word. We all have strengths and weaknesses, and we try to balance them.
And she nods.
Doesn't always work, but we try.
She nods slowly and she says, and you believe in what your family's doing, do you?
I believe in it, but people believe a lot of things and they're not always correct. But I believe in what all of us are doing. And, well, when I don't, I let them know. I kind of glance at Tantin. I mean, yeah, I believe in what we're doing. I think it's a good thing. And honestly, I don't know if you know this, but I'm not very good at lying.
I would never have been able to tell that.
Really?
At all.
Well, thank you. But I know, don't ask me to lie. I'm not very good at it.
And she does that. She looks over at you, Tantin, sewing away at the skin, is kind of like, and then looks at you, Yana, and is like, all of you are some kind of either traveling circus or you're what you say you want to be. I don't. I'll figure it out eventually. And she kind of...
Everybody will come to their own conclusion in the end. I mean, all 5 of us can look at the same thing that happens and come to a different perspective, because that is both our strength and our weakness. And if you are part of it, it'll be 6 or 7, point to the dwarves, points of view. And every point of view can help. You ever get an old doctor and a young doctor working on? Actually, probably don't. But the analogy is the same. The old doctor has experience. The young doctor has ambition and creativity and hasn't been told no yet. So we all come from different perspectives.
I kind of figured that as much.
So, all the things that maybe you've been told no about, sometimes they can be yes. Or maybe.
Nisiana, don't take this the wrong way. But you're either the most insufferably naive person I ever met, or you actually believe this and you haven't been proven wrong yet. And it's sort of a half question to herself as anything else, but
Yana kind of hears that, and all she says is, Both. Without breaking her view out the window for a moment. She's just hearing this in the background and just kind of agrees with her.
I think at that point,
Yana doesn't like
Ilarion probably walks back in with Merame. Without you notice the bundle that was that they had left with. And Whist looks over. I see our benefactors have returned.
Is your simulacrum ready yet?
And Whist nods. Almost. Just a couple of last touches. And where exactly are we taking it?
To the church.
Well, that's a good place for illusions, isn't it? And she stands up, and you notice for the first time, and of course, Nisiana, you've been seeing as she's been talking to you, but every so often she's been, doing something with her hands. It's not clear exactly what, but then she basically, and the way it looks to you is that she sort of traces out this body in the air. And as she does so, there's a faint shimmering image that's left. And then she goes down like this on either side, and it's as if you're watching color being drawn in, as if paint was filling in areas on a canvas. And after a few passes of her hand on all the sides, you see that you're looking at the striking image of Mother Johanna's apprentice, who is the Jariah John.
That was interesting.
Thank you. I aim to please.
Well, I'm assuming the likeness is fine. Fooled the mother, so it's all good.
It sure looks like the apprentice that you did him, from what you can tell. So
I see no reason to put this off. I am sure Mother Johanna is very anxious. Sorry. I am sure. Sure. I am sure Mother Johanna Tescalindros is very anxious to get the arrow back. And the sooner we have this conversation, the sooner we can move this little plan along. Is everyone coming with?
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely.
Mia Tantin Tagasha to Kenneth? Perhaps we'll leave you to your tinkering. Yana?
I will stay with
Okay.
Tantin.
All right. Let's be off then. We head over to the church. The church.
I'm going to update Nisiana telepathically as we walk and ask her how everything's been going. And also tell her some new rhymes that I've been working out with Ilarion on the way back. And I'm very excited.
And she'll be very excited about saying, I mimicked you on your storytelling.
I want every detail, every detail. Spare none.
Okay.
On the way over, we'll tell Nisiana that we've secured the body at Hilar's place, and that both Hilar and I would like her to go and take another look at it pretty much as soon as reasonably possible.
What exactly do you want me to do to this body?
We need to figure out what is going on. We may need Mia Tantin Takasha Takana's ability to sense magic, and we need him to look more deeply at this thing. What kind of magic is happening here? What is going on?
I mean, I can definitely look at seeing if I can purify the flesh. I think that would be
Maybe an experiment we will attempt.
technically the body's food now, but for scavengers. And I do have purified food and water, so that might fix things.
Well,
I've never tried that, but
the body has not decomposed since we last saw it. This is
True.
unnatural.
Well, yes. Like I said, it's probably some sort of infernal curse, magic, whatever. Handhead might have a better idea than me, but I will
Exactly.
also try to purify the body.
After he's done his ritual.
I mean, I can also do an autopsy. Well, okay. I don't have the formal training for an autopsy, but I kind of know the whole bit about how to do it.
You've at least studied?
Of course.
Excellent. Because
And I've seen a lot of dead bodies.
It may come down to that. If the
Okay.
only way to find out is to open it up, then that is what we probably will do. All right.
At which
Okay.
point you have arrived at the church.
Yes.
And when you come in,
This building? This one? Oh, wait, this one?
Let me switch back to that. This is the one where I really need to get a better map. I'm not happy with this map. Which one did you ping?
It's this one.
Yes.
That looks like it has pews. I'm just not sure what the heck this thing
That's
is.
basically right. That is
Okay.
That is basically correct. And so when you get to here, because it's above
So-
the salvage market, so
Right. And we're like at this corner, basically, a pause and to Whist say, so you know the story you're going to tell, correct?
I suppose the idea is that
Created this,
yeah,
took the arrow,
yeah.
we recovered it, keep it short. Ideally, she'll be so happy to get it back, she won't ask too many questions. And then we move on to what I need her to do.
Okay.
If she asks too many questions, I can play interference.
And so she nods slowly and takes a deep breath and says, "All right, let's get on with it."
Is the church door open or closed?
Church door is closed at the moment.
All right, we'll knock on that too.
Okay. And after a minute, you hear shuffling feet, and someone comes down, and then opening the door, and you can see that it is Mother Johanna, who has a nightgown, clearly had gone off to retire for the night, and then sees. Now, Whist is in her. Did you have Whist?
The
dwarf form, right? Right,
Yes.
and then
Yes.
also she sees her. She sees
Acolyte.
Jariah John, and she says, "Jariah, what are you doing here?"
I apologize for the late hour, but we have news. May we come in for a few minutes?
Oh, yes, of course. Does that mean have you found the arrow? And she comes back in like.
Yeah, let's step inside and all will be revealed.
Okay, so she does.
Usher everyone in, close the door. First, we'll get to the most important part. They pull the arrow out and present it back to her.
And she's just like, "Oh, I can't. I'm so grateful. I can't tell you. This means everything. That finally we have it back."
Good.
I-
Now,
The
that is
flame
good.
The warmth of the flame seems so distant and yet is so close. I am most grateful. Thank you. You will be rewarded just as I promised. And she kind of, thank you so much. But did you? Who was it that who committed the crime? Then it was Zodor, wasn't it? Or
She motions Wish to step forward.
Whis does, reluctantly, probably.
She's a female dwarf, I presume?
No, male dwarf.
Okay.
Young-
I just
maybe
want
it's
to make
the
sure
same
to
one
keep
as
it
the one
right.
before, young male dwarf,
Yep. This young man, who we apprehended with the arrow in his possession, has confessed to the crime. He has an unusual bit of magic talent and motions for Wish to, and then like over to the simulacrum.
And so Whist sighs, and the dwarf version looks over at the simulacrum, and then snaps his fingers, and just dust of Jariah just sort of floats up into the air, and the dwarf says, "Hours of work to do that," and the not obviously what you would expect from the voice coming out of the dwarf. And Mother Johanna's like, what did you do? What have you done to him?
It was a cunningly crafted illusion, able to remove the arrow with you thinking you were seeing Jiraiya. He's perfectly safe and sound at home. There's no harm to come to him. He had no idea this was even taking place. Now, I would imagine on a normal day, the church would probably wish to levy the sternest punishment imaginable for such an offense. And I can understand your point of view. However, given this young man's ability, I would like to ask, as my portion of that reward, that you put a word in for them to serve a particular sentence of, shall we say, probation under the watchful eye of Sheriff as their assistant.
And so Mother Johanna just looks thunderstruck, like, you want this thief here to who you say has some talent for, well, illusion and for pinning a crime on an innocent, my own apprentice who was just here, just my own acolyte, doing what he could for the church, and you want me to put in a word for this dwarf here to be sheriff's assistant?
Yes. First of all, he will be under the eye of the law. And I think we can both agree that's the best place for him to be. Second, it would show the church's benevolence. That even, although this crime was heinous, that the church can find it in its heart to forgive and hopefully give this miscreant a second chance.
Benevolence. And she kind of clutches a hand to her nightgown, turns around, and she says, benevolence has not taken us very far so far in this town. Salvation has not been driven by benevolence towards us. And quite obviously, we remain open season for anyone who has the wish to try out some magic, or make a little extra money, and turns around and glares at the disguised Whist, or, at the dwarf version of Whist, and says, why on earth, even out of benevolence, should I offer myself to be hit again? Should I offer whatever little meager resources we have to be taken advantage of again? Certainly we want to give people a second chance if it is deserved, but the silver flame believes that righteousness burns out the sins from the unbelievers, and to the extent that this one has been caught, perhaps some punishment would be warranted to make him realize the extent of his crime. Otherwise, everyone else in here, and even if it wasn't Zodor, they may very well have been involved in it, is just as likely to, take the rest of what we have next time, rob us in the streets going home. What you would do here is invite more of this kind of behavior, not less.
It takes a thief to catch a thief. What better way than to turn one who used to be on the wrong side of the law to the right side and task them with apprehending those that might cause such problems for you in the future? And at the very least, this one will not be one of them.
Unless you takes advantage of this mercy that you're showing them and asking me to show him, and uses it to his advantage when we're not looking. He took the arrow of truth, the only sacred artifact that we possess here in this town, and did so for... Well, why did you do so? Why did you do so? And she kind of looks over at, why? And the dwarf sort of... It was a long story. I'll bet it was a long story. A long story for a short purse. What did you do with it? Who were you trying to sell it to? And the dwarf kind of looks up at you, Ilaria, and says, I told you I didn't think this was going to work.
Yes, they were trying to sell it because they felt they had no other recourse, and knew that such an object would bring a pretty penny. That did not happen, as we intercepted it before it could be disposed of in such a manner.
For which I am grateful. Do not misunderstand.
And that is the price of the recovery. You do not necessarily have to like it, Mother Johanna, Celis, and Tescalindros. But that is the price of my reward for recovering this. The rest of you can reward as you see fit. But I'm asking you to do this, to set them on a better path than they have known before.
Make a persuasion check for me, Ilarion. Do I want to give a modifier to this?
Can I lean in and whisper inspiration?
I'm asking for it anyways, so yeah.
Or guidance.
Yeah, well, you'll see like Nisiana and Mary May will both like. Yeah.
Anyone in chat want to blow one more inspiration before the end of the month? You've only got a couple hours left.
Have we used, have you used hero points? I think you have used them.
I'm
right?
out, dude. I
Okay,
used them in the
that's what I
conversation with What's-His-Face.
figured. Yeah.
Hours. A couple
Anyone?
of hours left.
Well, not on New York time.
I'm giving
Lone
you
Wolf
a,
has
Thank
inspired
you, Lone
Yay!
Wolf. All right,
Lone
I'll still
Wolf.
take that. I'll still take that guidance, by the way.
and I'll give you inspiration as well.
Do they
so-
stack? Do they
I don't
stack?
I don't know if they stack.
I think-
Well, inspiration. So, bardic inspiration is separate from this kind of inspiration.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
bardic inspiration could go along with guidance. Those two could stack. And then, because they're not the same thing as the regular inspiration is just doing a roll at advantage, right? So,
Correct.
that's, yeah, no, you could use those together.
Okay.
Stack it all.
Okay. yeah.
I kind of touch his arm and just but
I was going to say, yeah, I'm not being like, all right, listen, I'm going to make it possible for you to convince her to do what you want.
Yeah.
No, it's just quietly to myself, Eberron, guide.
Mermaid, don't start singing the persuasion song either. That might not look well.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a good 21.
Wow.
Let's see. What does
Natural
guidance
20.
give me? A D4?
It's a natural 20.
It is a natural 20.
Oh,
Natural
I didn't
20.
see that. All right.
Plus the
It's behind
D4.
Mermaid's.
Yeah, you might as well roll the d4 anyway, even with the natural 20.
That's funny.
And the D6 and just
Okay, so D4 just for grins. But I'll take the natural, thank you.
I think you should actually make him the sheriff. You know what? Make him the mayor.
Yeah, so 3, and then yeah, exactly. President. All right, it would be another 5, so technically be 26.
Okay.
So
she's like, no, I'm just kidding.
be gone, foul
Denied.
construct.
Jeez. Yes. So she nods, and she slowly, and she says, and she comes over to Whist, and looks down, and she says, if I do this, I need more than your word. I need your bond. I need whatever it is that you believe in the most. And I need you to swear upon that you will not go down this path again. You're being shown a great kindness by these people. Kindness, I think, more than you deserve. But for their sake, I'm inclined to go along with it, if I can believe what you say. And so there's this pause, and Whist looks, it looks for all the world like, would roll the eyes, and yet doesn't want to do that. And it's better than jail, and it's better than how the town might treat one beyond it. I won't do it again. At least, not from the chapel. And then kind of looks up at you, Ilarion, and looks at...
Kind of frowns at him.
And not from others here either in the town. And Mother Johanna, kind of leans back. Very well. Then I will accede to your request. And I thank you for the return of our artifact.
Rest assured, Mother Johanna Teleskendros, I will also be watching this young man. And any deviance from the path he is about to walk will be met with most severe consequences.
And so you say that, and as you do, you hear from the door, I think that consequences are my business. If I'm not mistaken, this is my job. And as you turn around, you see the form of Sheriff, the lightning javelin on his back, just slightly sparking, and the blue light filters around the inside of the sanctuary, lighting up the face of Whist. And Whist, maybe for a moment, gives just the littlest smile. And that is where I think we will bring our session to a close for this evening. I was going to jump back to Yana and Tanton, but I wanted to, I think, wrap on that point. There will be time for, in fact, if everyone reminds me, next session there will be time for Yana and Tanton to talk some things out if they want to, before we cut back into this, since we're wrapping up this portion of it and heading into the home stretch of the Nightland Part 4. Good stuff today, everybody. I really, really enjoyed watching the party sort of playing out how they were going to interact with this new figure, and the idea that there's a great deal of complexity going on in this town in terms of, you know, who believes what about whom, and whether it's possible for multiple people to be right about what they believe at the same time. Plus the manifest weirdness of stuff in the gray, so there's that going on as well. So I was really enjoying watching that all play out. I will start on the right side and move over. Rob, I thought that Yana's actual reaction surprised me a little bit in a good way about how her reaction to Zodor and what she sort of saw as sort of Zodor's truth, followed by Yana's sort of changing of her mind with Whist, I found fascinating. There's a sense of openness that surprises me about Yana. Openness to, not naivete, but like an openness to being willing to believe in some people, which is better than just the, I am a feral animal that distrusts all creatures. Like there was something more than that going on here, which I appreciated, and it was interesting to me to see that, and to see potential lines being developed of Whist and Zotor, obviously more, and all that kind of stuff. As we move on down the line. How'd you feel about today? Where would the lovely folks find you next?
See, I see it slightly different, although it's not that different from what you're saying.
Well, that's fine. It was just my take.
No, and it's a very interesting one, because I feel like she's not quick to trust. She's very much not quick to trust. And she didn't trust Zodor, but she sensed, it's exactly what she said to, there was no one screaming outside my apartment for the last 2 hours, and now there are people screaming their bloody heads off. I don't know if you can hear that or not, but it's very distracting, but I'm trying to make a point. Shut up. But yeah, the truth is that she's not quick to trust people, but she is able to get a read one way or another on what people are saying, like in earnest, I guess.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't trust Zodor, but she believes there's more to him than this shifter who doesn't trust anybody himself. Like this shifter that doesn't keep other shifters around. There's something very confusing about that to her, and she's curious as to what that's all about, because she should have more in common with him than he has with anybody that he keeps company with. Mm-hmm. And for some reason, he doesn't see that way. And maybe she believes that there's something else going on there that he hasn't. He, like, you know, when that moment that he let his guard down and spoke like a shifter, not like a thief.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a similar moment tonight between her and Whist, when she wasn't talking to Whist the thief, but Whist the shapeshifter, and there was some truth to her voice. And I think Yana sees herself very much as what you see is what you get, and she's trying to figure out what this thing is,
mm-hmm.
because she doesn't like it, but she likes when she can see what's beyond it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's what she made a deal with tonight, not the shapeshifter. That's why she got so frustrated when Whist called her shifter and not Yana.
Mm-hmm.
because she didn't say, I trust you, shapeshifter. She said, I trust you, Whist. You, the person, the one you don't think anybody can trust you with. Or that you can, or the one that you don't. Sorry, I'm getting very tired, so I'm not sure if my sentence is being right. But there's a lot to that, which on top of it is that she's not really a communicator, you know. So she doesn't really. She's it's growing on her, this conversing, but she's also really kind of aware that people will say a lot of things when what they're really trying to say, what they actually mean, is so much simpler and so much more obvious. And she knows it, and that's why she says it in 3 words and can say a sentence, and other people will say 20 sentences, and she's like, fuck off. Just tell me what you want to say. Like, tell me the truth. Tell me what this is really going towards. Enough with the poetry. She doesn't need the poetry. She wants to see the person, because those are the things that determine whether she's going to live another day or not. And it's fun to play that, because I think everybody expects, her to be, this feral animal, and there's actually some real thought to her, but it's different. It's different from what everybody else is accustomed to.
Yeah.
And I guess vice versa as well. Yeah.
That's good stuff. Where will the lovely folks find you next?
They'll find me here on Twitch. I stream well, actually, I'm going to be tweaking my schedule moving forward ever so slightly. I will be streaming tomorrow on my channel, twitch.tv/DarksideRob, RAHB. I let people know on Twitter and on my Discord and on other social media platforms when I'm going live, so you can follow me there. And you can follow my channel, and alerts will let you know when my streams go live. But yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow on Twitch TV, and I will be posting new videos to my YouTube channel, and clips to Instagram and Twitter and TikTok, and posting lots of video and audio, good times, good vibes, and all that other stuff everywhere. And if you want to see some of my recorded work, you can find my previous album of music on Bandcamp. It's darksiderob.bandcamp.com. And if you want to check out the 2 latest audiobooks that I narrated and produced and mixed, you can check those out on Audible. And the link is, I think I posted it earlier, but I will post it again in chat. The 2 novels are Russell Zimmerman's Neat, a novella by Russell Zimmerman in the Shadowrun universe, and Shadowrun Shaken, a part of a trilogy in the Shadowrun universe. Please check them out. I hope you enjoy them, and if you like them, please consider leaving a review on whichever platform you bought them on. Yes, this is exactly as I read it in the script at the end of the book, so I have it ingrained in my memory now. But yes, please, the reviews do help a lot, but even just buying them and listening to them is a big help. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for being here tonight, and thanks to everybody else in this wonderful group of players, people, role players, awesome folk. This is really turning into quite a intense and awesome and fun campaign so far. I'm really enjoying it. And again, as always, Arv, amazing DM work.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. And good stuff. And I will speak to you
now I'm going to go to sleep.
Good stuff, Rob. Moving right up on the line. Jen, I really enjoyed Nisiana. First of all, Nisiana had some big healing moments to deal with. And this got a little more CSI, perhaps, than any of us expected at times with things. But I really enjoyed seeing Nisiana work through some things with Whist, because to my mind, these are 2... I was really reminded of sort of like, from Whist's point of view, the kind of, again, it's almost like you can't possibly be this naive, right? But then there's something which is sort of like, well, Whist has not really abandoned her life to cynicism, from what you can tell. And the conversation between these 2 people who are on opposite ends of a spectrum in one sense, and yet at the same time have perhaps some similar aspects to themselves in terms of how they see the world. I think that Whist probably finds some admirable qualities to Nisiana, maybe. And I enjoyed that conversation, particularly at the end, although there were a lot of good moments throughout it, but especially at the end where we really got to see Nisiana be like, look, here's the way things are, kind of lay things out, and Whist is like, really? Like, that's how, okay. Because Whist doesn't totally believe this group is real exactly. So I thought it was really enjoyable to watch all of that get played out this evening. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the folks find you next?
I thought today's session was really good. There's one thing that I have noticed the way you GM. In the Mournlands, everyone is gray. Everyone. There's good and bad points to everyone, and it's kind of interesting. There is no general moral high ground, so that's going to be fun to play around with. As for her being naive, oh hell yeah, she absolutely is. When I played Savoy in Emberwind, she knew a lot of things. She got very jaded, and it was very unhappy making. And I've just decided that for as long as Nisiana can be relentlessly happy, not perky, but happy, optimistic, she's going to do it. And that part of that is because of her sister, because of the way the enthusiasm. So I thought, how would Mary May tell the story? Funny story. And then I tried in character to pretend to be the different character. It was only sideways. But the one thing, she knows she can't lie, but she can try and veer away from actually answering the question. And I think she did. She's getting better at that. As for trying to figure out if you can purify food and water on a possibly corrupted body, that might be really interesting, or might piss off Eberron. I don't know. We'll find out. So I had a really good time with it. I'm kind of curious and a little wary of where Alarion is suddenly pivoting his character from what I knew from the first couple of sessions to this next one. He seems a lot more malleable. And I am enjoying this. I'm trying very hard, though, not to be the one stuck in the situation to answer a direct question, because I don't want to do that. As for me, you can find me on Twitter and Facebook as Jennifer Brozek. If you want to see my 4 cats, it's Jennifer_Brozek on Instagram, which is literally called Mostly Cats. And as always, I would love for you guys to check out the audiobook of the Nellis Academy Incident. And if you haven't read Rogue Academy series, book 1 is now on sale. Iron Dawn for $2.99, book 2 $4.99, and then book 3 just came out this week. And the story is all done, so you don't have to wait for any more. So, and thank you everyone for showing up.
Good stuff. Thanks, Jen. And yes, you should get to Jen's stuff. I was laughing earlier when you were talking about the idea of, and I'll break you break your heart with stuff. And I'm like, titles like Iron Dawn, Crimson Night. Like, that makes me sound like a nice, gentle bedtime story, like Crimson Night, just to make your kids settle in. But no, thank you, Jen. Very good stuff tonight. And I look forward to our next session. Moving right down the line, up, down, and up and over. John, Alarion, definitely got, the sort of role of kind of, this is where my plans, this is where I think things are happening. There has always been kind of a practical element to Alarion, but there's still kind of a how to get things done stuff. And again, I'm enjoying a character that is more the intellectual component of the group. Obviously, Tanton's got, the mechanical stuff on lockdown, but there's a kind of intellectual component of planning and tactics about how everything has got to be coordinated. And in Alarion's own way, I think it's fascinating that the sort of moral condition is to make Whist a assistant for sheriff, which on the one hand, then Whist becomes our eyes and ears. But then on the other hand, it is a chance for redemption, even though Alarion wouldn't put it that way. And I think that's very interesting to me, that Alarion is playing this off as just, this is what we need to do tactically. And I wonder if it's that, or if there's anything about the sort of moral circumstances of doing exactly what Marimé said about giving him a second chance, giving Wist a second chance, without at the same time making it seem like Ilarian's doing this for moral reasons as much as tactical reasons. So I'm interested to see, like Nisiana was reacting to, how Ilarian's going to develop over time. And we'll have a long time to do it, so that's going to be fun. How did you feel about today's session, John? Where will the
assuming I don't die, yes,
assuming you don't reach death, and this was
Yes, well, you're going to have to start rolling a little better, John. Okay?
Yeah, that was interesting. You were fine.
Yeah. Well, I usually it's Trend who takes that first bullet. This time it was me. So yeah, it was not how I
He
expect
got
that
hurt
Oh.
combat
too,
to
but
go.
he healed himself.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's when you can heal yourself. I'm not
That's
quite
true.
there yet. It's funny. We were just literally talking about this yesterday, Jen and I, of the character, and I mentioned exactly what you said, Greg, about the intellectual part, the tactical part. But it can be both, because people have to remember, and I have to remember too, that Ilarian's not a robot. They are a
Right.
living being.
Right.
And as such, they will react with feelings. Now, yes, it's certainly, I mean, Tantan can probably run circles around him in the whole applied intelligence stuff. But it's funny, Jen said malleable. Ilarian would prefer to think of it as flexible. But this person has a ability that we need or could certainly use. And it's a good way to get done for everyone. It's a lot like what Maramé said. It's a win-win-win-win-win. And according to Ilarian's point of view, and I'm thinking she and they are very aligned on that particular. Yes, everyone gets what they want, including us for once, which is a good thing. So yeah, it is interesting. And yeah, will they couch it in terms that the mother can understand, that Halar can understand? Sure. Because if that gets the point across, it gets him what they desire without injuring anyone, which is ideal. He's still good, still very good. Then it's no harm, no foul as far as they're concerned. So yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing this character develop, very much so. His first level's been not rocky, but interesting, because I always view the first level as kind of finding the center of them.
Mm-hmm.
And this one has been really interesting in how they've developed, and I look forward to seeing more. And yeah, I'll definitely second Rob's just fantastic DM work, sir. It's really, really good stuff. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Can't wait for the next one. I don't have anything out. I assign other people to put stuff out for me. So go check out Rob's work. Eventually you'll go get to check out Arv's work soon. Go check out Trent's fantastic work. Just real quick aside. I was on ACX and I was looking at the reviews, and you can see they do put little samples up of like, oh, this review, and someone said a note. And on one of Trent's books, the only comment, it was all 5 stars. The only comment at the bottom was, seriously. That was the only word. I'm like, I guess they liked it, but that was all the excerpt of the review. Seriously, period. So I guess Trent does very serious Shadowrun. I don't know.
If it had been a question mark, like seriously, like then it would have a whole.
But it was a
different
period. It was a very
seriousness.
declarative sentence, a one-word sentence. So I guess he's doing it right. So, anyways, and yeah, looking forward to people's reactions to Rob's work. So far, the reviews have been very good, and I expect they'll continue. So yeah, that's what I do.
Good stuff, John. Yeah, just very
We
quickly.
got the tools, we got the talent.
Just very quickly, please do not anybody else stream boost now. And the reason is because we don't want to waste it. Now that we've gotten really close, tomorrow during Sound Clash, we can finish the stream boost, and that way Sound Clash will get a bunch of the stream boost. So please, if you've got channel points, tomorrow when we come back for that, then please do the rest of it, because that way Sound Clash would get exactly crit. It'd be really good for them, and Sound Clash deserves it. Doesn't it apply over the next 3 days? I don't think so. No, I think when the boost starts, it means that when the boost begins, then it just goes for the next, whatever it is, half hour, 45 minutes until the boost is complete. So tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, by which I mean Sunday, August 1st. It's already Sunday, August 1st on the East Coast, but so later today for you folks, but everybody else tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, that's when you should do the rest of the stream boost. So please do not boost now, but please do come back tomorrow to finish that channel boost. And thank you, everybody. We always hit these channel boosts. I think we've hit, I want to say, like 8 out of 9 stream boosts, and the only one we missed was like the first one. And I'm really, really grateful for that, because I think that makes us look good. And it's another reason why I hope this channel gets partnered, because I think it deserves it because of players like this and wonderful viewers like all of you. So anyway, thank you. But yeah, hold on. Do not boost tonight. Boost tomorrow. Okay. With that said, but thank you, John. Yeah, very good stuff today again from Ilarian.
One more real quick thing.
Sure.
Ilarian was not kidding what they said to Whist. If they F this up, There's going to be hell to pay.
Oh yeah, well Hilar wasn't kidding either.
Right.
Like Hilar always is like, well, I'm just fine.
'Cause
I got this.
that
So the
rolls
Hilar is like,
downhill.
listen, you're
Yeah.
gonna mess things up. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. What could go
No,
wrong?
it's fine.
They
They got
totally
this. They got
good.
this. It's all good.
Moving right on up the line. Yeah, Marie, this was a really good session, I thought, for Merime as well. First of all, Merime tactically pretty much saved everyone's bacon early on, especially Ilarians with those freaking dissonant whispers. Good God, like the psychic damage was huge because it is something which is something that Dolgrams couldn't necessarily do, especially because you didn't have to see them, to be able to do it. So that was super useful for that reason. And then in addition to that, you had a very good pickup on Whist there. I wasn't sure if people were going to pick up that there was something going on. It was reminding me a little bit of the whole from the prequels of Star Wars, Padme is not Padme, it's actually Amidala is whatever. Like, I really, really was impressed that you figured out that stuff and were like, I don't think this person's actually Whist. And like, part of it is that, yes, you get insight advantage checks like they're going out of style. You're not always going to have a session where you get like 1 million insight checks. It's just the way things worked out today. But I really, and as we saw from the lockpicking incident, the lockpicking attempts. But no, I thought you did very well with that. And it meant that Merime, we really got to see an example of someone who is upbeat, but is really interested in sort of the inner workings of how beings think, and how they process things emotionally and otherwise, and it made it possible then to get information that you needed. So anyway, good work on all of that score, because you did it collectively with a few of them. Ilarian had some suspicions, but you really kind of brought that home. How'd you feel about this session today? Where will the lovely folks find you next, Marie?
I had a lot of fun today, echoing excellent DMing. It was fun and excellent RPing with the rest of the team too. It was just a lot of fun. I am enjoying, I feel like I'm getting more of a handle on Merime, where she's not like the bard who's necessarily going to always speak up front, but she will listen, pay attention. And I think that that's naturally just born out of the fact that she does get that insight advantage as a Kalishtar. So
Yeah.
it makes sense that she would listen more, pay attention, see if anything's happening, what are their motivations, how am I going to render this into a convincing epic if I don't understand the character motivation? So that was a lot of fun to kind of follow that through, and her willingness and her wanting to kind of witness as many things as possible and to save people, because it's not a good end if the thief just gets killed at the end. Like, there has to be a redemption arc. There has to be she's very much putting the veneer of story on top of what she sees, but not in such a way that it would endanger herself or her sister, or it's just, let's give life a chance, but let's be smart about it.
Yep.
And put it to song. Very important.
Yeah, absolutely.
So lots of fun today. And find me on Twitter, on Facebook, all under my name, Glitterbomb on Instagram. I have a newsletter if you're interested. Sign up on my website. I will have an announcement within the next couple of weeks. So if you like epic fantasy, please do follow me, and it will be coming up. I'll talk about it next time on the stream, I imagine, or the time after. So come play. Yay.
Good stuff. Thank you, Marie. Always a pleasure. And last but certainly not least, Tren, I know you were tired. And so that meant that, Tanton was, not as Santa-ing it up in some ways. It might have been the case elsewhere. But I did want to mention that Tanton's the stones, the healing while running, and figuring out things with the gun in terms of this thing could actually break down at any time and all this stuff. I mean, there were a lot of sort of Tantin things that were happening here, there, as different components of the adventure went on. And I continue to believe, although again I may be wrong, that Tantin is also gathering information about the people of Salvation and the people that he works for and the people who are in his party and all this stuff, and are sort of gathering this together. And I had this image of the kind of, the artificer constructing something in his head about how to process all of this together. That may be just a complete reach on my part, but it's something that I noticed as far as yeah, it definitely was, as far as stuff was going on. How did you feel about today's session, Trent? Where will the lovely folks find you?
I was asleep for half of it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how did I feel? I mean, the points where I was awake, I was confused. because I was like, wait, who are we talking to? Who is this person?
skips.
We're
Well, you
talking-
should definitely watch
Yeah.
the recap when it's posted to
going to.
YouTube. So
Going to.
that's
I'm
very
going to.
much.
Wow,
We
those
get to find out
players
what
are
I was
really
doing.
good.
Man, I
Like,
did a really good job this session.
It's amazing. And it's like, this thing is worth how many? And I was just like, I'm just gonna watch the YouTube video later and I'll whatever. Yeah, it was, you know, I can echo what everybody else said about great DMing, but I don't remember any of
But
it.
he won't. So,
So, you know, I would just wake up and hear one of these people talking, and I'm like, all right. And, and then the first time I walked out to go and make a cup of tea and then forgot that I had started it, my housemate was like, are you guys on break already? And I'm like, what? Oh, no, not yet. I'm just making tea. So I started thinking, I came back in here and I sat down and almost immediately started drifting again. And I'm just like, oh God. And then the next time I got up to go out and I kind of looked into his room like, no. Got my cup of tea, brought it back in here, sat back down. Then we went on break. And so I walk out and he's not even, I'm like, where the hell is he? Now I'm going to come out and try to tell him, okay, we're on break now. And it turns out he's in his room and the door's closed. I'm walking down the hallway like, we're on break. Hello?
Does Trent get to sleep now? Yes, Garlic. I believe Trent does
No,
get to sleep.
actually he doesn't.
No?
What?
No.
Oh, no. Why
No,
not?
because soon.
I inspire you to sleep, Tren. I'll use my
I don't
inspiration.
need, remember, I was in the military. I can sleep like that instantaneously. No, I need.
I'm
to
just
wait.
giving you an out. That's all. I have
I
this free
understand it.
inspiration left.
It's not for me. It's almost 9:30. If I go to sleep right now,
That's
I will
true.
wake up at 11 p.m. and I will be awake all night.
Yep, I know that feeling.
There is that.
You got to reset.
And we've got D&D tomorrow here. We actually have a table, like an actual table to sit around now because we haven't had furniture in this house for like a decade. And so it's like we finally have a table and we got chairs to sit around, and all, you know, the guys are all coming over tomorrow to continue playing D&D and whatnot. And it's going to be very something.
Just imagine
So-
Arv's dulcet tones singing you off to serenading you to sleep then. So there you go. So, much like they were doing through half the session tonight.
Yeah. But where can people see and or hear me? Here next month. I don't know. I mean, next month is an hour and a half away. So, but you know, whatever days we decide that we're
It
gonna
already is
play
next month for me.
for you, yeah.
Yes.
And then the narration I did for Escape Pod, which I just put the link in the chat. You guys can listen to that. It was a lot of fun to narrate that one because I got to play around with. One of the things I really like to do when I narrate is, depending upon what's going on, the narrator's voice will change in pitch and tempo and texture. And with that one, it just there was such a transition from the first part of the story to the second part of the story, and I just got to dip down into this just fluid, just because there's a tiger in it. So, it's like you got to have the sound of that stalking, action in your voice. I loved narrating.
So it's a fluid tiger.
Yeah, well, basically, yes. Actually, there is a part where it says that, he leaped forward like water being thrown from a bucket. So, yeah.
Next time on Nova, the fluid tiger in its... Sorry, never mind.
I can't remember what David Attenborough sounds like, or I would...
I'm
do a
standing in a
really-
pile
It's
of
not that far
guano.
off from that. It's like...
It's basically David Attenborough.
So we're out there watching this. It's that voice. It's the voice you're now hearing is Richard Kiley. We spared no whatever.
Spared no expense. I've forgotten where I was going with that now. So,
Sorry.
Escape Pod. Good story. People should listen to it.
yes, that thing.
There you go.
But I kind of finished that, so there was probably something else, but I don't remember what it was. But I'm really looking forward to when Tangent finishes all the things that he's working on, and I think it's gonna be a lot of fun, especially now that we have this body we don't know what to do with.
Yeah.
We're just gonna leave it stacked in the corner, you know, like
It's
one
just-
of the extra legs from the table we got.
I just did have this image. I had this image of you all, like, I was just thinking, like, what kind of films where you just go back to your boss, you know, like Law and Order or something, like they find, like Lenny Briscoe's whatever brings back to, you know, Esapatha Murkison's whatever her character is, just like, you know, could you keep this body in the corner of your office for me? Like, what?
Drool for this shit.
Exactly. It's gonna be great. But
And we didn't have a chance to do it tonight, but I am looking forward to. There was a moment that I thought if we had had time, I wanted Yana to have a moment with Tanton, but that'll be nice to.
right.
start
I
off
was
the
thinking
next-
about going back to that,
yeah.
but we'll begin with that.
The way
next
you
time,
ended
so,
it was
yeah.
much better, but but there was a reason I wanted her to stay there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
And next time I'll be conscious, so
That'll be good too.
Probably.
bonus. It's a
Um,
bonus.
This was great, though. I really enjoyed this. And yes, you will see these folks twice next month for sessions. And I hope that they are as fired up for it as I am, but I am very excited for it. And the next time you see them, they will also have a new introductory video, too, which is going to be exciting. And character stuff is on the way as well. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing players, Trendane Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkside Rob. Always a pleasure, players. Great work, and I will see you folks next month. Bye for now.
Adios.
Everybody.
Bye.
And that, folks, is going to do it for us for this evening. That was great. I hope people are beginning to get a sense, too, of why it is that I like Eberron as much as I do. I think really the main reason is, and it's interesting that Jen mentioned about this idea of shades of gray, because actually, as an author, I mean, obviously, I wrote a book called Gray Shade. I certainly know, I think it is important to have characters that have a combination of morality and aren't just, like cookie cutter cutout sort of characters. But I don't actually like grimdark, and I don't actually care most of the time for kind of morality that shifts around a lot in these things, where it's just sort of like, well, everybody sucks and everyone's terrible. But of course, what Jen was saying was not that. Jen was talking about the idea that there is complexity to every character that you meet. I'm always reminded of something my father taught me, probably the most important thing that my father taught me, which is that everybody's got their own story. And that means that everyone that you meet has the opportunity to teach you something and to tell their own story to you if you're willing to listen. And that's one thing that I really love about Eberron, is I think it's a setting in which you get the opportunity for people to tell their own story and to get a sense of who they are as people before judgment gets passed. That doesn't mean that judgment doesn't eventually get passed, because there are those, and you're going to run into some of them, who are worse than others. There are those who are going to make a moral calculus that you are not going to want to make. And I'm talking beyond monsters. The Dolgrim are evil and they have to be defeated, right? But even, people that are not monstrous will make wrong decisions and have to be beaten, even if they have a morally consistent philosophy. Moral consistency doesn't equate to correctness, right? Like, not necessarily. So I appreciate the fact that Eberron is something which allows for these kinds of alterations and sort of these explorations, I guess, to take place. And especially when you got good role-playing going on, that whole sequence with Whist, when they were in the gray, with Whist, with Alarion, with Yana, all of those sort of people figuring out how they wanted to interact with each other. I dug that. I mean, that's the kind of stuff I love, along with political intrigue and all that stuff. And we're going to get plenty of that coming up too. So it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed myself. I hope you folks did as well. And it was great work from the players, and it wraps up what was a really great month of role-playing. But we're going to have another great month coming up, because it is now August as we move into the final full month of summer. But it's going to be a great month. We've got a lot of highlights that are going to be a part of it. We will have, of course, more of this campaign, 2 more of this campaign. We will have more Esper Genesis coming at you, 2 sessions of that. We will have more D&D with GOG, Ghosts of Saltmarsh. We got 1 session of that coming your way. And maybe we might even get another session of that in, possibly, because there are 5 Tuesdays coming up in the month of August. We have got a session of Talisman Adventures, of course, over there. We have D&D with Viewers, which is going to be more of Legacy of Dragonholt. I know Chad is excited about that. If all goes well, we're going to have another game book illustration stream. We also are going to have some video game stuff, of course. Solasta over on Pen and Pixels. We're going to have some more Neverwinter Nights 2. We'll have the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month. We will have, of course, Soundclash the Clampdown. We will have more Rebel Crown for you. We will have more Blades in the Dark Case, the Cindered Seal for you. And of course, we're going to have more community D&D as well coming at you with some Dragon of Icespire Peak. So we got a lot of stuff coming on down the pike. I'm very happy with where the channel is sitting in terms of the offerings that we're starting to provide, that we have been providing. I want to continue to build those, and I really want them to get noticed. And I was happy to see a bigger turnout tonight. The more that we can get some of that stuff, the more that we can get people being a part of this, the better. I continue to argue that the players that we have on here, I would put up against any other role playing that you see going on Twitch, including the big guns, you know, the Critical Roles of the world and the Saving Throw shows and the Dimension 20s and all that stuff. I would put the players that we have on here. I'll leave others to decide about my DMing. That's up to them. But the players I would put up against, in all my campaigns, I would put up against any of them. I think we have top-level roleplay going on here, and I'm hoping that more people can get a chance to see that over time. If you like what you saw and heard tonight, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, our Discord with !ArvCord, our Twitter with !ArvTweets, and our website with arvaneleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area with D&D, with Infinity Beyond stuff, Adventures of Middle-earth stuff, and soon to be Esper Genesis. That site is very much under construction, so you can go there and get stuff right now, Infinity and Beyond stuff, which does help the channel, so that is another way to help us. But again, it's under construction, so there'll be changes being made to that down the line. Obviously, the Patreon sitting right there, 23 patrons, $214 per month. It's what allows me to get the lighting set up, the stuff we have back there. Very happy with how the stream is looking now, and that's a big part of the Patreon is what makes that possible, plus inspirations that everyone is able to give as well. Unquestionably one of the best chat communities around. I 100% agree, Triffid. I really, really appreciate and know how fortunate it is to have the Arvanauts here. You folks are the best, but you know that. I mean, I say that all the time, and I mean it. So absolutely. So yes, the Patreon really does make a difference. I'd love to get us to some channel goals, like doing another Talisman tournament, like doing another Arvanaut Idol contest. But to do that, we got to get that Patreon higher. So please consider jumping on board and doing that. I also forgot to mention we'll have another Arvocalist session coming up in the month of August as well, too. So a lot of stuff coming up. So we've got all that going on. And of course, subscribing to the channel. You've already seen some of our new overlays, which I showed off. This amazing new overlay that we got from Shadowed Mage. This one that he put together yesterday, the Esper Genesis cams only overlay, is really awesome. I'm so happy with how this looks. So all that kind of stuff, there's more of that where this came from. And Shadowed is also working on our new custom sub badges, which are going to get rolled out. So we got that coming on. What's up, Siva? So we've got a lot of that cool stuff coming up, and I'm very, very pleased about where things are looking in terms of, again, the sort of look of the channel and that sort of thing. And so subbing to the channel is a good way to support us there as well. And I know several of you did that tonight, so thank you for those of you who subbed and resubbed. On the publishing side, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, twice award winning now, runner-up in the Midwest Book Awards, runner-up as well in the Independent Book Publishers Association Benjamin Franklin 2020 Graphic Novel Awards. Very excited about that. And beyond Icarus, of course, Athos Arts is also responsible for my book Greyshade, which John Helfers, that you just saw, edited, and which, of course, E.D.E. Bell, Garlic Tofu, edited as well. And I am already in the process of, and I'm going to be doing, Sunday's going to be a big revision day for me tomorrow, a lot of revision tomorrow on that, making good progress on it. And then there's going to be one more edit pass that's going to be done, and then I'm going to take care of that. So that book is going to be coming soon. When we are not 100% sure yet, but it'll be soon. And that's the first book of the Grey Assassin trilogy. If you like stories of characters with gray morality, well, with gray results to their morality, but very strong moral codes, as it happens, I think you would like Greyshade. Greyshade is actually not, in my mind, grimdark. It's dark, but it's not grimdark. And there are grace notes of hope in there on purpose. So I hope you will consider checking that out. Greyshade and the follow-up books in the series, Renegade and Heretic, are going to be coming out as a part of the Greyshade IP Kickstarter launch, which is going to be happening later this month now. 4 weeks, basically, from this coming Tuesday. August 31st, we will launch the Greyshade Kickstarter with a board game, with a tabletop tabletop role-playing game with a audiobook by one Mr. Trendane Sparks, and with a bunch of awesome, hopefully you all agree, awesome books that are sort of foundational to the whole thing. So all of that is going to be launching on August 31st. Very excited about that. And you can check that out with exclamation point Greyshade KS. Exclamation point Library is Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and source book, which is coming out, which is already out in digital, and which is coming, heading out to Kickstarter backers now, and which is coming out in print to retail, is going to be made available in October. And that's Alligator Alley, which is also doing the Greyshade role-playing book, part of that Greyshade Kickstarter that I mentioned, with Aaron Rosenberg designing that part of things. So if you want to know more about Tales and Tomes, you can do that by checking out exclamation point Library. And as always, exclamation point BLM, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others. Very important to reach out to others if you need help as well. Now, we are going to do a raid tonight because it's not absurdly late. I sometimes do this later. Also because, interesting. As I popped up my web browser, first thing I see is that brains might sync as people interact. See, we have all synced our brains by interacting tonight. That's what I'm talking about. So we are going to do a raid. And I think I see who we're going to raid for today, I believe. So stick around for that. When we do the raids are very simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. Good night, Arudinel. Always a pleasure. The Get Hyped, so Arvany Hype, the Arvanauts Have Landed, Twitch raid, Arvany Roar, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, Arvany What, Arvany Smug, all the Arvanys. You can do that when you are brought over automagically to the channel that we're going to be raiding. I want to thank all the amazing people who made this a great stream today. Brain Syncing and RP and Espergenesis and an Eberron, that's right. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, best in the business. Thank you as well to my subscribers, Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, Echo Alpha X5, Commander Dunsel, Crit Twitch, Garlic Tofu, JD Metters, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, Thordax, Mommy, and of course Trendane. Thank you so much to my regular viewers and my Patreon supporters in that group as well. Thank you to my regular viewers. Thank you to Antani, to Black Fury, to Boston Bully. Thank you to Chenergus. Thank you to Coven of Lenora, who is a mod. I don't know why it showed up that way. Thank you to Expressways. Thank you to Galadriel Bot, who is totally not Dragonspear's bot. Thank you to Gigafrost. Thank you to Light and Passion. Thank you to Live Suing. Thank you to Raidens. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Rosenharzai. Thank you to Sad Girl. Thank you to Salahala. Thank you to Siva Machina, Tontoms, Timaeos, You Christians, and VNK. Wenchkin, what's up, man? Thank you so much to all of the lovely people. And as a reminder, tomorrow, Sunday, Sound Clash coming in at you at 6 p.m. Eastern. When you come back tomorrow, then make sure you're doing tomorrow. Make sure that you are ready to finish that stream boost. Don't boost it now, but do boost it tomorrow when we come back for Sound Clash the Clampdown at 6 p.m. Eastern. That's going to do it for now. Thanks, everyone. Much love, and I will catch all of you wonderful people soon. Until next time, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.